Chapter 1. Outside a farmstead in the village of Dungannon, swirling winds carried cold snow onto the eaves and ground. All of the animals were safely tucked away in the barn, and the thought of repairing fences and other tiresome work didn't even cross the minds of any of those crowding around inside. Inside, there was something truly wonderful happening: the birth of a child. Not that they hadn't all seen something like that before. Of course, all 20 odd of the family present had been born. And the 2 grandparents in the room and 10 parents had seen most of those in the very same room be born. Anton and Janina Krantz were excited because it wasn't so often that people had a chance to become great-grandparents. The village midwife was quite experienced, having helped with Tabby's birth, and now Tabby herself was having a child. There were many things that could go wrong with a birth, but skilled hands and practiced care greatly reduced the dangers. In this particular case, the midwife might not even have needed to come through the burgeoning snow at all. The birth was quick and smooth, and less than an hour later a beautiful little girl was being held in her mother's arms. "Anna Lee," her mother said. "Her name will be Anna Lee." Anton Krantz had seen all 5 of his own children be born, as well as his 9 grandchildren. When he first laid his eyes upon them, he loved them. But even as he grew older and more directly removed from the process, he found his attachment increased. He would willingly die for any of his family if it would help them somehow. If the little baby could talk and told him to kill himself, he felt he would have done it without hesitation, even without anything to gain for it but a smile. Fortunately, neither of those things had cause to occur in his peaceful life. Anna Lee was just the first in a line of great-grandchildren that would be born into the family over the next few years. Even if half of the 3rd generation had chosen to move away from Dungannon into other towns and cities, their numbers were continuously growing. Everyone knew who they were, of course, with the ever-growing family and farm. But then again, everyone knew Vreen in Dungannon. Some of his children told Anton Krantz that he shouldn't be working outside, wrangling cattle and building fences, driving oxen and planting seeds. He was too old. Whenever anyone suggested that, he asked them why was going to do it in his stead. It wasn't that they weren't willing to work, but quite frankly it would take 2 or 3 of them to replace the work that he did. And they were all occupied with other things throughout the day. Janina had once worked out in the fields with him, but age had hit her more strongly, especially over the past few years. She still wasn't the sort to sit around doing nothing. So they had a constant influx of tailored work clothes coming from her. "Grandpa," Anna Lee said from behind him, where she was tossing seeds into the plowed field. "Are you really 1,000 years old?" "That's right." Anton Krantz might have been exaggerating his age a bit, but sometimes it felt like it. 1,000 was a bit out of reach for a normal person. That was the sort of age that heroes in the legends reached. But even for cultivators, 1,000 years was probably an exaggeration. Not that he had any way to know. since he'd only met a couple in his life, usually when he was visiting a big city. They were the sort to buy a whole animal without a thought, and with the sort of money they often had, he didn't really blame them. At least they mostly didn't cause trouble. The whole country of Greoton was watched over by the Order of 99 Stars. At least in theory. Anton wasn't sure how they could manage to handle that, especially since they were a whole fortnight of travel away on horseback. However, he had heard that they regularly stopped by Alcombe, the large city to the southwest. At least one of their disciples. As for what that actually accomplished, he wasn't sure. "How big is 1,000?" Annalie asked. "That's 10 hundreds," Anton replied. "Oh," Annalie nodded. "I thought Mommy said you were almost 100 years old." Anton laughed. "Don't you think you would know how old I was around when your grandpa was born, too?" "He says you are only 102. Annalie was technically scattering seeds still, but several handfuls ended up in the same spot. "Maybe they're right then." Anton gave up on the joke. "Watch where that seed goes. You want to make sure not too many plants grow together. None of them will make those big potatoes you like so much if they're cramped." Well, it didn't matter much. She only had a relatively small portion of the seed, and mostly she was just there to watch. Speaking of which, the oxen had probably rested enough. Anton wasn't sure if he had rested enough, but he could still keep going. Just because he wasn't young didn't mean he was weak. With all the work on the expanding farm, he rarely got out into the forest for hunting. Technically, he still wasn't hunting, though he did have his bow with him. If he saw a wild boar or a deer, it wouldn't hurt to take it back with him. However, he was looking for something else at the moment. He needed medicinal herbs that he knew grew in the area. Of course, if they didn't grow in the area, he couldn't do much but wistfully think about them. While the farm was expanding, it merely took care of the family and provided little beyond what they needed. They weren't poor, with some savings for harsh winters or the like. But they also couldn't afford to spend a large amount of money on medicine. When they did, it was for the great-grandchildren. What Anton was looking for required a constant supply, and he made regular trips out into the forest for the herbs. Janina wasn't any older than himself, but the last few years had been harder on her. She'd developed a persistent cough, and anything that could ease her pain for a while was welcome. Anton was quite familiar with the locations it grew, how it liked to live in the shade and especially near sources of water. He found himself ranging further and further looking for the herbs, letting them regrow in places he'd already been, and instead seeking out further patches. Since he might spend several days away, it was best if he came back with as much as possible for his efforts. Sometimes that meant some fresh game, but usually it meant edible mushrooms or root vegetables. This was looking to be one of the second types. He hadn't spotted even something like a rabbit, though realistically a rabbit would be harder to spot than larger game. At least he still had a bag full of herbs they might be able to sell. As he finished plucking a few mushrooms after checking their coloration and placing them in a second little bag at his waist, he noticed someone in front of him. "Oh!" Anton bowed his head. "Hello, sir. I don't often see anyone else out in the forest." The man in front of him was young. He might have taken him for a hunter as well with his obvious physique, but he didn't have a bow and his clothing was much too loose. The man bowed his head in return. "Good day to you, sir. I don't suppose you have come across signs of any others? There are reports of bandits moving into the area." Anton frowned. Bandits were never good news. Number. I haven't seen anything of them. What have you heard? There was an attack on Thorpe's last month. I know little more than that, I fear. The man extended his hand. I am Vincent. If you stumble upon anything, please let me know. You can leave a message for me at the Prancing Deer in Alcombe. The Prancing Deer. That was one of the nicer inns in the city. The journey was far enough that whenever Anton visited, he had to stay overnight. But he'd never been willing to spend enough to stay at that place. It might not have been as overpriced as the Golden Swan, but it certainly wasn't within the range he was willing to pay for a place to sleep. Very well. If I hear anything about bandits, I will contact you there. Much obliged, good sir. Vincent bowed his head. Good luck with your hunt. Anton watched as he left, and strangely enough Vincent seemed to almost float over the land. Of course, he was walking with his feet on the ground, but the patches of rough terrain didn't seem to slow him down. It seemed like every step brought him the same distance, even up or down a slope or over rocks or roots. Somehow, the steps avoided being awkward or mechanical. There was something strange about it. But Anton returned to thinking about his newly increased concerns once the man was out of sight. Now there were bandits. There was no way for Anton to know if the man's blessing meant anything at all. But not 10 minutes later, he stumbled upon a large patch of the very herb he was looking for. After picking a handful of the most mature specimens, he left the remaining herbs to continue maturing. There was some chance someone else would come pick them up before he could. But he would prefer to give them a chance to grow and repopulate, even if it meant perhaps not getting everything himself. Then he started on his return journey, worrying about all sorts of troubles that might arise. Chapter 2. Each great-grandchild that was born increased both Anton's joy and his worries. He loved every single member of his family, despite the fact that none of them were perfect, and he wanted the best for them. Figuring out what was best and acquiring it was difficult. Anton knew he couldn't solve every problem his family faced. But nobody was going to stop him from trying. Janina wasn't the sort to give up either. But the last decade had been hard on her. Now she spent most of her time in bed. He knew she hated feeling useless. But just giving up on her was impossible. He'd known her for most of the century they'd been alive, and loved her as soon as such feelings developed in him. She was his closest friend since the very beginning. No matter how many herbs he found in the forest, she wasn't going to get better. In fact, too many and she would decline more quickly. Relieving pain was not without side effects. Anton missed working by her side every day, or seeing her when he entered the house at dinner time. And even just being able to talk without exhausting her, the thing that bothered him most about the situation, was himself. He knew he was well past his prime long before. His strength was declining and his eyesight was blurring such that he could barely hunt. Yet, if he were to compare his health to most of the others his age, it was quite simple to see the difference. They were dead. And he was not. Compared to Janina, he was quite healthy. And he would likely outlive her by a number of years at least. He was still in better shape than she was a decade prior, if he could only pass on with her. But he also couldn't just give up on life after that. There were so many others who might need him. Work on the farm mostly was taken care of, but there was always more he could help out with. Then there were the bandits. While in most cases, bandits lasted a few months at most before disappearing, the particular group of bandits were much more troublesome, even with the Order of 99 Stars looking for them. They evaded capture for a whole decade. They weren't just normal bandits, of course. They were cultivators. And as with anything else related to cultivators, their effects were much more than those who weren't. Regular bandits stole and pillaged what they could, and cultivators could do much more. They ravaged entire towns, taking anything they found of worth, killing those without value and selling the rest as slaves, even if such events were rare. Every few months at most. They ranged throughout all of northeastern Greoton, while they hadn't yet been seen near Dunganon. The thought that they might have a base in the forest was a concern. Perhaps Vincent had been incorrect about them hiding in the forest. Anton had trekked across the forest back and forth his whole life, and the last decade he hadn't found them. But whether or not they made their home in a nearby forest or elsewhere, they were a threat. Yet he'd been all over the forests and never found them. Even if they moved camp, he should have found them. He couldn't range any further than a few days from Dunganon, both practically and emotionally. His children and grandchildren were already worried when he went out on a hunt. Perhaps they were right to be. Thick snow swirled in front of Anton's face, such that he couldn't see. Even more than normal, that was. He could barely pick out a deer from a tree at 100 paces in bright daylight. In a snowstorm, he could barely see the ground in front of him. This was where the priorities of different people came into play. It had been a harsh winter. And the year before that was no good either. At home there were great. Grandchildren complaining of hunger. His family told him to not go out into the woods to hunt, that he would die. But they didn't consider Watha wanted. Janina was gone now. The previous winter had taken her with its bitter cold. Though it was not much harsher than most winters. She had just reached her end. She had kept a smile on her face as she lay in her deathbed. But while she might have been content, Anton was not. Maybe Huon Ted to die? The thought did cross his mind. That was why he was out in the blinding snow in the dead of winter. But that thought was just a thought. It passed. He had his bow and arrows, though he could barely draw the bow now. If he died in the snow, his family would mourn. He didn't want that. He instead wanted them to rejoice at his return. For that, and the continued rejoicing afterwards when they had something more to eat. He needed to bring back some game. But first he had to not die. He could barely recognize the landscape entirely covered in snow. But he saw a familiar tree with peculiar knots. That meant nearby was. Yes, there it was. A cave. He could take shelter during the worst part of the storm. He had to. He knew better than to do what he had done. But the mistake was now made. Anton gathered sticks and brush, whatever he could find. He cleaned it of snow so it wouldn't be so wet and began to set about making a fire. At least his hunting pack had been properly supplied and still had flint and steel in it from the previous hunt. Honestly, what had he been thinking sneaking out the door like he did? Now he was half a day from home in the worst storm of the year. Eventually, he started a fire, and the warmth it created was sufficient. The cave blocked the cold winds and snow from outside. His warm clothing did well enough to keep him alive until that point. And as he brushed off the snow so he wasn't wet from it melting in the fire, he was at least not cold as the time passed. He leaned back where he sat against the wall, drifting off into unconsciousness. When he woke, Anton was pleased to see that he wasn't dead and that the storm was over. The second was ultimately more important as it meant his family would not be needing quite as much firewood. So his grandchildren didn't have to go out into the snow to cut more. Plus, it meant he might get back home. Or successfully hunt something. Every member of his family could attest that he was stubborn about some things. Even if he hadn't been thinking quite right, he was out in the forest to hunt. His family was hungry, surviving only on food they had to ration over the remaining winter. If things went on, they might have to dig into their seed for the next year. And all the hard work expanding the farm would slowly decline. Perhaps they might borrow money in the city, but if there was another bad year, they could lose everything. He wanted a deer. So he trudged off deeper into the woods. It seemed fate, if it existed, had no intention to kill him just yet. He found some berries in the hollow of a hill that weren't quite frozen, providing him some energy to continue forward. He knew of another cave to spend the next night, and somehow found it. The next morning luck seemed to be on his side as he found tracks. They were fresh, too. A light snowfall having come during the night. Deer. It didn't matter how big it was. Any deer would be a godsend. He followed the tracks, happy that he had stumbled across them. He couldn't have spotted them from far on the blank white landscape with the sun glaring off of it. Not with his eyes as they were. He squinted his eyes, crouching down. Just a few hours of tracking and he'd actually found it. Somehow he'd avoided spooking it off. He couldn't quite see what was its flank, a nearby tree, its head. But there was certainly a deer, or a log strangely floating off the ground. It had to be a deer. Anton knocked an arrow in his bow, the string trembling as he pulled it back. Weakness from hunger and age compounded. But he grit his teeth and pulled with all his might. When he released the arrow, only years of experience kept it on track as it nearly flew off target. But he hit the deer straight in the side. Red blood spurted onto the white snow and the creature took off running. Step by step he followed after it. It wasn't hard to spot the red blood, even with his eyesight. Perhaps his aim hadn't been quite right, or he was tired. Because it felt like it was hours before he spotted the deer again. However, he finally did. Seeing it collapsed on its side, he was lucky no scavengers had gotten to it before him. He unloaded the canvas from his pack, using it as a sled under the deer. It was thin, but still heavier than he could lift. Once, when he was young and strong, he could have slung it over his shoulder and walked all day, but now he could barely drag it on the canvas sled. But he had done it. He certainly wasn't going to leave his prize behind. If it was the last thing he ever did, he had to at least get it back to his family. Then they could make it through the winter, even if he didn't. Step by step he trudged along. It would likely take him 2 days to get back. Because while he hadn't gone straight away from home, he was also even slower with his catch. He had to pace himself so he wouldn't collapse along the way. That wouldn't benefit anyone but the wolves. Then he spotted something. Strange blobs in the distance, not trees. He couldn't figure out what they were. But he detached the sled and crept closer. He had a feeling what it might be. And once he was within 10 paces, he found he was right. Tents. Not just 1 or 2, but a full dozen. A camp. Used recently. And one that would likely be returned to. It was in a place he was certain he had passed before many times. Perhaps it was new. Even his old eyes wouldn't have missed it. If it was what he thought, he would need to head to Greyotan after he returned home. He couldn't go directly there regardless. He would certainly die of exhaustion on the trip. And he wasn't going to just eat the deer on his own. It would likely take about the same amount of time regardless, since the only roads left from Dungannon. He could be slightly faster without the deer. But if he didn't return with it, there was no point in killing it to begin with. And on the rations the Krantz family could afford to give to an old, nearly decrepit man, he wouldn't make it. He was the only one who knew where Vincent would be and where the camp was. So he walked steadily towards his home. Perhaps he might still accomplish one more thing before he died. Chapter 3. The snowstorms had ceased, leaving behind clear but desolate skies. There was no sound reaching Anton's ears except the crunching of snow from his boots and the sled behind him. As he began walking, still a day from home, he saw the comforting sights of smoke from the chimneys of the farm and the town. He was nearly back. He walked onward with renewed vigor, eager to return home with his catch. As his steps carried him forward, his eagerness gradually turned to dread. He wasn't so close to Dungan on that the smoke from chimneys should be so clearly spotted. It was thick, black smoke. He dropped the sled from his shoulders, running as quickly as he could through the snow towards the town. His better sense came over him, and he slowed his pace to a fast walk. One that would likely still exhaust him by the time he arrived, but at least he wouldn't collapse before he got there. His lungs and legs burned, but he kept pushing himself to move. His stomach growled from its prolonged hunger, reminding him why he had been away hunting. He first spotted the Krantz farm from atop a nearby rise. His legs stopped as he took in the sight, his mind unable to process what he had already imagined was true. Black smoke slowly rose from the scene, but it was thinner than it had been. Barns were scorched and collapsed, and the family home was a smoldering pile of rubble. Anton fell to his knees, then forward onto his face. The cold snow shocked him enough to rattle him into action. He shakily pushed himself up to one knee, then used a nearby tree to pull himself onto his feet. He ran forward once again, ignoring the burning pain in his legs and his lungs and fully giving in to the sense of delirium that overcame him. Spots of red stood out in the white snow next to the black blood. The first body he came across was a cow, emaciated but one they had hoped would grow quickly in the spring. Her body was lying in a collapsed barn, clearly killed before the fire. Why Anton staggered further towards the house, where he saw more blood and more bodies. His children. Not young anymore, but grandparents. Them and their wonderful spouses, loved parts of the family. Next came some grandchildren, young but old enough to be parents, and most were. "Hello, anyone?" Anton called out, hoping to find someone alive, someone he could save. No response came. He called out again and again as his legs carried him past the farm, but he heard nothing. Automatically, he walked into town. He wasn't thinking anything, but if he had been, he wanted to find Danny O'Neill. Someone he could save or talk to ask what happened. Unfortunately, he already knew. The bandits? That gang of cultivators that had been growing stronger for the last decade. Even normal bandits wouldn't be so brutal. Living people could be stolen from again, and there was no profit in burning down buildings. He should have come faster. He staggered into town, completely unaware of his own body. Dungan on proper was exactly the same as the Krantz farm. Merely burned out husks of buildings and bodies of all sorts surrounded by snow-covered ground. Most of the fires had sputtered out. Anton called out for anyone until his throat was raw, and even more beyond that. As soon as he saw the camp, he should have run to town. He could have warned them. What did food matter? His feet carried him back and forth until his tracks crisscrossed the city square many times. There were a few tracks not his own, but he couldn't tell if they were coming or going. He started to follow them out of town, towards Groton. His brain told him there was something there. His body told him it could do no more. Before he even reached the edge of town, he collapsed face first into the snow. He didn't even feel the cold. The burning of his lungs, the pain in his legs. None of it registered to him. No coherent thoughts crossed his mind. Merely ideas of how he could have arrived faster, how he could have changed his route to spot the camp on his way out, how he could have immediately returned to warn people, as if such actions would make a difference. What would people have done, prepared to fight, fled their homes in the middle of a snowstorm? He didn't have answers to that. He didn't have answers to anything. At least he was going to die with everyone else. Helma smiled at that thought as consciousness left him, but he had neither the strength nor sufficient ironic joy. Heaven was cold. Or was it hell? Heaven wasn't supposed to be painful. If it was hell, it wasn't as bad as he thought. Until his memories came back to him. Then it was worse. He opened his mouth to cry out, but he had no strength for that. Bright light streamed into his eyes from the sky, light mixed with snowfall. When had he gotten on his back, he thought he heard something. A hand touched his chest and his head. Something soothing flowed into him. It was like cool water on a hot day. But in the cold it was also like a toasty fire and a hot cup of tea. Then he heard something. A voice calling to him. Ton. Anton. His eyes focused on a man in front of him. His throat was just barely able to make sound. Vincent, I saw the smoke. I ran here from Groton. I know this is hard, but did you? See where they went. Anton tried to shake his head, but he couldn't. No, breathing was hard. Saw their camp. You found it. Vincent's eyebrows furrowed. Where is it? Can show you. Anton tried to stand up, but he could barely even move his fingers, let alone raise his body. It's out in the forest, by the oak with the 7 knots. I don't know the place. Vincent sighed. Drag me. If I move you, you'll die, Vincent replied. So if you can kill the bandits, at least I'll differ something. Vincent grinned. Determination. That's good. Fine. Point me in the right direction. Anton had given piggyback rides to his children, grandchildren, and even great-grandchildren. It had been probably 90 years since he had gotten one himself, give or take a few years. Yet he found himself picked up like a little child. He knew he wasn't as heavily muscled as he had once been. And there was no fat left on his bones. but he hadn't expected to find himself so casually carried. Nor had he expected to then move so quickly. "Sorry about this, Anton. I am sure it's not comfortable." Anton had no energy to respond to the thought of discomfort. He could barely keep his eyes open as he bounced along, the scenery blurring past him, and not just because of his poor eyesight. He directed Vincent with as few words as possible, guiding him along towards his tracks, partially covered with new snow. However, he hadn't taken the straightest route from the camp. He'd gone the easy way, but he pointed Anton straight towards the camp. Away from his tracks. At least, they would get close. For all his apologies, the motion from being carried by Vincent was quite minimal, no worse than walking speed on a horse. He recalled seeing him move smoothly over the land before, and he imagined it was the same now. Though he couldn't see his feet, leaning would be inadvisable. So he stayed draped over the man, a few degrees right, straight through that tree. At first he had thought he would have to find slightly traversable paths. But as Vincent jumped over a stream 10 paces wide, he realized they could be a bit more efficient at the speed they were going. They would arrive at the camp in less than an hour, assuming Vincent could keep it up. Not only was that true, but Anton felt the speed actually increased. "I see it," Vincent said, "but I don't sense anyone nearby." "Rest here for a moment, Anton." Anton smiled, preparing to close his eyes for the final time. Vincent would surely catch them now. At least, nobody else would suffer. Damn, the expletive pulled him out of his reverie. So that was how they hid. The formation only broke because of the excessive snow, with a formation master among them. Vincent continued speaking to himself. And they must know the formation broke as they were out. They likely won't return here. Anton saw Vincent bury his head in his hands. Just empty tents. How can I help? Anton couldn't just die now. They were so close. "I am sorry. Here is nothing more you can do. This is the best lead possible. And it might allow me to find them in the future now that I know." "Gonna kill them," Anton muttered. "Of course I am. You've seen what they do. Killing them will bring justice." Anton wasn't listening to Vincent. Instead, he was trying to get to his feet. "I am gonna kill them." Somehow, he made it to his feet before toppling forward. "Gonna get them." Once more, his consciousness faded. Chapter 4. The wonderful smell of eggs and sausage trickled into Anton Krant's nose. He could hear the sizzling of a frying pan and the warmth of the fire. However, that very warmth reminded him of something. Now that he was not freezing, he felt his aching legs and raw throat as well as his terrible hunger. At least it seemed one of those might be solved. But remembering that he wasn't home with his family, and indeed couldn't possibly be home with his family, brought more pain than his physical maladies. Vincent's voice came from nearby. "Good. You are awake." Anton wasn't sure how he knew that since he hadn't even moved or opened his eyes. "Breakfast is just about ready." "I am sure you need it." "Why didn't you just let me die in the snow?" Anton slowly opened his eyes, letting them settle on the younger man next to him. "Because that's something I can't take back." Vincent shrugged. "If you really want to die, you just have to not eat. Then you'll never kill a bandit or save any of your family." Anton's brow furrowed, wrinkling his forehead even more than its standard cragginess. "How can I save anyone that's dead?" "You can't," Vincent said, "but not all of them are dead. However, their fate might not be much better. These bandits are slavers. And while that means that most of the young folk in Dungannon will still be alive, things might not be much better. Likely they will be sold in Norfolk, which cares little for where slaves come from. From there, they might be sold anywhere." Anton had managed to crawl out of the tent he woke up in. He pulled himself to a sitting position and took the plate of food Vincent handed him, shakily grabbing a fork and bringing food into his mouth. He chewed in silence for a while before speaking. "What use is that information to an old man such as me? I'll likely die before I even reach the border, and have no way to retrieve them from the hands of Cultivator bandits or a slave-holding nation." "You are correct," Vincent ate casually, but seemed to disregard the heat of the food, making no attempts to blow on his food. "There is nothing you can do. Even if you have the utmost determination in the world, it is likely impossible. The leader of the bandits has likely surpassed the body tempering stage and moved on to the next level of cultivation. If you only care about your own family, you might as well give up your life. However," there was a long pause, "if you have the determination to stop more evils, perhaps there is a small chance you might yet do something. I already have sworn to kill these bandits, and I will do my best to see any they captured free from slavery. I can't promise to accomplish any of those feats in the next year, but I won't be giving up on taking them down." Vincent shook his head. "Old as you are, you can do nothing. But I at least have a way you can speed along your death without giving up." He pulled out a scroll from a bag by his side, a scroll that didn't seem as if it could have fit inside. He let the scroll roll out on its own, and Anton saw a myriad of sparkling lights. "This is the core cultivation technique of the Order of 99 Stars. I am sure you know we are headquartered in the southwestern portion of Greyoton. If you are able to practice it to the 3rd level, then you can join the order." Anton looked at him. "Can I cultivate even as an old man?" Vincent grimaced. "I won't lie to you. It will likely be excruciatingly difficult. You will need natural talent to even successfully cultivate the first layer in a short amount of time. Before I die." "You mean—" Anton nodded. "Cultivation takes many years, and currently I have very few left in me. Anton placed his hand on his chest. He could even now feel his heart straining, overworked by his recent events. It had lasted him so long already, but it might not hold out for just the bit more that he needed. That's correct. And here is no real chance of you actually being able to compete with the bandits who killed your family. Perhaps. You might become strong enough to journey to find those who were enslaved, but that's the work of a lifetime. Vincent sighed. It won't be easy for you to even try, but if you truly have the determination to get revenge, you can make the attempt. Anton reached out for the scroll, his hands still shaking even without the deep hunger. He looked at it, seeing the writing hidden behind the field of stars. It was too dense to read at the moment. But fortunately, his eyes worked up close for the most part. Anton looked around him. At the remains of the bandit camp they were staying in. Will they come back here? I don't think so, Vincent said. But I searched around for their trail from the city and couldn't find it. More than just the snow was at play covering their tracks. So the best I can hope is that there is something they want here. Vincent gestured to the campfire, which wasn't emitting any smoke. They shouldn't be able to notice me here until they get close, but they might have given up because the formation collapsed. And here is nothing of value here. Just food and tents. Food has value, not to those who steal it. Not when they can just take more. Vincent shook his head. You should rest. Think carefully on that. It's dangerous, especially with a weak constitution. Anton took his advice, though only because he could barely drag himself back into a tent. Rest might help, but likely not. Anton's dreams were filled with nightmares. He wasn't just seeing the faces of his dead family. Somehow, he was witnessing the bandits kill them. His wife was there too. But young, she was carried away by the bandits. When Anton awoke, Hecna Wit was a nightmare, that he hadn't seen any of that. That Janina had been old and dead for years. But that didn't make the impact less, even though it was the middle of the night. Vincent was still awake. Did the man ever sleep? Did Hahavato sleep? He was a cultivator, after all. Anton wasn't sure what they could do. But they were certainly far beyond the capabilities of normal humans. His thoughts drifted back to the nightmare, and he shook his head. He wanted none of it. Perhaps it was better to just die? But if he was going to die anyway... He pulled out the scroll. It glowed in the night, the stars on its surface flickering and moving. He read the words hidden in the stars. The scroll explained many things about cultivation. The beginning was body tempering. During that stage, the cultivator would lay the foundation for body tempering by guiding energy from the cultivation technique all throughout their body. Once that was complete, that was the first level. Then the cultivator had a choice to make. Throughout body tempering, they would refine their skin, bones, marrow, muscles, internal organs in the head and torso separately, their tendons, and perhaps most importantly, their meridians. Then there would be one final refinement of the entire body to complete the stage. That was the 10th of 99 stars. The full body was first and last, but in between any choices could be made. After each refinement, it grew more difficult. But the cultivator would also likely grow more skilled with the technique. However, the specifics didn't matter to Anton yet. He wasn't even sure if he could gather energy from the world. He read through the breathing technique that described how it was supposed to be done. His lungs were barely up to the task of breathing deeply. So expelling the impurities inside of him was clearly not going to be easier. He wasn't even sure if he had any success at that, as he inhaled, attempting to gather the energy of the world. Out and in. In and out. Anton didn't notice Vincent turn towards him, his eyes closed in concentration. Then he felt it. Just a little strand off something. He was supposed to guide that throughout his body, through his meridians. But he couldn't even really sense them. He followed the description as much as he could. But as the energy entered his stomach, it burned. It felt like he was on fire and like he might die. However, he pulled it into him anyway. If he truly exploded, at least everything would be over. Once it settled inside him, the pain decreased, but he didn't stop. He encouraged the energy to flow through his body, and it seemed to naturally find the meridians, whatever they were, as it flowed in a set path. His insides were on fire, and the energy quickly ran out. But he grit his teeth and started the whole process again. Either he would succeed sooner or die sooner. And he didn't really care which. If nothing else, the physical pain kept his mind away from the rest. Chapter 5. Though every tiny piece of his body hurt. Anton found himself more able to actually move about after some time spent cultivating. With that, he thought of something more important to do than just moping about thinking about dying. Anton trudged his way back towards Dungan at a measured pace. A bit of food had given him some strength, but movement still hurt, both from fatigued muscles and whatever it was that cultivating was doing to him. Possibly tearing him apart, but it was really damaging him. He felt he would already be dead. Even though he had once been quite tough. At around 100 years old, he felt like he could fall apart at any moment. He was almost surprised he'd made it so far, but he didn't let his mind stop on any of that. On the way back towards town, he passed over the frozen and snow-covered carcass of the deer he had hunted. It had surprisingly not been touched by scavengers, so it was in relatively good shape. Anton couldn't rely on Vincent to provide him food. And Vincent wouldn't be in town regardless, so he grabbed the straps and started pulling the canvas sled towards town. He followed basically the same path he had taken before, his previous tracks barely visible under new layers of snow. It was a long walk still to reach Dungan, but he was able to reach the town before evening. He stopped outside the Krantz family farm, unwilling to go closer. Instead, He gathered sticks and cleared snow to make a fire pit. He didn't have a good table to work on the deer, so he just cut off strips of meat and roasted them over the fire, keeping the main portion of the deer away from the heat so it wouldn't thaw and refreeze. The meal was awful. Frozen deer didn't cook well, and the thoughts he had harbored of sharing it with his family only brought their faces back into his mind. However, he needed to eat, and he had come back for a reason. So he ate as much as seemed reasonable to build up his strength before setting a tent next to a ruined barn and using a bedroll pilfered from the bandit camp to keep himself warm for the night. Anton could only take so much cultivating. His entire body screamed as the unfamiliar energy he pulled from the world around him tore into it. Though it hurt to move after that, he didn't feel weakness, which was good enough. As long as he could move, he could work. First, he found himself digging through the rubble looking for tools. It took a day before he came up with a shovel, and then he could begin the real work. His oldest son could have reasonably been considered an old man in his own right. He was a grandfather, but like Anton himself, he worked his whole life. His body still had quite a bit of muscle on it. So bringing it to the top of the hill where Janina was buried with Anton's parents was quite a chore. Then Anton set about removing the snow and digging through frozen soil, eating, sleeping, cultivating. And digging graves became Anton's life. The venison lasted him 2 weeks, and after that he began on the organs, eating whatever he could despite how tough it might be. Everything was roasted over a fire, which wasn't the optimal way to cook all of it. But he didn't exactly have many other options. The bodies of Anton's family were all buried by the time he ran out of food. Digging through the rubble had been slow, but with nothing else to do all day, he kept at it. Despite the constant pain from muscle fatigue and cultivation, he felt stronger than he had in a long time. Perhaps it was just the weakness from winter rations fading, but he was able to push his way past his difficulties. Anton knew that Vincent had been right, but seeing that only about half of his grandchildren and their spouses were dead didn't fill him with joy. Getting carried away as slaves was not necessarily a better fate. As for his great-grandchildren, Anton knew he couldn't fight even the weakest cultivator, but he wanted to stomp off to Ophirg and tear down the whole country. Perhaps the attempt would have allowed him to die content, but it wouldn't have really done anything productive. He still had work to do where he was. Dunganon wasn't just his own family after all. The rest of the villagers also deserved the respect of a proper burial. Before he could do that, Anton needed to survive. That meant food, and with all of the village is stored food eaten, stolen, or destroyed, he had to hunt. Somehow his bow had held up through being buried in snow with him several times. Though he had to replace the string with another, he had fortunately stored in the quiver. Heading out far into the woods wasn't something he wanted to do, so he looked 4 tracks closer. If he was lucky, he would find something smaller, since he didn't need to feed a whole family and it would be easier to carry back. When he was willing to settle for smaller game, his eyes were drawn to any prints he saw. After a few hours of following some rabbit tracks, he finally found one. He would have preferred to set up traps, but he no longer had the material for them. As he spotted the rabbit, he noticed his eyesight was slightly less blurry. Even with its winter coat, he had seen it from over a dozen paces away. He couldn't say which end was the head. But he stopped and carefully drew his bow. It pulled back slightly more easily now that he wasn't quite so fatigued. And his arrow flew true, and the rabbit didn't notice the movement, unlike the deer. A rabbit couldn't even move with an arrow in its side, so he didn't have to chase it. That would provide food for a day, at least. Whenever he breathed out, Anton could feel something being forced out of him. It wasn't just stale air, either. Whatever it was quickly found itself replaced by new, fresh air. And in that air was the energy he was seeking. According to the cultivation manual, it was possible to absorb it directly at a certain point, but for the moment, he could only take the energy from the air inside his lungs. Each breath had a small strand of energy that he pulled down to his danchin, a place below his navel. He wasn't sure if it was aerial organ. He'd seen enough of the insides of people over the past month and a half to be fairly certain there were only guts there. But then again, the meridians this energy flowed through didn't seem to be real either. Or maybe real wasn't the right word. He could feel both. And he stored up energy in his danchin before moving it through the squiggly meridians going throughout his body. Each time he did, it's trained him. He had to practically force it to move through the meridians, like water through a clogged pipe. As he did so, they opened up slightly. But he also was capable of gathering more strands of energy that he needed to circulate throughout his body. In this particular cultivation session, his body and energy seemed to be resisting his every move. It felt like every step of the way he was dragging claws through his body. Perhaps he was making a mistake and would destroy himself. But he still fell into the vain and stupid hope that he might actually become a cultivator and become strong enough to avenge his family or rescue some of them. It was the only thing that kept him going when surrounded by corpses all day. The nearby villages had likely heard about Dunganon's tragedy, but they could barely take care of themselves in the winter. Sending people to help bury buddies was a pointless gesture that nobody would even notice. And they didn't know that anything was being done at all. He was fine with that, but he hoped he could finish the job. Yet he was perhaps about to kill himself cultivating. The sharp pain he felt as he prodded and pushed and pulled the energy through his body might have been a warning of danger. That was often the case, but the technic had said there would be pain. It wasn't so verbose that it said the exact level of pain. But Anton knew that cultivators were superhuman. It wasn't so easy to become one, so just the amount of physical pain he felt. What did it matter, he'd thought, to ask Vincent for advice? But after a month, he was no longer waiting for the bandits to return. He was off somewhere, hunting them down if he could. That meant Anton had no way to know how to handle the situation. Choosing the most straightforward option of charging ahead was the only thing he could be bothered to do. Either it was a hurdle he needed to overcome or he wasn't cut out for cultivation and should just become another body among the rest. So, despite the excruciating pain throughout his body, he pushed the gathered energy through his meridians and to all of his extremities. Chapter 6. At a few points in his life, Anton had gotten too close to the heat of a stove or an open fire. A quick jerk of his hand and maybe some cool water or a salve to soothe the burn was enough to comfort him after that. However, he'd never had fire inside of him before. As the pressure of the energy in his meridians built up, it transformed into fire. It was already far too late to stop. If he did nothing, the fire would rage inside him uncontrolled. The best he could do was circulate it through his meridians and hope he hadn't killed himself. The energy inside him circulated from his core. The area underneath his navel, the cultivation technique spoke of as the dantian, and out to his extremities and back. Each time it completed a full circulation, the power increased. If it continued, Anton didn't know if he could keep it under control. Each circulation left a little bit of flame in the middle of his dantian, extremely hot and spinning around, releasing more energy. Anton continued the circulations, trying to remember the instructions down to the tiniest detail. He wasn't sure, but perhaps this was supposed to happen. As the energy circulated more and more, it wrapped more strands around the fiery core, twisting like a ball of twine. Then he reached the limit of his control, and the strand snapped away from him, coiling around the burning ball. However, instead of unraveling or exploding, it suddenly condensed. Anton had only skimmed over the section of the cultivation manual related to reaching the first level of cultivation. It wasn't something that should be quick, and he knew age would make cultivating slower. However, perhaps he had underestimated the time it would take. A month and a half didn't seem like long to a man 100 years old. But for someone who was 10 or 15 years old, it was indeed much more significant. Now that he wasn't dead, he pulled out the starry manual again. Indeed, the text covered igniting the first star. He'd only thought he was making progress along the way, pushing himself closer. Not making the actual breakthrough, however, he couldn't deny that he certainly had the first star inside of him now. There was nothing else that he could call it. Anton sighed. Was he young and reckless again? Then again, even if he'd been prepared, what else could he have done? He was ready to break through, or it wouldn't have been possible. And there was something to be said about letting things happen as they came naturally. He stood up and noticed a cracking sound. He looked down at himself and noticed a layer of blackness on his skin. Was he burnt? He scraped some of it with his hand and found it was more of a sort of goop. It didn't hurt, but it smelled foul. He would have to clean himself off. After having ignited the first star, Anton's body no longer hurt. Whether cultivating or not, He felt much stronger, as if he were 10 years younger. Granted, that would still be what he was like at 90 years old, but he thought he was a fairly vigorous 90-year-old. The most important thing is that his meridians felt more durable, so he was able to cultivate more smoothly. The manual for 99 stars described the choices he had to make next in body tempering. Upon reviewing them once again, he decided that fully refining his meridians next would be the best choice. Better cultivation was good, right? He felt his chest. Since he hadn't died, his heart should hold out for the moment. He might want to consider refining the organs in his torso next. However, out in the forest, Anton's body felt lighter. Young people never realized what they had until it was too late. That was true for Anton. And he hadn't even really noticed the decline over the past decades, gradual as it was. However, returning to some of his former strength and feeling of youth reminded him. He had the many decades of experience hunting to rely on as well, since farming alone had never been sufficient. His body moved stealthily through the brush. He saw a small pack of deer and could actually pick them out well enough from a distance that he didn't startle them. His eyes still weren't good, but he didn't need to pick out their patterns. Just hit them in the side. He was able to achieve a draw on the bow he hadn't in quite some time. It was still far below the bow's capacity, but his arrow flew true, sinking deep into the side of the deer. It didn't run nearly so far as the one during the snowstorm, and he was able to quickly bring it back to the village, where he would eat some and turn the rest into jerky. Anton turned dour as he looked over the rows of graves. Was there even any point in cultivating? Swearing vengeance upon the bandits, he's taken the first step, but was it even possible to do more? He shook his head. At least, he had to finish this job. His shovel drove into the frozen ground much deeper than he'd been able to before. Within 3 hours, he had a shallow grave prepared, deep enough to keep scavengers out, at least. He moved to find the next nearest body. Lily? He believed her name was. He tried to remember everyone's name, but some he only spoke to occasionally. He made a simple grave marker out of wood, carving her name into it. It wouldn't last forever, but it was all he could do. He had no access to stone or a chisel to make a lasting headstone. Focusing the next tempering on his meridians was more difficult than he had thought it would be. Perhaps he had grown cocky after having ignited the first star. If cultivation was so easy, everyone would do it. The first star inside of him stored more energy than he had been able to before, as well as allowing him to gather it more quickly with the proper breathing technique. However, using that energy to temper his meridians beyond where they already were, he found to be quite slow. Even spending more time each day cultivating, his progress felt minimal. Then Anton realized why it was so hard. He'd become aware of his success, his ability to live on at least for a while. He was being cautious, when his only chance of becoming relevant was to serve forward. He couldn't be happy with just the first star, or even the second. He had to complete all of the body foundation stagi at listo, be able to avenge his family, the first 9 stars. With the fire of a small star inside of him, he had to be able to do more. It was quite calm and gentle at rest. But if he riled it up, it could spin and more rapidly release energy. That was what he needed. He flooded his meridians with energy, straining them to their limits. Limits he more clearly understood now that he had experience cultivating. The fire burned through him, down each extremity one at a time, seeping into even the smallest parts of his body. Once his energy faded to a small ember, he gathered more, breathing it in from the world around him. He barely slept, not wanting to give up cultivating, but also needing to bury as many bodies as he could before the thaw. He was rarely glad for a long winter. And of course, he would have preferred the current one to be mild and gentle, but it might not have stopped the bandits. At least he wanted the villagers to be relatively whole in their graves, as much as he could do it. But he also couldn't afford to waste time not cultivating, because he wasn't sure if he could live long enough to become strong if he didn't. He lost track of time. And soon enough another month had passed. Each day he cultivated. He was more efficient with the energy he gathered, and he found he could store more and more in his danchin and the first star. However, he had begun to slow down, having reached a bottleneck. Was he ready to advance to the second star? There was only one way to find out. Anton continued gathering energy from the world with every breath, condensing it as much as he could into the first star in his danchin until it was overflowing. Then he called upon the energy, circulating it through his meridians, forcing its power against them and into them. Fire burned in his veins. But though there was pain, it was a good feeling. He wasn't beyond what he could bear yet. He kept pushing himself towards the limits, consciously breathing in more energy at a regular pace to feed the fires inside of him. When the fire inside him reached their peak and began to overflow, he grasped them in his control, wrestling the strands of energy around each other until they began to form another ball. The second star. It grew and grew and grew, becoming harder and harder to control. His meridians were on fire, the pain constantly intensifying. But he pushed back the physical pain with his memories, which bore much worse emotional pain, and the desire to somehow make amends for what had happened. As he pushed himself, knew the energy would eventually exceed his capacity, but he was unable to pull back. And when he reached the limits of his control, it once more collapsed into a more condensed star, the second star, burning bright. He'd made it. Perhaps he might be able to have some success at cultivation after all. Chapter 7. With every breath he took, Anton felt the energy of the world suffusing his body. It wasn't so much as when he focused on cultivation, but after his meridians were tempered, the process was much more automatic. The energy flowed more easily through him, and he found he was able to apply it outside of himself more effectively as well. It turned out there was Acarexia after all. His subsequent cultivation would go more smoothly. Though the next level was the most important. He would be able to join the Order of 99 Stars if he reached the third level of the body foundation stage. If he didn't, then he just wasn't good enough. The constant influx of energy allowed him to speed up the process of burying the villagers of Dungan on even more. It also helped that the spring thaws were beginning and the ground was less frozen. That also gave him the impetus to work as quickly as he could. He had needed to change several shovels as they wore out. But with more energy providing a defensive layer and sharp Nesto the shovel, he was able to be more effective and wear out his equipment less. Anton's knowledge of cultivation was limited, but he was aware that besides cultivation techniques like the one he had, there were methods to make better use of the energy for various uses. At the current moment, he felt he had only a basic grasp of how it could be used. But it was still so powerful. Each step he took made him realize how strong those at the next stage must be, especially if they had a young body to go with it. He didn't even know what the next stage was called. The scroll he had for the 99 stars only covered body foundation. Not that he needed to concern himself with that when he was only at the second level out of 10. As Anton performed the breathing technique, he could feel not only his lungs pulling in natural energy, but the pores in his skin where his meridians reached the outside of his body. It was only a very small force, but quite real, in a way that made cultivation more complex. He wasn't sure whether to gather all the energy in his danchin or try to circulate it from wherever it ended up. Some experimentation showed him little noticeable differences, except he could more directly reach the pathways he wanted from the danchin, which connected with meridians stretching to every part of his body. If he didn't go through the danchin, he still had to take a circuitous route for over half of the energy. He also found it was slightly easier to use energy refined by the stars in his danchin, so that seemed like the best method. Eventually, all of it would end up in his torso. Anton appreciated the thought of having better eyesight by tempering the organs of his head. And muscles and strong bones were always welcome. But as all of his breathing in energy flowed through his lungs, he felt that was the next logical step. He was also somewhat concerned about his heart. Perhaps it would explode and kill him during this step. But if that was the case, he might as well get it over with. The energy from the world continuously flowed into him, through his lungs and pores into his danchin to be refined into a more usable form by the stars. Then it flowed right back into his lungs, his heart, his liver, stomach, every organ in his torso. He thought to prioritize his lungs and heart, but it seemed wiser to give all of the organs their fair share. That way he wouldn't overload any of them, and to be honest, he thought that having a stronger stomach could be quite useful. He had felt his guts working, and when they weren't working as well, his life could be quite unpleasant. His heart and lungs kept him alive every second, but the rest played their part as well. Energy flowed smoothly through him, his newly tempered meridians making the work almost trivial. At the end of 2 weeks, he found himself at a bottleneck once more. But he was able to quickly gather the energy to push through. And though his organs strained and groaned, they grew stronger and tougher. Before finally releasing the excess energy which he formed into another star inside him, according to the cultivation manual. Yes. Tempering his meridian second had been the right choice. It was surprising how fast it made cultivation. Now, after just 3 months, he'd already reached the third level of 99 stars. If he continued at that pace, he might reach spirit building in a year. Or maybe 2 or 3, since it was implied that the progress would slow down. He supposed the bandits would be cultivating as well, and they would pull away from him if he didn't keep pushing himself. However, Anton felt he could use the guidance of those with experience, so he knew how much was too much. As long as he could make it to the order, he would be able to join, and he could learn more there. Reaching the order wasn't as simple as it sounded, but Anton was much more able to travel across the country for a whole month now, compared to at least the previous 2 or 3 decades. Before he set out on his journey, Anton hunted some more animals to make jerky out of. He also did his best to prepare some hides that he hoped to sell on the way so he could buy more supplies. Hunting in unfamiliar territory was much lower on the list of things he wanted to do. Since there could easily be magical beasts in unfamiliar forests, or they might be claimed by some local lord or cultivators. Besides, that would slow down his trip. The spring air wasn't quite warm, but it was refreshing. The most refreshing part was leaving behind Dunganon. A cloud of sadness hung over the whole village, inescapable as long as he was there. Concentrating on his cultivation and thoughts of revenge could only do so much to distract him. Now, he could try to enjoy new sights as he traveled along the road, doing his best to ignore the fact that the road was mostly slushy mud mixed with ice and instead focusing on the early flowers growing. Anton found he was able to do basic cultivation as he walked. At least, he could absorb the energy of the world as he moved, gathering it for use when he stopped for the night. He would camp wherever on the road he found himself when it became dark, cultivating until he felt he'd hit his limit for the night, then sleeping until dawn. He would eat and return to the road. That cycle continued for a week before he found any significant obstacle on the road. Spring rains poured down. Not exactly warm, but much more welcome than the snow of winter. Anton's boots squelched in the mud as he walked, but he found that his balance was much more adequate than it had once been. His body was almost returning to a state where he felt Iwinga. Of course, he distantly remembered Akchubbing young. But feeling less old was good enough for him. He occasionally passed people on the road, but had little to say to them. He didn't know what people thought of an old man like himself, but he had little desire for conversation. He occasionally stopped in towns, but he couldn't afford the prices of a room at an inn. food was the most important, and he needed to last a month. As he passed through a little town, he saw a crowd of people gathered around in the rain. That was certainly unusual, but the reason soon became clear. Up ahead was a river that hadn't been on any map that Anton had ever seen. Then again, it was more of a large stream. And he hadn't needed maps of the whole of Greoton. It was impossible to tell how large the stream normally was. But at the current moment, it was overflowing its banks. The small bridge crossing it was half flooded and seemed unable to withstand the currents, swaying in a most concerning way. A bridge flooding out was certainly enough to get a village gathered around with concern. But as he approached, Anton noticed more. He saw a young child attempting to cross the bridge from the far side. "Jimmy, be careful!" A worried mother called out from where her feet were just getting flooded by the river. Anton took stock of the situation. The flooding wasn't caused by just the gentle rains in the area, but likely runoff from the nearby mountains at the same time. It was unlikely anyone could have anticipated the trouble at the current moment. Anton approached closer. The bridge was certainly precarious, but it could likely carry the child as he walked across. Clutching the railing and trying to keep his feet on the slippery surface. A sudden surge of water, however, immediately changed the situation. Anton heard the bridge crack and snap. While it somehow remained partly attached to the shore, it tilted, flinging the young boy off of the bridge. His body reacted before his mind could process anything. He was surprised how easy it was to leap into the center of the river, but his surprise was tempered by freezing water in his face and the chaos of a flooding river. He had just missed the boy, grabbing out at him as he hit the water. It took a moment to reorient himself. Getting tossed head over heels in the water, he somehow spotted a form further down the river. His arms reached out, pulling on the water as quickly as they could to propel him toward the boy. Anton just managed to reach the struggling young boy and grab an arm when another huge rush of water came over them, surging down the river, pushing both of them under. Chapter 8. Turbulent waters completely filled Anton's vision. He was unable to really swim. Keeping his grasp on the child with one hand and weighed down by his clothes and traveling gear. The two of them surged down the river without direction. Anton vaguely saw or sensed something up ahead, and instinctively wrapped himself around Jimmy protectively. A moment later, he impacted a large rock in the middle of the stream. The sudden collision forced air out of his lungs as he only afterwards thought to summon his energy. It wrapped around himself and the boy as they hurtled downstream. Newly fallen logs and disruptive boulders were all too common, and there were only rare moments when the pair surfaced, and they didn't have a real chance to breathe. Anton took all of the force of the river upon himself, unable to let a child be hurt. He kicked his legs, struggling to find the surface and a shore. After what felt like an eternity of darkness and being underwater, he managed to bump into a root overhanging a washed-out section of river. He grabbed onto it with one hand, stopping them. He pulled the young boy in his arm out of the water, but he had no expression nor breath. Anton didn't have the flexibility or strength of his youth, but with all his effort he managed to toss the child up onto the shore. He used both arms to drag himself up the root and onto the shore, where he pulled the child further from the river, just in time to avoid the bank collapsing further beneath him. The child continued to draw no breath, and his lips were blue, but Anton wasn't done yet. What was the point in cultivating if he couldn't save even a single child? He pressed down on the child's stomach, hoping to force him to expel the water in his lungs. It barely seemed to work, and Anton knew he couldn't afford to waste time. He had to get the water out. Energy was still new and mysterious. But he placed his hands on the child's chest and gently reached inside with his energy. He could feel the water that filled them. Not completely, but far too much. He tried to drag it out, and combined with a small amount of force on the child's abdomen, water spurted out. Then more and more. A moment later, the child was coughing and sputtering. A good sign, if unpleasant. He stopped shortly after expelling more water, breathing raggedly. With his energy, Anton felt water remaining in the boy's lungs. He wasn't sure what problems that might cause. So he once again carefully reached inside with his energy, forming it into a cup with which he dragged the water until it was outside the boy. His breathing eased somewhat, but he was still freezing. Anton looked around. He wasn't sure how far downstream they had gone, but finding which way to go was trivial. He just had to walk upstream parallel to the river, though not too close. Clearly, the exact area wasn't traveled too much, because in the dark it was hard to pick out anything like a trail. Nearer to the river would be clear, but quite dangerous. He walked with the child on his back, step by step through the rain. If his body hadn't been tempered, he would have already collapsed long before. His heart and lungs were working overtime to keep up. But while he felt the burn in his lungs as his steps quickened, he was able to continue. Soon he stumbled upon the buildings of the village whose name he hadn't yet learned. He knocked on the nearest door, where they seemed to have a fire going. The door opened. "Who are?" A man opened the door, looking over Anton. Then he saw the boy's head peeking over his shoulder. "Is that little Jimmy come inside?" "You both look half drowned. More than that, even." Anton managed to comply, getting inside the hut and setting down the boy carefully before collapsing into a heap himself. Then his consciousness faded as he felt safety. When he awoke, he found himself wrapped in a bundle of blankets next to the fire, with nothing underneath. His clothes had surely been soaked through. He sat up, looking around. The man who had come to the door was sitting at a table nearby and noticed his alertness. "Ah, you are awake," Anton nodded. "W here is." "The boy, he's all right. I went to find his mother, and he already went home. That was a brave thing you did." "Old stranger, Lucy and the rest of us are extremely grateful." The man inclined his head respectfully. I am Daryl, by the way. That little Jimmy is my nephew. So, thank you for saving him. Anton smiled. I couldn't do anything but. I had children of my own and couldn't bear to see one lost. Especially if it just exchanged these old bones of mine for someone with youth. Anton meant that even though he still had to live to get revenge on the bandits and save his family, that goal was too far off. If he let himself lose his humanity and couldn't even save a little child, what good was he? At least he knew he still had part of himself, because he hadn't even thought about it. I am Anton Krantz. By the way, it's good to meet you. Daryl scratched his head. Listen, about your things. Your clothes will do fine once they dry. The tent too, obviously, and that strange scroll somehow seems fine. But your travel supplies and your bow seem quite ruined. The bow itself snapped in half from some impact in the river. You yourself have some nasty bruises. When he thought about it, Anton did notice the pain from those. It was just. Not nearly so much pain as he'd felt over the last few months, even just physically. I'll be fine. I lived this long. Daryl nodded. You are a tough old man, all right? Listen, we don't have any bows that can replace yours here. But we can fill your pack with supplies, though your travels might be quite delayed with the bridge in the state it is. That is fine, Anton said. I can wait. The villagers of Helm for Thrill, that was what the village was called. Once he had the chance to speak to them, were all very grateful for Anton's arrival. A small village like theirs only had a few children, and losing one of them would have been devastating for more than just his family. Everyone knew everyone. So each child was treated almost like everyone's own. The flood died down within the next 2 days, though the drizzle continued over the village, but a sudden flood from the mountains was likely no longer a concern. Listen, Anton, we appreciate what you did with Jimmy. You really don't have to. Daryl seemed to be trying to stop Anton from working on the new bridge, but he couldn't stop him. He might have been able to physically wrestle Anton to the ground, though it would be close, and he really didn't want to. Anton pounded stakes deep into the earth. I appreciate the concern, but I've been working hard my whole life. If I stop now, maybe I'll just turn into a pile of dirt. Anton hadn't built a bridge before, but he'd set up fences and barns many times. He might not have been able to design the bridge, but he could certainly contribute as much as an average man. Besides, I might as well help speed up the process. Get out of your hair a bit earlier. Now don't go saying I can stay as long as I like. I know you all don't have too much extra food, especially after such a winter. Daryl didn't have much to say to that. Just nodding and getting back to his own work. It took several days to complete the bridge. And during half the night, Anton continued his cultivation. Circulating the energy throughout his body really helped with the bruises, clearing them up rather more rapidly. They might still last a week or two, But for an old man like himself, the fact that they would ever heal was quite remarkable. Cultivation was an amazing thing. Anton thought everyone should try it. Though he had to admit it had been a bit risky at the start. He was working on the 4th level, where he'd chosen to refine the organs in his head. Basically, his eyes and ears and everything connecting down to his torso. His brain too, apparently, though he had to be careful with that. He'd chosen the next step mostly for his eyes. Though now he was down a bow and archery skills weren't much good without. Still, spotting things from a distance was good. Soon enough he would move on from Helm for thrill. It was enticing to just stay in a small village forever. But they didn't need him. And he had all of Dungan on to avenge. Or if nothing else, at least he might help others along the way to the Order of 99 Stars. Chapter 9. Just a few days' travel away from Helmfirth, the population density started to pick up. There was more farmland, and each village and city seemed to increase in size. He began to notice cultivators in the cities. The way they carried themselves and how they were equipped made their status clear. But Anton noticed something else. He could feel them. It certainly wasn't any of his normal senses, but nonetheless he clearly felt it. About halfway through his journey, he came across a group on the road. 5 cultivators walking in a loose formation. He thought to pass them, but as they were next to them on the road, the leader turned towards him and spoke. "Are you from the Order of 99 Stars?" Anton took stock of the man. He had an average build. Maybe a bit on the small side. Clearly young. However, his tone was friendly. And Anton sensed something from him. Not answering wouldn't help him if they were enemies. Because at the very minimum, he could tell each of them were stronger than himself. "I am not yet, but I am hoping to join. I was told I would have the chance if I reached the 3rd level." Anton's eyes finally made their way to a subtle pin on the man's cloak made up of 9 stars. The man smiled and nodded. "I thought so. Who's your sponsor?" "Vincent," Anton responded. "That's usually the case." "He's quite a recruiter." The man nodded pleasantly. "Good luck with the test. Perhaps we will be brothers in the future." As they walked away, Anton became more certain of the sense of familiarity. Somehow, he could feel the resonance between his own cultivation technique and them. However, he felt they were all at least at the 5th level of body foundation, with the leader being 8th or 9th. Pinning it down exactly was difficult. Behind him, Anton heard a whispered voice from one of the others. "Why encourage him like that? You know how unlikely someone of his age is to be accepted." The leader responded, "That may be so. But here is no reason to be discouraging either. Besides, Vincent seems to have a knack for such things. Perhaps the man will find a place for himself." Once they were quite a bit further away, Anton sighed. None of them appeared over 20 years old. Perhaps his estimations were slightly off. because it was said cultivators aged more slowly, but he knew it would be quite difficult to match them. Still, he had to try. From that point on, he saw more patrols by members of the Order of 99 Stars. Not all of them stopped to talk to him, but they were all quite pleasant when they did, though he could tell that they didn't have much thought for his actual chances. It wasn't long before Anton found himself at the end of his journey. Edel Hall was just outside of the territory of the Order of 99 Stars. It was the biggest city Anton had ever seen. Not that he was that familiar with large cities. However, Alcombe was quite a large city for the region he had grown up in. It just paled in comparison to Edel Hall. Anton noticed all sorts of cultivators, including many practicing the cultivation technique of the Order of 99 Stars. Though he would have loved to tour the city, he could only really pass through. He had no money and would have to camp out nearby. As he passed through, he overheard some people talking. It was hard to ignore, especially with his hearing being enhanced. He was close to finishing the refinement, and he'd already benefited greatly. I am glad we made it so quickly. If we took a few extra days, we'd miss the recruitment period and have to wait a whole month for the next one. The speaker was a young man who radiated a feeling Anton felt as the third level of the 99 Stars, just like himself. They were likewise talking to another youngster. Anton was taken aback for a moment as he saw her face. She looked like a younger Tabby, or an older Annalie, but then the feeling passed. How many young women were there with dark hair? Especially in a city of this size, or drawing from Olive Greyauton, he was just still sensitive about everything that had happened. Another month wouldn't matter either way, the young woman answered. More training would be good for us. The young man sighed. Kamion Kotarena, you can't be satisfied with just the basic cultivation manual. They've got training grounds with abundant energy, special techniques, and masters to learn from. Every day we cultivate there will be so much more effective. The young woman seemed to not be overly excited at the thought of such amenities. I suppose so. But I'd rather just not bother with the test. Humph. You might be able to make it in another month, but I'd still have to take the test. I'd at least like to get a chance this time. The young man crossed his arms. At that point, Anton was far enough away to not hear any more of them, and he pulled his eyes away. It was amazing how well they worked now. He could make out people from an entire city block away. Outside of Edel Hall, Anton found he wasn't the only one who would be camping. There were a few other tents set up near the entrance posts, declaring the land behind them belonged to the Order of 99 Stars. He set up his tent away from the few others for privacy in both directions. Anton thought to sleep to rest up for the morning. But he couldn't. Besides, he had spent a month on the road cultivating. It was a habit that was hard to break. And he felt he was close to reaching the next level. As he began cultivating, he felt the energy was much stronger than anywhere else he had been. around Dungannon was actually fairly decent compared to many places on the road. But the natural energy in the area seemed twice as thick, though he wasn't sure how to actually compare them. Regardless, he soon found himself full to bursting. Besides successfully completing the initial body tempering, the fourth level had taken him the longest. Even with more experience in cultivation and tempered meridians, it seemed that he would be slowing down. But he could at least make this next breakthrough right now. Energy flowed through him like a rushing river. However, Anton's tempered meridians kept all of it exactly in line with his wishes, circulating from his dantian below his navel up through his torso and into his head. From there, the energy was intentionally dispersed through his head. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue. All of them received a portion. His spine was left untouched. The cultivation method noted that a different technique was required for bones and the like. The upper portion of his throat received an inpouring of energy as well. The area he had to be most careful with was his brain. He felt the energy rushing into it, little rivulets that strengthened it bit by bit. Then everything reached its limits. And he was done. From his head flowed another star, his fourth star. In the morning, Anton found his way towards the gates of the Order of 99 Stars, or at least the building at this border. There wasn't a large wall surrounding the area. And as Anton looked into the distance, he could see why that might be. The Order of 99 Stars didn't just own a complex of buildings, but if he was correct, they owned an entire mountain and the area surrounding it. Asmol Mountain, perhaps. But the area was much too large to build a meaningful wall around. In the distance, he could just barely spot the walls of a larger complex up the slope, even with his newly refined eyes. Then again, they were still slightly short of his peak when he was younger. It was easy to figure out where he was supposed to be going. A conglomeration of newer cultivators were lining up in front of a number of cultivators at the 5th level of body foundation or higher. Anton saw an older man as well. The man appeared to be middle age, but the aura he gave off was much greater. Was he in spirit building? Somewhere even beyond that Anton hadn't been around Vincent since he started cultivating. So he had nobody to compare to but himself and the rest of those immediately present. The elder in front was clearly part of the administration of testing, directing people in one way or another, but sometimes sending them directly away, hanging their heads. From what Anton could tell, that was because they hadn't reached the 3rd level of cultivation. He could tell some cultivated a different technique. But those who were of similar power at least were passed on somehow. The initial line moved fairly quickly. But there were many people, and it took most of the morning before Anton was about halfway towards the front. At that point, one of the disciples in the area who was standing away from the line called out to him. "You there?" The disciple pointed. "The... old man," Anton said in response, pointing to himself. "Yes, You. The disciple waved him over. Come over here. You are not supposed to be standing in that line. Was he not Anton didn't see anywhere else to go? What had he done wrong? He thought he would at least be given the chance to join since he'd reached the 3rd level. Still, it was best not to cause a fuss in public. Perhaps he could talk to the man in private. He stepped out of the line towards the younger man. It would be unfortunate if he lost his spot, but if he had to wait a day or a month for his next chance, at least he would have won. Chapter 10. Anton moved forward to the disciple. 6th level of body foundation. By the feel of him, keeping his voice as steady as he could, despite his misgivings. I am sorry. I was told that as long as I reached the 3rd level, I would have a chance to join, despite my age. The disciple looked at him askance. Of course that's true. But you are at the 4th level, so follow me. Anton did so, and soon they were outside the building where people were gathered. He saw some of the potential recruits off to the side, sparring with each other and performing other tests. However, they continued past them. Where are we going, young man? What do you mean? He looked over his shoulder and asked. We're going to the sect, obviously. Had he done something wrong by cultivating to the 4th level? Anton hadn't seen any warnings about that. So that we can set you up with your plot and introduce you to things? That didn't sound bad. What about the test? Anton asked. What about the test? I doubt it would do you much good to take it. You didn't cultivate all the way to the 4th level just so you would have to take the test? The young man continued walking. We can always find a use for people who made it to the 4th level alone. Were you not told that? Anton shook his head. No, I merely continued cultivating on the road while I traveled. So I reached the 4th level. You must be from quite far then. Anton nodded. I am from the far east of Greyoton. I was sponsored by Vincent. Oh yeah, I was too. The young man nodded. Not that I am alone in that respect. About half of those from a background outside of cultivation that joined seem to have been sponsored by him. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but he's usually moving around on missions, so he finds quite a few people. The young man extended his hand. I am Sterling, by the way. Anton, he shook the young man's hand, feeling the interplay of the energy that gathered about them. It is good to meet you. Anton was quite used to walking, but he found the pace of Sterling hard to keep up with. The young man seemed to notice, slowing down to a quick but manageable pace. Anton could see why he would be in a hurry. The road into the sect continued quite far up the mountain. Half an hour of brisk walking later, and Anton wished he had already tempered his muscles or bones. Yet with the basic tempering of his entire body, he felt young enough that it might be good for him to push himself somewhat. That said, he decided he would need to temper his muscles next. As they climbed the increasing slope, Anton felt himself reinvigorated by the denser natural energy in the area. It wasn't a difference he could have noticed before cultivating, nor taken advantage of. Now he was practiced enough to slowly circulate his energy while moving. The very slow influx of energy into his muscles relieved any fatigue he might have felt from the climb. Along the way, they passed a number of modest homes, quite a bit smaller than where Anton had lived. But he imagined they didn't house so many people either. Finally, they began to near the complex he had spotted from so far down the mountain. This is the central area. Most everything you need can be handled here. Sterling waved to the guards at the gate. I have a new recruit. The gate guards nodded in return. Just like Sterling, they were young. However, they were clearly past the 10th star. Somewhere in Spirit Building. 4th star, huh? One of the guards commented. His tone wasn't unfriendly. But Anton felt there was something more to it. What was it about 4th star people that was so bad he didn't have to take the test? Beyond that, he wasn't sure. He'd have to think more about it later. Inside the complex, Sterling showed Anton various places. Here is the armory. You can exchange contribution points for weapons and armor there. The technique library is important as well. You can stop by there to check out the options later. Of course, when you reach Spirit Building, you'll need to pick up the complete version of 99 Stars to study. Anton didn't miss the stumble. Was it that hard to get to Spirit Building? He couldn't be sure, since he was only less than halfway through Body Foundation. He did notice that each stage was harder as each subsequent star took more energy. Can I see the technique before that? You can. It won't do much good until you are at least at the 9th star. Heading towards Spirit Building. Oh, but you'll have to be with the sect for a year before you can look at it. We don't want people coming in to take our cultivation technique if they're going to go rogue. Sterling paused. It's okay to leave the sect and even continue practicing 99 stars. But we can't have any evil cultivators going around using our technique. It's bad for those who they would harm and our reputation. Sterling continued to point out more buildings. Here is the lecture halls. Check the schedule every month. The elders have many helpful insights to give, even to those with years of practice. The sparring rings are there, with formations to protect people from serious injury. Occasionally, we have competitions as well. Sterling gestured to a wing of the complex. There is where most of the elders stay. You are not forbidden to go there, but I would suggest not disturbing them without a reason. Sterling thought for a few moments. Oh, we need to show you the job hall and the rewards hall. Unless you brought money with you? You'll need the contribution points you can get through various methods. The managers at the rewards chamber will also be assigning you to your plot of land and give you your badge. The complex they were walking through was still almost the size of a city. Maybe not one so large as Edel Hull, but the order of 99 stars was spread out over quite a large area. It had taken over an hour to reach the central complex. If he was going to be visiting often, Anton would need to make better time. Muscle tempering would help with that. At the desk of the rewards hall was a woman Anton presumed was an elder. Though it was strange to call people who were younger than him an elder. Or wash younger cultivation had some effect on extending age, but the woman was barely gray and light on wrinkles. Could that make up for 40 years of difference Anton didn't know? Because all his information had come from things he'd overheard from before he was a cultivator. And instructions specifically to allow him to cultivate the 99 stars. New outer disciple here. Elder Lois. Sterling gestured to Anton. The elder nodded. Very well. One moment. She moved away from the desk into a room behind her, coming out with a palm-sized token and a small map. I've circled your plot on the map. Do take good care of it. If you topple the house, you'll have to rebuild it. It doesn't sound like something I'd have to tell people, but every couple of years. She shook her head. Well, I imagine you might be less inclined to recklessness at your age. She placed the token in Anton's hand, pouring some of her energy in it. Now put some of your energy in. Anton did so, and he felt a slight connection to it. Great. That's your identifier. Keep it on you, especially if you are leaving sect grounds. Don't lose it or destroy it, etc. They're not too expensive to identify body foundation cultivators, but it's best to start good habits. The ones to uniquely identify spirit building and higher require more to verify people properly. Thank you. Elder Lois, Anton bowed his head. While it might have felt weird to call someone potentially younger than him elder, he didn't mind being respectful. It didn't hurt him, and having people think well of him was always good. Besides, he didn't spend so long teaching his children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren how to be polite to then flaunt those teachings. Inside the job hall, Sterling explained the system. It's pretty simple. It's generally organized by difficulty. A 4th-star cultivator like yourself can probably handle anything up to about this point. Though the combat missions might be a bit dangerous without equipment. Some of the jobs change out, but they're always looking for people to help with labor. It's not glamorous, but you can get contribution points for helping out the sect in any way. Including introducing new outer disciples to the sect. Sterling nodded. That's one of them. Maybe you'll do this yourself someday. If you have experience refining pills or equipment, those are the best pay. But it's no good for those who don't have the knowledge. Farming jobs are quite steady, as there are crops for every season. You can also help in the library, though those positions usually fill up pretty fast. I might try out a number of things and see what fits you. If you are interested in refining pills or equipment, taking any jobs working with the herbs or around the smithies, even labor, will give you a leg up. I took a variety of jobs before I got enough equipment to hunt wild beasts. The sect grounds are quite large, and certain beasts are attracted to the high natural energy and the fields. Inner disciples generally take care of the stronger beasts, leaving the weaker ones for the outer disciples. Though be warned, you might encounter numerous weaker beasts if you aren't prepared. Sterling shook his head. Sometimes, cultivating peacefully for a while is the right move. Now then, let's find that plot. Chapter 11. The trip to his new house had Anton realizing how much he needed to be able to walk faster. Sterling was quite patient, walking at a speed he could go. But watching how he moved, Anton was aware he would generally go much faster. That was exemplified by those they passed going the other way, or those who passed them on the road. It seemed that despite his new vigor, Anton couldn't just ignore that he was an old man. He wasn't sure if he could keep up with so many young cultivators. And walking was the least of his concerns. By the time they arrived at Anton's new home, it was getting into the afternoon. To be honest, Anton almost missed it. Not because it was small, but because he thought the homes in the area wouldn't be for outer disciples. Each little complex in the area had 4 square buildings on the corners, connected by walls connecting them at the perimeter. And from the angle up the slope, Anton could just make out that they had walls connecting in the middle. Here it is, Sterling gestured. We try to make every plot for disciples of the same rank equivalent. Of course, with land parcels, that's impossible. But we can get close. The courtyard has enough room to grow a small patch of medicinal herbs if you have the interest, with room to cultivate and practice techniques. Other disciples will likely be assigned to the others after the selection today. Anton nodded. It's actually quite a bit larger than I expected. The home itself was about the same size as the main house back in Dungannon, without some of the little additions they'd added over the decades. Frankly, he felt it was much too large for a single person. But he wasn't going to complain. Thank you for your help, Sterling. I know I am a slow old man. And I appreciate you not rushing me. Sterling smiled. Don't worry. Patience is a virtue. And we'd rather have 1,000 cultivators with good attitude and perseverance than 10,000 geniuses. Nothing good comes of talent without character. Sterling inclined his head, then pointed up the slope towards a larger building. That building there is the meal hall for this section. I am still an outer disciple too, and I live on the other side of it. I'll probably see you there, at least in the mornings and evenings. Lunch is usually taken wherever you are working. With that, Sterling took his leave. Anton turned back to his new home, finding it sparsely but furnished but sufficient for any needs he had. He considered what he would do with the rest of the day. In the end, Anton's feet carried him all the way back to the central complex. It was too late to start any sort of job. But he could look at the job boards. Something that interested him more, however, was the technique library. He wasn't sure what things would be contained therein, but he knew they were quite useful. There was also the issue that Anton wasn't a fighter. Oh. He'd speared a few wild boars in his day, and his archery skills were quite decent for hunting, but he'd never fought a person, and especially not a cultivator, if he was to avenge his family. He needed to be able to fight. Quite frankly, he had little idea how cultivators fought, and he didn't want to bother anyone with trying to learn from them until he'd reached the limits of what he could study on his own. That might be a day, a week, or a few months. It was a complete unknown. He did stop by the job board to confirm where he would go for work. At least for the moment, he would be going with the most familiar option. They needed farm hands. And at the very least, he wouldn't be completely lost there. Plants cultivators cared about would likely require special care, but he would at least know the basic principles. Checking his map, he determined the closest plots that were requesting new workers, a mere half-hour from his new home. Depending on how the terrain and roads lined up, libraries were not a place Anton often had reason to visit. Dunga not only had personal collections of books, and while Anton had a small collection, spending money on books was a waste. Not that knowledge wasn't valuable, but he'd learned everything he needed to from his father, or through practice. There weren't any books about farming that would have things he didn't know. At least, not that he had ever seen. Strangely enough, a cultivator's library was much the same as any other, though with a much more powerful energy flowing through the area. Anton wasn't sure what it was all for, but he imagined some of it was involved with keeping the books and scrolls held within safe. The woman inside couldn't be a guard at all hours of the day, though Anton felt that while she was there, nothing could happen without her. She was a young woman, but he felt like she was at the peak of spirit building. It was hard to tell, but he felt at least 20 stars. Was she at the stage Befinthet? He wasn't sure, with nothing to compare to. And he wasn't sure if spirit building was another 10 stars or not. He'd made that assumption, but he just now realized it might be wrong. "Good day, honored librarian." "You are new," the woman immediately remarked. "It is good to see new faces. You can call me Librarian Mason, or Elder Mason if you prefer." "Pardon my words." "Elder Mason," Anton inclined his head. "I sensed your power, but I expected an elder to be." "Well, quite a bit older." She looked no older than any of his granddaughters, quite in the prime of her life. "I am sure you will find that cultivators are often quite a bit older than they look. However, I am indeed still quite young." Librarian Mason smiled. "I am certainly older than most of the new recruits, but there are occasionally exceptions like yourself." "What sort of technique are you interested in today? As a new outer disciple, your selection will be limited for the sake of caution. But we have quite a wide breadth of available techniques." "I had thought I would browse," Anton said. But as he looked over the many shelves, hundreds of them filled with books and scrolls of all sizes, he realized he would never find anything that way. "Honestly, I have no idea what would be best. but I am most familiar with archery, I think. I see. May I ask what parts of your body you have refined? Some of the techniques will be better suited for you with the proper refinements. Librarian Mason stood, gesturing for him to follow. Anton was a bit nervous about telling her what choices he'd made. What if he'd picked a bad path? Then again, he would eventually refine every part of his body. So if that was the case, he would just have to wait longer. An elder would hopefully not judge his choices too harshly. And he didn't sense anyone else nearby to overhear, so he cautiously spoke. After the initial refining, I refined my meridians. Then the organs in my torso and my head. I am currently refining my muscles. Some techniques will be difficult before you finish refining your muscles and tendons. But proper breath control and eyesight will help greatly. You should be quite able to at least begin learning anything. However, Librarian Mason stopped, her long hair swishing past her waist. Here we are. She pulled two scrolls and a thin book off the shelves. These are the best techniques. Take a quick look. Anton browsed through them. The scrolls were much less impressive than the 99-star scroll. But they still had a mystical quality to them. The first one was titled Spirit Arrows. From a quick look, it was a method to make arrows out of the archer's energy, requiring no physical arrow to nock. Normally, energy would not so easily maintain its form away from a cultivator without something to keep it anchored. It seemed to have serious requirements for the amount of energy used, and having the meridians refined was required. The second scroll was Hawkeye's archery. It contained multiple techniques related to each other. One was to focus energy on the eyes to improve the eyesight. And the others were techniques for controlling arrows so they could actually hit a target at a far distance. It didn't matter if a cultivator could see clearly a kilometer away. If an arrow didn't stay on target, wind was a factor. But also air resistance, even without any particular currents, seemed to be a factor. Of course. It required the cultivator to have the organs in their head refined. The thin manual was less mystical in nature. It was called 1,000 Arrows, and seemed to cover every technique for firing a bow faster. That covered bow style, how to hold each bow, how to nock arrows, quivers, and then some actual special training techniques to improve draw speed and strength. It seemed that the latter would require muscle and tendon refinements to be used to their fullest. Anton had trouble deciding which of them he liked the best. Having no need for arrows was interesting. At least as an emergency it would have value. Eyesight was quite tempting as well. 1,000 Arrows seemed interesting, but not something he was ready to study in depth yet. You can study them at a desk, if you wish. Or in your room. Librarian Mason's voice stirred him out of his thoughts. We have additional copies of Hawkeye's Archery and 1,000 Arrows. You can keep Spirit Arrows for a month without issue. Beyond that, we may send a representative to retrieve it, if someone else asks for it. Librarian Mason held up a token with a stylized scroll on it. This is the token of a library worker. It is unlikely anyone else will pretend to be from the library, but sometimes people make poor decisions. Anton nodded. Thank you. I would like to borrow all 3 of these, then. He paused for a moment, then decided to ask his question. I am aware that the full 90 stay 9 stars is not available for study until I have been a disciple for at least a year. However, I am curious about something. You seem to have 20-something stars. Have you passed beyond spirit building to the next stage? Librarian Mason smiled. That sort of information is not what is kept secret. We just don't wish those we do not yet fully trust to cultivate a technique so closely associated with us. After body foundation, the next 18 stars are the 7 purifications and 11 orbits. It is only at the 29th star that one would step into constellation formation, so I am not yet at that point. I appreciate the explanation, Anton said. He wasn't sure what the details of the purifications and orbits were, but properly judging which stage people were in seemed important. He knew there was a large leap in power upon reaching each stage. He could easily feel the difference between body foundation and spirit building. Now that he knew that spirit building lasted until the 28th star, he updated his thoughts of Librarian Mason from a slightly weak constellation formation cultivator to an exceptionally strong spirit-building cultivator. Chapter 12. It wasn't possible to learn a combat technique overnight, though Anton still put in his best effort. He was hindered by the fact that he didn't have a bow, so he could only practice some of the vision techniques from Hawkeye's archery and begin a basic attempt at spirit arrows. If he had a bow, he might have tried out a few things from Thousand Arrows, but to get a bow he needed to work. And to work, he needed to rest. Anton woke up before dawn. That was his regular time, and he was planning to get to regular work. First, he needed some sustenance, so he found his way over to the dining hall nearest to him. The kitchens were just getting started, but Anton saw there were some industrious workers there as well. He got a nice bowl of porridge and some toast, perhaps because he hadn't eaten in the company of others in quite some time. He felt it was the best meal he'd had in months, maybe half a year, if he was honest. Not the most filling, because Vincent had certainly filled him up, but the most ultimately satisfying. There were few others awake in the early morning, and none who were interested in sitting next to an old man. That left Anton open to observe those around him. Unlike the impression he'd first gotten, he found that the disciples of the Order of 99 Stars weren't all quite what he thought. Those involved with testing like Sterling had all been 6th star or higher. But there were some 5th star and even a small handful of 4th star cultivators like Anton. The large dining hall was still mostly empty even with those people in it, seemingly able to support hundreds at the same time. However, Anton supposed that most of the 3rd star cultivators would be young fellows just joining. Then in a few weeks they would reach the 4th star and begin to surpass him. He needed to do his best to at least keep up with some of them, or he'd never have his chance. Anton finished his light meal. He was sure after a half day of labor he would be quite famished and ready for a heavier meal. He found himself already looking forward to what that might be as he headed towards the nearest fields. It was dawn when he arrived, and Anton found there were only a handful of others there with him. "Are there not that many workers?" Anton asked of the youth next to him. "There are more," the young man replied. "But they'll show up sometime after dawn. Elder Howland doesn't mind as long as they put in the work. Though those of us who show up at dawn usually get paid better? You are new here. I take it I am Hoyt." Hoyt extended his hand. Everyone can tell, apparently. Anton received the hand and shook it. "Anton. Pleased to meet you, Senior Anton." "Just Anton is fine. We're both 4th star cultivators, outer disciples. If anything, I should call you Senior Hoyt, since you joined before me." Hoyt grimaced. "Please don't." Elder Howland showed up not a few minutes later. Though Anton had the feeling that he'd been around the whole time. There weren't many places to hide in the untilled and currently empty fields, but somehow he'd almost appeared from nowhere. Anton had turned to see him as soon as he felt the 15-star presence, but he was already close by that point. Anton first became suspicious as he was handed a hoe. He was no stranger to tilling soil by hand. But as soon as the family farm had expanded enough, he'd gotten an ox and a proper plow. There was no way that the Order of 99 Stars didn't know the utility of an ox, or couldn't afford one. It wasn't as if they were working on a small area, either. He didn't complain. Beginning to till the soil as instructed, though he didn't hear anything new. He swung his hoe. Feeling like an 80, maybe even as young a 7-tire-old man as his hoe connected with soil, turning it. He recalled his children and grandchildren complaining about his overworking himself. But he only pushed himself as hard as he needed, just enough to take care of the day's work. As he swung his hoe, Anton circulated the 99 Stars cultivation technique, feeding some of the surrounding natural energy into his muscles. Each swing into the dirt stirred up more natural energy, and his suspicions intensified. Some of the others in the area seemed to be focusing on their muscles, but weren't cultivating at all. Anton felt Hoyt was doing the same thing as him. He couldn't blame the kid for having sloppy technique. Anton's own near-century of experience was something hard to match. At least Hoyt was clearly trying. Some didn't seem concerned about their technique, just trying to run out the clock. Anton put all of his muscle into the swings, working his arms and back, and even his legs. By the time lunch came, he was nearly exhausted. Lunch was delivered to the work area, consisting of a selection of various things. Many disciples went straight for the meats, but Anton made sure to mix in vegetables. He had to admit that they were the best quality he had ever tasted. Something about the natural energy in the area, perhaps. After resting for lunch, he felt reinvigorated enough to continue exhausting himself until evening. Hoyt's legs carried him in the same direction as Anton. It appeared he lived in the same region. Instead of coming from the other side of the fields like most of the other workers, there wasn't much to discuss about their day. But Anton brought up the one thing he thought was strange. Why do we not use plows? It would require many fewer workers to till the fields. Hoyt shrugged. I can't say for sure. If you ask Elder Howland, he says something about animals disturbing the natural energy in the area. However, if you ask me, well, I think you've stumbled onto this idea yourself. They just want to see how we work. And whether we think to cultivate ourselves while we cultivate the land? Anton grinned. Are you from a farming background? No, my father was a laborer in Edel Hall. Still, I interacted with them enough to know what they were talking about. Cultivating the body isn't exactly like cultivating land, but they can clearly be done together. Just wait until we get to picking weeds from among the magic herbs. Here is so much natural energy there. Hoyt shook his head. Well, it's not possible to use it all. And some needs to be left for the plants. But it's just as much as some of the nice training places that you have to pay for. And you get paid instead. Hoyt lived more to the north of the dining hall, while Anton lived to the south. So they parted ways at the conclusion of dinner. As Anton was approaching, he noticed something. The other residences were now occupied. He should have expected that, but he'd forgotten. Before heading to greet them, he moved into his courtyard, washing off the day's dirt and grime with a few buckets of water from the pump there. It seemed extravagant for each courtyard to have its own pump, but then again cultivators seemed to value privacy. Anton found his way to his first neighbor. He could tell that they weren't immediately in the middle of cultivation, so he knocked on their door. A man perhaps in his late 20s answered the door. Yes. What is it? Am I being summoned for something? Anton did his best to smile pleasantly. I just thought it would be good to introduce myself. I am Anton, one of your neighbors. Oh, yes. The man looked him over. I am Hayden. Good to meet you. Though he said the words, his expression and the way he quickly closed the door belied the actual meaning of them. His reception at the second neighbor was not particularly better. A young woman just at the border of adulthood responded to his knock. Anton took the initiative to introduce himself and his purpose for being there. Oh, hello. I am Velvet. The young woman bowed her head. You are. The old man who got to skip the test. Right. How'd you do that Anton side? Those at the 4th star do not have to take the test. I see, she nodded. So you spent all that time cultivating to the 4th star alone so you could join the sect. I suppose that makes sense. While Velvet was slightly more pleasant than Hayden, her words clearly indicated she didn't think much of Anton. He hadn't even known he would skip the test by being 4th star. If he'd known, he wasn't sure if he should have delayed slightly or not. Failing the test would have been disheartening. Something Anton noticed from the first two neighbors was that they didn't cultivate the 99 stars. Well, they were just starting to show signs of it, but they seemed to be something similar to the third star in other techniques. Presumably, they would be changing cultivation techniques, though perhaps they had access to something particularly impressive, though in that case they might have little use for the order as a whole. Even with its other resources, his third and final neighbor was cultivating when he arrived. However, they stopped when he stood outside the door. Perhaps they sensed him, but regardless, Anton took the chance to knock. Opening the door was a young woman who he recognized from the test. "Good evening. I am Anton." The neighbor in the house counterclockwise one in the complex. The young woman nodded. "Katerina. I don't mean to pry, but I believe I passed you in Edelhull. Did the young man you were with earlier get assigned to a different complex?" The young woman had little expression on her face as she spoke. "Number Timothy is kind of an idiot. He failed the test." "I am sorry to hear that." "Don't be," Katerina said. "He'll probably pass next month anyway." Katerina squinted her eyes at Anton. "Weren't you third star? I managed to complete the fourth star just in time for the test. Or lack of it, apparently." "I see," Katerina nodded. "Good evening." She inclined her head and closed the door. Though her words were straightforward, they seemed at least generally polite, though unexpressive. Anton felt her return to cultivating again, not a few moments later. So she had sensed him coming. She was third star as well, apparently having already been practicing the 90 stop 9 stars, and he felt she would reach fourth star fairly quickly. Indeed, if she'd somehow failed the test, she would certainly be able to skip the one coming in another month. Anton returned to his own home. Though he'd been cultivating during the day, it wasn't quite the same while moving and while still. His muscles still ached from their exertion, and a bit of cultivating would help ease that. Then he had to put in a bit of practice for his archery techniques, or at least what he could do without a bow, before finally catching enough sleep for the next day. Chapter 13. Sleeping, eating, working, and cultivating became Anton's life. It wasn't so dissimilar from his previous life, except he had no family to share his successes with, and no diversions except occasional conversations with Hoyt to comfort him. The novelty of cultivation and his need to grow stronger kept him going. Though the thought of lessons from elders piqued his interest, none on the schedule had been interesting to him thus far. Sword and spear techniques weren't something he had a foundation with, and he didn't feel as if he needed guidance in the core 99 stars cultivation technique. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to learn from others, but he hadn't felt the limits without guidance in that area. There didn't seem to be any archery masters giving lessons, and learning about advanced movement techniques would be a waste of time if he didn't even know any basic movement techniques. He wasn't even sure how those worked, but he was busy just teaching his body to move at normal speed again. He'd cut a third off of his travel times between his home and the dining hall and fields. Perhaps half if he counted the better routes. He certainly wasn't fast, but he felt the progress. He might be slightly swifter once he finished muscle tempering and reached the 5th star. But his speed would still be limited by age. More than that, moving around strained more than just his muscles. Anton felt aches in his joints after a hard day of labor, and while cultivation helped him recover quickly, his actions during one day were limited. Theoretically, his joints would be refined along with his bones. So perhaps he would be served best to refine his bones next. That would delay some of the power he could achieve with archery. Why? But he didn't exactly need to be concerned with that immediately. He didn't plan to immediately go hunt wild beasts. At least nothing more than a normal boar. Anton stood in his courtyard at night, concentrating on the flow of his energy. The next day, he was planning to visit the armory and determine if he had enough contribution points to exchange for a bow. He knew there were fancy cultivator weapons that were quite expensive, but a regular hunting bow wouldn't be so much. Then again, a couple weeks of farming couldn't be worth that much. Anton pushed those thoughts aside and concentrated on the technique written in spirit arrows. He stood with one arm outstretched and one by his ear, as if he was holding a drawn bow. He relaxed his stance as if easing the tension on the string, concentrating on the space between his hands. Energy began to take shape, and he moved his arms, elongating it into the shape of an arrow. The thin shape radiated a faint golden glow, but the head of the arrow was almost non-existent, and the fletching was shabby and indistinct. Anton held its form for a few seconds before letting it dissipate, with no way to attempt to fire it. He could propel it with his own energy. But every time he tried it immediately fell apart as he lost control of the energy binding the arrow together. Flinging it with his hand was slightly better, but it didn't have the power a bow had. It was little better than flinging a rock. Maybe worse. Anton was pretty sure he could charge a rock with energy and do a pretty good bit of damage if he chucked it at someone's head. Anton formed a few more arrows to familiarize himself with the technique before climbing on to the outer wall of the complex. His joints especially complained at that, but he ignored the pain as he had for the last several decades. It wasn't even as bad as simply walking around had been before he became a cultivator. From atop the wall, he focused on looking towards the other parts of the sect. To the north and a little west was the dining hall where he ate. He focused his energy on his eyes, performing the core of Hawkeye's archery. Where his eyes focused, everything seemed to draw closer to him, until he could almost make out the features of the late diners going in and out of the dining hall. The kitchens were open from dawn until midnight, though most made use of it at somewhat regular meal times. And then a crowd just before it closed. Anton's eyes swept east towards the fields he had been working in. The grains they had planted were growing quickly, much more quickly than he was used to anything growing even in its best season. The very first fields he had worked in now needed weeding. As much as the abundant natural energy allowed the grains to grow tall and strong in just a pair of weeks, it also helped undesired plants to grow. Anton found himself with thick leather gloves, pulling up plants with 5-centimeter thorns on them. Those were much more rare. But there were little things that would take nutrients as well. Stooping down to pull them out was hard on his back. But for the little things, Anton found a decent way to avoid that. One of his boots stood next to a small weed. Anton circulated his energy through himself and down towards his foot, then through the boot and out into the soil around the tiny weed. With a little yank, he pulled it out and then carried it up alongside his leg until it was resting at his waist, where he would grab it with his hand and throw it into the basket with the rest of the weeds to be disposed of. Controlling energy that wasn't immediately touching him was difficult, while spirit arrows retained form away from him. That was an application to keep them in a shape rather than actually control the energy once it was further. If he needed to reach, he could stretch his energy a few hands away from his body if he needed to. But it got several times more difficult. Moving himself closer was the best option for the moment. Anton turned in his basket at the end of the day and headed towards the central complex, where the rewards hall and the attached armory were. Anton wasn't sure how much the contribution points he'd gotten over the 2 weeks of work were worth, but he could compare to how much he might have earned at other jobs. Working in the fields was slightly more than other unskilled labor, but several times less than a qualified apprentice for the pill refiners or smiths. Hunting wild beasts seemed to pay more than any of that, though it was less consistent and, of course, somewhat dangerous. Anton once again found Elder Lois at the rewards hall, though he was aware she wasn't always there. She had to spend time cultivating on her own, or she would never advance. He just hadn't been to visit the rewards hall much. Anton inclined his head. Elder Lois, I've come to check how many contribution points I might need to get a bow. Very well. She looked at a ledger in front of her, flipping its pages rapidly. You are Anton Krantz. Correct. She didn't wait for a response, instead waving her hand and doing something with energy that made his token resonate. She scribbled a number on a piece of paper. Not bad for 2 weeks, though it won't get you too far in the armory. Evan can show you around. Anton took the piece of paper, which read to 42. The base rate for contribution points was a single point per each hour of labor, though clearly Anton had received more than that. Skilled farming should have been 1 1/3, if he recalled correctly. He'd worked fairly long days, but certainly not 13 hours per Dalton Y every day. He wasn't going to complain about any extra, though. The armory was just adjacent to the rewards hall. Anton immediately saw a man of indeterminate age. He was having much more difficulty determining actual age with so many cultivators around. Anton smiled politely. Elder Evan, I was hoping to receive information on the prices of weapons. Bows specifically. I know it might take me some time to earn enough for one, but I need to know what I am working towards. Of course, Evan smiled. It's good to have aspirations. Follow me. Evan took Anton past several doors behind which Anton Kid felt pufferful energy radiating off of not just the room but the things inside. One of them was labeled simply 100,000. If that was how many contribution points things in that room cost. He would have to work for 10 years to have a chance to get anything in there. As they walked along to other rooms, Anton saw not everything was completely sealed off, but instead he was able to see what was inside some of them. There were swords and shields, suits of armor made out of both heavy metal and thin, almost cloth-like garments that radiated power. He even saw a few bows as they turned through twisting corridors. Evan stopped next to a door labeled 5,000. This is the standard level of equipment. Evan gestured Anton to follow him inside the room. Go ahead and touch. Nothing here is so fragile as to fall apart under your fingers. Anton was able to control himself well enough that it wouldn't have been a problem to restrain himself. But upon being given permission, he placed his hand on a suit of armor, feeling the energy directly with his skin. He had no idea how he would even think about breaking through it. There were swords so sharp he almost cut himself without touching one. It might have been his imagination, but his hand was 5 centimeters away from a blade when he felt the sharpness. He decided not to test whether it was real or imagined. There was a nearby bough, after all. The string is there, next to it. Evan pointed to a strange orange string that was unlike anything Anton had seen used before. It wasn't any sort of animal tendon or anything he recognized. It felt slightly warm to the touch. Go ahead and give it a try. Anton attempted to string the bow, but he couldn't even get it to flex. He'd been strong when he was younger, and now he was recovering much of that strength with his muscle tempering. But it was clearly insufficient. How strong were cultivators really? If he couldn't even string a bow, they would use fire snake spine and wyvern horn, make up quite a powerful combination. But at the 4th star, a more appropriate bow could be found more cheaply. Evan smiled and waved Anton onward. After a few more twists and turns, they ended up at a door labeled 100. Everything in here is made by apprentice refiners. Only when they turn out something appropriate, of course. Subpar equipment is destroyed and the materials reused, where possible. We sell off most of it. But we do like to keep around a handful. I do believe there was a bow. Ah, here we go. Evan pulled out a smooth black bow and a similarly black string. Nightwood and black steel. Springy yet powerful. Go on. Anton reached for the bow and string. He was able to bend the bow, though it took all of his strength. More than that, he had to incorporate energy to get it the last centimeter to hook the metallic string onto it. Anton pulled back the string. Almost subconsciously using spirit arrows, his bare fingers protested at the harsh material of the string. But the amount of give was just right, and as he let the string go, he felt the power. Perhaps a bit too directly as it came to impact his forearm. It drew a line of blood. and he knew he would need some accessories if he was even going to think about using the bow. At least, until he had tempered his skin. That had seemed like the most useless on the list. But he realized everything had its place. Is this really 100 contribution points I'd love to have it? Anton paused. Ah. But it could be quite a bit more. It seemed unlikely everything in the room was priced exactly the same. Right, Elder Evans smiled. Correct. That one is actually 500 contribution points. Anton sighed. That would take another 2 weeks, assuming he worked slightly more, and even got as many extra points as he had so far. I suppose? It's something to keep working for. Don't have enough, Evan asked. I'll tell you what. Come out back to the practice field with me. You can at least try firing it for real. It will give you something to look forward to. Not wanting to let go of the bow, Anton began to follow him. I appreciate it. Chapter 14. Twists and turns led through various corridors. Evan leading the way for Anton to reach the practice fields attached to the armory. Evan produced a quiver of arrows, though Anton hadn't seen him pick one up. You'll need these. Here is the archery range. To make this somewhat interesting, I'll give you a challenge. If you hit 30 points, I'll give you a prize. Evan smiled. A mirthful yet mysterious expression on his face. What's the scoring? Anton asked. Quite simple. 1 point or 2. Anton looked at the archery target ahead of him, 100 meters away. That was further than he'd normally shoot. But then again, that was before he was a cultivator. Besides, the target wasn't moving. Hopefully, it would stay that way. There were 5 rings on it. Maybe the center rings were worth 2 points. If I lose, Evan shrugged. Nothing special happens. You help me clean up the arrows and get back to your business? Then, challenge accepted. Anton pulled an arrow from the quiver, looking it over. It was good, without any warped wood, and the fletching was even. He pulled back the bow, feeling the strain on his arms, but it was a good strain. The first arrow went high. It was his first time firing the bow, after all, and his strength had changed so much since his last attempt. But with 2 points available, per hot, he could afford to miss a point. The second arrow Anton was ready for the power and speed of the bow, and he didn't have to compensate as much for gravity. The arrow flew through the air, sticking in the outer ring of the target, just below the top. Perhaps he was still a little high. But it hit. 1 point, Evan said. Anton was beginning to get used to the bow. He pulled back the arrow to his ear. Breathing carefully and then holding his breath at the moment of release, the arrow cut through the air, hitting the second ring from the edge. It was a little bit off to the right because of some wind, but not worryingly so. Another point. That's to so far, Evan recounted. 17 arrows to go. That was a reminder that some of his arrows had to hit 2 points. Apparently, the outer 2 rings weren't good enough. But he wouldn't have expected it. The next few arrows hit the second ring, the third ring. 1 point each. Anton was getting a handle on the bow and a sense for the wind. 4th ring, 1 point. He'd fired 6 arrows for 5 points. It seemed only the bullseye would net him to points. He needed most of the 13 arrows to hit the bullseye to defeat this challenge. He wasn't sure what he would get, but he wanted the satisfaction of doing well. Anton took a deep breath. He didn't need to hurry. He focused his mind on the target, and he let his energy flow over the arrow. He hadn't practiced those techniques on real arrows, but he could theoretically redirect it in flight. Maybe not much. But his arrow flew straight, arcing up and down slightly before striking the bullseye. 1 point, Evan declared. Anton looked at him. If a bullseye wasn't worth 2 points, how could anything be? The arrow was almost exactly in the center as well. Was it a trick? An impossible challenge that didn't seem quite right. Anton followed Evan's eyes. He was looking at the target, but at that angle. Anton moved to the side. Behind the target was another, a full 200 meters away. He had assumed it was for someone else, but upon thinking about it, that was foolish. It was directly in line with the other target, so if the first archer missed, the second would get it right in the back of the head. Or they might, at least. Anton's side. Was this the standard cultivators were held to? He should have asked about the details of the points. But then again, he needed to get used to the bow. At least he got points. Anton drew the next arrow. This one would inevitably be a sacrifice to practice. After that, all he had to do was hit the second target with every single arrow. And if it was worth 2 points, he could match the challenge score. All that was demanded of him was a step short of perfection. Anton released his sacrificial arrow. It almost seemed as if it would hit, sailing cleanly over the first target and towards the second. But the wind shifted during its flight and it went wide. It was hard to account for changes in the wind. He needed to put more power so the arrow flew more quickly, and some energy to pull it back on target. The muscles and tendons in his hands were already straining, along with his upper back. If he'd tried to do any of this before becoming a cultivator, he would have wrecked himself, except perhaps when he was near his prime. Even now, he was sweating after less than 10 arrows. From that point on, only perfection would do. The 9th arrow flew, piercing through the winds and puncturing the second target. Just the outer ring butt. 2 points. Evan had a clear smile on his face, though Anton couldn't focus on that. Everything but Anton and the 2 targets disappeared. He didn't even think about we wanted to succeed or even what it meant. He just had to hit the target. Outer ring. Second. Second. 3rd ring. 3rd again. 4th ring. 4th ring. 3rd ring. Anton's concentration slipped. 2nd ring. He refocused his mind. He put all of himself into the next arrow, not concerning himself with the distance or the changes in the wind. Before it hit, Heck knew the arrow would be a bullseye. It sunk deep into the target. and Anton momentarily celebrated. But then he saw it was just on the edge of the bullseye. It might count, but it wasn't quite as he had envisioned. Anton visibly deflated. 28 points. 1 to go. Evan's voice returned Anton to his own body. He had 1 arrow left. There was that challenge to complete. It had to hit the target, but he'd done that so many times already. It would be easy. He pulled back the bow, his tired arms straining. The arrow flew over the first target towards the second and stuck point first. Into the grass in front of it. Anton slowly let out his breath. He'd lost focus. He could have done it, but he was careless. It was worse than not even being able to do it. 28 points total, and no more arrows. Evan shook his head. Anton nodded. I understand. I just have one question. If I destroy the targets, do I get in trouble? Evan smiled. Going to take out your frustrations on them. If you do, you are responsible for the cleanup and setting up the new ones. Anton nodded. He could deal with that. Instead of moving towards the targets, however, he lifted his tired arm once more. Sweat dripped down his body as he gathered his remaining energy, breathing in more of the abundant natural energy around him. As he pulled back on the string, he formed an arrow. It was the first time he'd done it with an actual bow, but it felt quite a bit more natural. He felt himself straining to hold it, but as he felt the wind lapse momentarily, he released. The string and his own energy propelled his arrow straight forward, puncturing through the top of the first straw target without even slowing. It continued on its path, barely affected by gravity. Flying the next 100 meters towards the second target where it pierced through the bullseye before fading away. Anton sighed in satisfaction. All right. I feel much better now. Evan nodded. Good. Also, that's 3 points. So you win the challenge. In recognition of your archery skills, I will allow you to borrow that bow for a month with no charge. At the end of the month, you can purchase it if you wish to. Otherwise, you must return it to the armory. Anton was barely listening, but he eventually processed Evan's words. He really did need a bow to practice with, but I ran out of arrows, though. That one was extra. So Evan shrugged. I would say initial mastery of spirit arrows demonstrates more archery potential than just hitting a damn target a few times. Just take the stupid bow. Anton took a step back and bowed. Right, of course. Sorry, Elder Evan. I will gladly accept your generosity, and I will earn the contribution points to purchase it. You can be sure of that. Yes, Evan waved his hand. But you do still have to replace those targets. Otherwise, someone will find themselves quite disappointed with the quality of the practice range. Chapter 15. Over the next week, Anton's schedule remained much the same. Except his archery practice was much more effective with an actual bow. Practicing on targets let him understand how much of a difference there was between using energy and not. Without energy, he was just a very strong old man, equivalent to a moderately strong adult male. He would just be able to reach full draw on a good hunting bow, and seemed as if he barely tapped the potential of the bow he was borrowing from the armory. Despite all the body tempering greeting affecting his abilities, Anton was behind himself when he was young. However, the inclusion of energy was significant. Anton also borrowed a quiver of practice arrows, and while they might stick a centimeter or so into a target, they certainly couldn't flithrown. It wasn't just a difference with using spirit arrows either, though it was hard to test because he subconsciously propelled those arrows with his own energy. How could Henna Tanton doubted that he could shoot through much besides a straw target? But it could still be quite lethal for a wild boar or deer. He might get a half arrow's depth in one, which would take it down much more quickly, and that was ignoring the accuracy benefits. Hawkeye's archery allowed him to focus in on a single point, and 1,000 Arrows contained many techniques on redirecting arrows with energy. How to do it efficiently and without sending arrows spinning wildly. It was easy to just direct the tip and have it veer off course, but gently coaxing it along the right path was less energy intensive and much more useful. Though he didn't see much of those sharing the complex with him, he often felt the other 3 cultivating late into the night. That was the sort of atmosphere that the Order of 99 Stars promoted. And it felt like a waste to not spend all his time doing so, with such abundant natural energy. It weighs Yassi. That said, Anton felt the difficulty of later stages. He thought he would form the 5th star within a month in his current environment. But it was looking like it would take at least another week or 2. He felt himself slowing down. If that happened, how could he ever catch up with the bandits one particular night? Anton felt Katerina was cultivating particularly powerfully. He almost felt himself being pulled towards her with the rest of the natural energy in the area, though it was just a slight pressure. Then there was an intense buildup of energy from her. And a few short minutes later, she had condensed the 4th star inside herself. No wonder she hadn't been worried about whether she waited a month or not to take the test. The next one was still some days away. And even with just the energy from outside the Order's grounds, she would have made it before the next test. Then she wouldn't have needed to take a test at all. Perhaps her friend would do the same. Anton's ears twitched. His hearing hadn't faded as much as his eyesight, and after tempering the organs in his head, he found he probably heard better than he had at his best. The 2 others were conversing with each other, probably in Hayden's courtyard. They seemed to do so often, and Anton wished he had anything in common with the others to converse about. He couldn't hear much of their conversation, and honestly, what headed over here was an accident. Go over. Tempering pills. Doesn't deserve them. People muttering about others behind their backs was a human condition. Gossip was everywhere in Dunganon. And some people just didn't mesh with others. Talking was fine, but Anton felt a stirring of energy from them as they spoke. Hayden's courtyard was diagonally across from his, with Katerina's being in between them in the clockwise direction from Anton. Anton silently listened as the two left the gate of the courtyard and walked towards hers. The gates were on the second wall of each courtyard, when going clockwise. Soon, the pair knocked on the gate. Katerina Hayden's voice carried over the walls. Anton shuffled slightly closer to the wall. Yes, Katerina called back. May we come in, Velvet asked. I am cultivating, Katerina answered coldly. Though Anton's few interactions with her indicated that was just how she was. We know, Hayden said. Listen. We know you got 3 tempering pills from your place in the test. Now that you've used one to break through to the 4th star, you should share the others with us. His words were technically polite and calm. But just in case Anton bounced on his toes slightly, he wanted to be ready to spring up the wall if he was needed. Perhaps he was being paranoid. But if nothing happened, nobody would know anything except perhaps that he was being a little bit nosy. If you were supposed to have them, the sect would have given them to you. Anton felt Katerina stand up from the way her energy shifted position, though she felt somewhat drained after her breakthrough. If you want some, you can make a request at the rewards hall. Hayden answered again. Your results were already so good. Why did they have to give you a bigger advantage? The gates were able to be locked from the inside. But there was little point to it except to prevent casual intrusion. It seemed Katerina hadn't bothered as her gate swung open. And Anton chose that moment to pull himself atop the wall between his courtyard and Katerina's. Anton stood atop the wall, his bow in hand. I don't believe she gave you permission to enter her courtyard. If you attempt to forcibly enter, I am going to have to assume you possess ill intent. Anton's eyes scanned the situation. Katerina had her hand on the sword at her waist, a commonly used weapon among cultivators. Hayden had a sword, which Anton estimated to be lower quality, though he wasn't qualified to guarantee that. As he focused energy on his eyes, they flicked over to the horizon uphill. Someone was there, quite a distance away. Were they watching or... Hayden scoffed. Don't interfere, old man. Just sit there in your courtyard and quietly cultivate until you die of old age. He stepped forward, reaching for his sword. And Anton followed through on his threat. In one smooth motion, he formed a spirit arrow on his string, pulled it back, and released. Hayden had already begun to form his energy around himself to be ready for combat. But even so, Anton's arrow pierced deep into his chest. With the short distance between them, he had little time to dodge. And despite the warning, clearly hadn't been prepared for an attack. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he fell to his knees. Velvet hadn't entered the courtyard and stepped away, her hands up. I just thought we would ask. I didn't think he would. The cultivator, watching from uphill, moved with such speed that Anton barely had time to react. He'd only looked away for a few seconds, but when he felt their energy approaching, his eyes flicked back. He only had a moment to see a blurry figure before an old woman was standing on the wall next to him. And before he could react, his bow was removed from his hand, and his arms were twisted behind his back. What's happening here? The woman next to him once again updated Anton's impression of how strong cultivators might be. Her skin was wrinkled, and he was certain she was actually older than himself. She had certainly surpassed spirit building and must have been in constellation formation. 30 stars, at least. It was hard to tell because the power was so overwhelming. Anton answered first. This young man was planning to rob Katerina's rewards for her place in the entry test. When his plans became clear, I warned him not to enter, but he did anyway. Somehow, without him noticing, Anton's arms had become shackled. He tumbled forward off the wall as the elder let go of him, but he managed to twist to land on his feet. As he did so, he shattered an ankle. He'd attempted to summon energy to reinforce himself, but he hadn't been able to. The elder was already next to Hayden, who had blood pouring out of his chest. Spirit arrows didn't leave anything behind to block the wounds. Anton felt her do something, presumably to stop the bleeding. Everyone's coming with me to explain. Anton attempted to get to his feet to comply with her request. But he felt himself suddenly moving. The unknown elder in front of him had wrapped all of those present in energy and was moving once more with blinding speed. It was only a few minutes later that Anton found himself in a cell. Vincent hummed to himself as he approached the order's front gate. He'd finally figured out why he couldn't track down those bandits. And with the improved information, he'd managed to hire a formation expert to locate one of their camps. It was expensive, but he'd managed to take out some of their lower-ranking members. Their leader and the formation expert weren't present. But he was in a good mood. Finally, he'd made progress. He was planning to collect someone from the order to save on expenses, and then he would return to tracking them down. Elder Vincent, one of the guards at the gates, bowed as he approached. It is good to see you again. Jacob, Vincent waved. Glad to see you have been cultivating well. Thank you, Elder. I have a message for you from Elder Daniela Selby. Jacob handed over a sealed note. Vincent read the message. It wasn't long, but it immediately put him out of his good mood. One of his recruits had been involved in an internal incident, and he was needed to provide context to determine if the disciple would be a danger. The fact that he was being asked for indicated it wasn't a clear case. But it was disappointing for his students to get involved in conflict. Then again, it was also inevitable with how many he recruited. Elder Daniela had been around longer than Vincent himself. Though Vincent was catching up to her in cultivation, his relative youth was an advantage there. Before even dropping by his own chambers, he went to see her. Elder Daniela, Vincent inclined his head. Elder Vincent? You know, here is no need to be so formal. The old woman sighed. A few weeks back, there was an incident with a student recruited by you. I don't expect you to remember each and every one. But with less than a month of him being in the sect, We didn't have time to judge his character. What? He nearly killed another disciple, a now former disciple who was in the wrong. But who would have certainly died if I weren't nearby? This particular disciple might have lapsed from your memory by now. An old one that came in at 4th star. I can't promise I know each and every one in detail, but I'll try to remember. What's his name? Anton Krantz. Vincent blinked. Sorry, I don't. Anton Krantz. You said, that's right. Do you not remember him? Vincent frowned and muttered to himself. Was there a second one that could have been decades ago? He shook his head. I certainly remember someone by that name, but I doubt it's him. Perhaps we should go see him. Elder Daniela nodded. Good. He's been cultivating furiously even in confinement. And he was apparently a good worker. If he's likely to be trouble again in the future, we might as well expel him quickly. Otherwise, he's served sufficient time. What exactly happened? One of the new disciples tried to rob another of their resources. He shot him in the heart with a spirit arrow. If he hadn't been so straightforwardly deadly in his approach, he likely wouldn't be imprisoned still. The cells of the order were blissfully unused for the most part. There were 2 disciples in opposite cells who had clearly had too much to drink the night before. But as they walked towards the somewhat more secure rear cells, Vincent only sensed one source of energy. Someone new. Though he didn't always stay around potential recruits long enough to get a feel for their particular energy patterns. This one felt fairly decent, almost as if he were forming the 5th star. Vincent and Daniela just exchanged looks as they approached, stopping outside the cell. Vincent stood there watching silently as he felt the 5th star completely form inside Anton. So, Elder Daniela said as Anton's energy settled down. Do you recognize him? What? Vincent turned towards her. Oh! Yes. How could I not? I saw him less than 6 months ago. Elder Daniela smiled. And you said your memory was decent. Shouldn't he have been someone you visited regularly? If you just saw him, then technically. 6 months ago was when I gave him the manual. Vincent folded his arms. He hadn't touched cultivation before then. An amusing joke? Elder Daniela laughed mirthlessly. But how's his temperament? Can we expect more trouble from him? From him, Vincent raised an eyebrow. Not if nobody's acting like bandits. He was quite a stable family man once. Vincent paused. But I was dead serious about what I said. How the hell is he 5th star now? Chapter 16. Energy flowed satisfyingly smoothly through Anton's meridians. His dantian was now occupied by 5 rotating stars, each representing changes to his body. The first star was the initial refinement to his entire person. Second had been his meridians, followed by the organs in his torso, the organs in his head, and finally his muscles. Some of it was just making up for abilities his body no longer had. But with the addition of energy to support him, he found himself quite a bit more capable. If only he weren't imprisoned. Anton's mind slowly returned to its focus outside of himself after his breakthrough. Surprisingly, there were two people standing outside his cell, watching him. He got to his feet. Ignoring how some of his joints ached as he did, it was still much less than he'd experienced a few months prior. Elder Daniela, he inclined his head politely. He turned his head so the light settled properly on the other person. Vincent? I mean, Elder Vincent. Everyone just calls me Vincent. No need to change your form of address, Anton. Vincent's I scanned over Anton. You look about 20 years younger. Anton grinned slightly. I feel it too. Unfortunately, I am sure you know I've run into a bit of trouble. What have you been doing since we last met? I assure you I was behaving quite excellently until just recently. I don't care about this right now. Vincent waved his hand. You just formed the 5th star. How did that happen? Anton shook his head. I cultivated. I am not sure quite what you mean. Forming the 1st star took me a month and a half. I nearly died, I think. During that time, I did little else but cultivate and bury the villagers of Dunganon. Vincent nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for him to continue. I found cultivating to be quite difficult, my meridians strained. So I chose to refine those next. Next, I refined my torso to keep all these old organs going. That was somewhere around 3 months. Anton nodded to himself, recalling the events. You had mentioned joining the sect at the 3rd star, so I began the journey. On the road, I began to refine the organs in my head, since my eyesight was still quite awful. It was a slow process, and I only broke through to the 4th star just outside the sect, taking advantage of the abundant natural energy that spread out to the surrounding areas. Then I spent some months here in the sect cultivating my muscles and the 5th star. That's it, Vincent asked. You just cultivated, didn't stumble across any potent herbs around Dungan on or along the road, Anton grinned. Not at all. I understand. So, what about the trouble that landed you in here? Vincent asked. Anton shrugged. What can I say that I have not already told? I realize I was excessive in my actions, but I stand by the principle. I don't believe sect members should attempt to take from each other. If you wish, I can make a formal apology to Hayden for attempting to kill him. You can't, actually, Elder Daniela interjected. He's no longer a part of the sect. You are right about his actions being inappropriate. However, even when the cause is right, it's best not to do things that can't be taken back, especially if there might be some misunderstanding. Elder Daniela looked to Vincent and gestured behind her hand. In turn, Vincent nodded and waved his hand towards the door. Since your actions were justified and Hayden's death was prevented, it has been deemed that you have spent sufficient time here as punishment. As long as you swear to be more thoughtful in your future actions, You can return to your residence immediately. She pulled out a key and began unlocking the cell immediately. Anton found himself watching the way the energy gathered around the key and twisted in the lock. Finding a sense of oppression from the bars disappearing. Then he remembered what had been said. Of course. I swear to be more careful if future conflict arises with fellow disciples. Vincent smiled. We shall have to continue catching up later. Good luck with your cultivation. With a nod, Vincent walked ahead of the other two as Elder Daniela escorted Anton out. Elder Vincent and Elder Daniela met up later. On their way to meet with others. Was it really just 6 months? Elder Daniela shook her head. It took me longer than that to reach 5th star. Not quite so much for me, Vincent commented. But I wasn't 100 years old yet. I can't believe the tests didn't notice anything. He skipped the test. Remember 4th star. We don't usually expect someone to go from 3rd to 4th in the time it takes to travel here. And they might be more informed. Vincent shook his head. I gave him a bare minimum of information because I didn't expect that much. It explains why I couldn't find him as I passed back through Dunganon, however. What do we do? Elder Daniela frowned. He could have certainly won extra resources in the tests. Should we give him a chance? Vincent shook his head. It's too late for that now. Besides, he clearly hasn't needed anything. As for what we do, I am not sure we have taught anything. Perhaps coax him into attending some lessons, but otherwise I don't imagine there is anything required from us at the moment. Though we should certainly bring him up at the meeting. Everyone's always looking for young geniuses. Nobody thought to look for an old one. If he makes it to spirit building at the same rate, it'll be quite something to see. While the conditions in the cell had been comfortable enough, Anton was quite pleased to be unconstrained. Cultivating for a few weeks without moving his body more than a small distance was not the optimal situation. Though the natural energy had been abundant enough, despite its simplicity, he was glad to be back in his own little courtyard. He spent some time practicing his techniques, though he realized he did not have a bow. However, the quality of spirit arrows he could make had gone up. Their duration quite more enduring as he was able to condense his energy further. When he was tired enough, he returned to his own bed, while the quality of the physical object itself was not much different. It was significantly more restful. Anton found himself arriving at breakfast earlier than normal, though he'd left at the same time. His legs carried him faster, with less complaining. Less complaining didn't mean Oni. But it wasn't the muscles crying out. Unlike many others of advanced stage, he didn't have particularly bad knees. That said, not particularly bad did not mean good. Would he refine the area along with his bones? It had some overlap with both bones and tendons. He had to pick something next. So it might as well be one of those. Breakfast was quick enough, though Anton found his appetite increased. Quite a bit. Compared to how he had been half a year ago, he was like a teenager again. though perhaps his hunger was amplified by the amount all the actual teenagers and other young disciples were eating. Nothing extraordinary, for the most part. But he could see why the sect wanted to maintain their own fields for both grains and magical herbs. Even with more time spent at breakfast, he was even earlier to the fields where he planned to be working. Elder Howland was already in the area. "Good morning, Elder." "Anton?" Elder Howland inclined his head. "Good to see you back." "I thought perhaps you would not return after your breakthrough." Anton smiled. "I was just occupied for a time." "I heard the general idea. I knew a reliable person like you was always going to be out and about soon enough. Now then, might as well get started." With a powerful swing, Anton began to hoe a new field. Even with his body being stronger and the use of natural energy, he found it was still less effective than using an animal to till the soil. However, it wasn't as if the sect didn't know what it was doing. Anton just wondered if the other disciples understood. As he moved, he gathered energy from the world around him, breathing it in, circulating it from his dantian through his meridians and into his bones. Not too deep at first. In fact, refining the marrow was another star in itself. However, he directed the energy to support his body. It wasn't going to be a short process, but he had to start at some point. When he returned to the compound which his home was a part of, Anton sensed a new person where Hayden had lived. He thought it would be good to introduce himself. He knocked on the gate, since the new disciple was outside in his courtyard, and not in a critical point of cultivation. "Hello," a young man opened the gate to the outside and looked at Anton. He seemed familiar. "Good evening." Anton inclined his head. "I am Anton Krantz. I have not been around recently, but I live in the opposite corner there." Anton, the young man, inclined his head in return. "I am Timothy. Katerina mentioned you." He looked over his shoulder towards Katerina's courtyard, then leaned in. "She probably won't mention it, but she really appreciated your help. She was worried about what happened to you." Timothy looked Anton up and down. "5th star." That would explain it. "Well," Anton bowed and took a step back. "I was merely here to introduce myself. Don't hesitate to drop by if you wish to consult on anything, though I am not sure if I can help much in matters of cultivation." "Good to meet you, Senior Krantz." Timothy inclined his head. The form of address was unfamiliar, though certainly apt since Anton was both older and of a higher cultivation. Anton moved around to Katerina's courtyard, knocking as well. It didn't take her long to open the gate. "Hello? Good evening, Miss Riley." "I just wish to say I have returned." She nodded her head. "Okay. She started to speak, but didn't continue. After a handful of seconds, Anton supposed she would probably not continue. "I am glad to see you are well. Your cultivation is progressing nicely towards the next star. I hope the incident didn't result in further trouble for you." Anton smiled. "No, I am." Fine. Katerina nodded. I am. Welcome back. With that, she ungracefully shut the gate. Anton smiled. Kids could be so shy. Well, with a few decades of experience, anyone might get better at conversation. Though he wasn't sure if anyone at the Order of 90-piece 9 stars would actually get much practice in conversation. It didn't seem to be a favored pastime of cultivators. Chapter 17. After 2 more weeks of work, Anton was ready to check his contribution points. The bow he had borrowed from the armory had been taken away when he was arrested. He hoped it hadn't been purchased, and that he was still allowed to make such purchases. Then again, there hadn't been any talk of ongoing punishments. If it wasn't necessary for proper training, Anton might have put off getting a weapon just to make the elders feel more assured. Then again, as long as he had it for a time and didn't mishandle it, they could also be assured he wouldn't do anything worrying. It wasn't that Anton wouldn't be willing to redo what he did, but if a similar situation came up, he would be less likely to attempt a lethal shot. Attempting to kill fellow disciples was rightfully frowned upon. And he likely didn't need to do anything, since an elder had been watching. He just hadn't thought they would arrive so quickly. The walk to the central area was still the same length, but Anton arrived more quickly. He could see how they actually functioned with sections so spread out. Most people just moved quickly. Anton found his way to the rewards hall. Elder Lois, Anton inclined his head. I would like to check my contribution points. He'd worked extra hours the last 2 weeks just to make sure he would have enough. Assuming he got similar rates to what he had before, at least. Of course, you are. She took a moment to find his name. Anton Krantz, correct? She held out her hand. Oh, my token. Anton's identity token was with him at all times? But he rarely thought about it, especially during his 2 weeks in a cell. He also had little use for it while farming. Elder Lois smiled, activating the token with her energy and making it glow. Since she recognized him, it probably wasn't necessary. But she followed the protocol regardless. She handed him his paper with the number, that radiated energy. It would likely be hard to fake. And Anton had no interest in that. Elder Evan mentioned awaiting your return some time ago. Let us hope I was not too slow. Anton shook his head. I was indisposed for 2 weeks. Elder Lois just smiled in response as Anton made his way towards the armory. 626, the paper read. He probably hadn't needed to work so many extra hours then, but what was he going to do? Sleep, he already did enough of that. He could cultivate the 99 stars while farming, and without a doubt I'm spent training archery was inefficient. He would likely reduce his hours farming somewhat after the current point, though he could always use more contribution points. Elder Evans still looked a day younger than him, but potentially wasn't. Good day, Elder Evan. Anton inclined his head. Anton. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Elder Evan smiled. I had expected you here earlier. I had some reasons I couldn't come sooner. I suppose I am too late. Elder Evan reached into a bag by his waist, one that looked to barely be able to hold a handful of apples, and certainly not a full-length bough, and pulled out the very bough Anton had looked at before. And then the string. No one else acquired it. I assume you have the 500 contribution points. Anton held out the slip of paper, which had his name, the date, and the number of contribution points. Elder Evan took it, holding a token similar to Anton's identity token over it. When he handed it back, it said 126. He likewise handed over the bough. Do take good care of it. Practice well. And all that. I might suggest attending lectures from the various elders or some of the senior disciples. If there are any you find particular insight from, you might also spend some of those contribution points on personal lessons. Learning from others can be much faster than studying on your own, even if you have the talent. Cultivation is all about time. Anton nodded. If he could save a dozen hours cultivating a technique, he could work that dozen hours to earn more contribution points. Plus, there were also free lectures. He hadn't felt the need so far, but he'd only just come to the order a couple months prior. With 2 weeks of that in a cell, though he didn't find those 2 weeks were wasted. I appreciate the suggestion. Are there any good archery masters? Elder Evan laughed. Are there? If archery masters are mentioned in the order of 90 brass 9 stars, the only proper answer is Elder Kania. She developed spirit arrows. Anton's eyes widened slightly. He knew that techniques were all made by someone. But the way everyone acted, everything in cultivation was said to be ancient techniques and the like. But of course there would be people from the order who had new innovations, and spirit arrows seemed quite special. Though Anton couldn't claim to have a deep understanding of the full limits of cultivation. Does she lecture? Something like that, at least. You should check the schedule. Anton nodded. Of course. It wasn't far to the lecture halls, where a young-looking woman sat behind a desk. Excuse me. Anton was fortunate to catch sight of her badge and her cultivation level before making a terrible mistake. Senior disciple! He was so used to everyone being an elder that he'd been about to say it. Brita, she inclined her head to him. He could tell she was in spirit building, perhaps the 13th star. Her young age was probably exactly correct. Somewhere in her actual 20s, he thought. How can I help you? I was wondering when Elder Kania's next public lecture was. One moment. Brita flipped through a dozen pages in an instant. Anton considered that he should learn to do that. It seemed quite useful. Perhaps that ability came naturally with cultivation, to some extent, at the end of the month. 1.5 weeks from now, in the afternoon. Thank you. Anton almost left. But he supposed he didn't have to think about just one thing. Are there any upcoming lectures? He gestured inside. Brita didn't even need to check the list. Advanced formations in half an hour. an hour until sword techniques. Oh! Elder Vincent just started a cultivation basics lecture 5 minutes ago. You can likely still catch most of it. Which way to Elder Vincent's? Brita pointed to her left. And Anton headed down the hallway, and soon he was able to find the rest of his way from Elder Vincent's voice and energy. Anton stepped through an open doorway into a large semicircular hall. There were rows of seats in tiers so that everyone could get a view of the lecturer, and the hall was packed full. There were only a few seats in the very back. In early cultivation is important. Elder Vincent's voice carried easily throughout the room without the use of energy. For the 99 stars, the most critical parts of the first 10 stars, body foundation, are the second and fifth stars. Well, Anton had already passed that point. He hoped he hadn't made terrible decisions. The first and 10th, of course, refine the whole body, but the second and fifth are important because of the basis of the 99 stars. Cultivation seeks the truths of the universe. Though whether those truths are properly understood can greatly influence the effectiveness. Thus, great care must be taken to learn from those who come before. As for the basis of the 99 stars, 9 is a symbol of completeness and power. In addition to that are the prime numbers. Thus, the 99 stars are the summation of the first 9 primes. It was only a moment later when a young man in the crowd raised his hand. Elder Vincent smiled. I believe I might anticipate your question. Let me guess. Don't the first 9 primes sum to 100? Elder Vincent looked at the student, who lowered his hand and nodded. A good question. That is, quite simply, the limit. Neither the founder nor any who have come after managed to form the 100th star. People have already been known to call those in the 4th tier of cultivation deities. What would we call someone who has surpassed a deity? Elder Vincent shrugged, though naming perhaps isn't that important. Claiming to be a deity, though, is a bit much. Our galaxy construction cultivators say the same. But back to the question. Surpassing the final known tier of cultivation is a goal for many. Some say it is impossible. Those who try either die or disappear, either through transcending to a higher plane or destroying themselves so thoroughly, here is nothing left. Here is no way to know. But 99 stars seems to be the limit for now. Anton found that answer satisfactory. Even if the 100th star couldn't be reached, a technique that was good enough to reach the peak of cultivation was quite something. Though, of course, just because the technique was capable of reaching that peak didn't mean he could. He was already old. He just needed to surpass the body tempering stage to avenge his family. But, Victor declared loudly, the 2nd and 5th stars, the first prime and the 1st and 2nd added together. What you choose to temper at those points sets you up for the future. It isn't that you can't later achieve the same level of tempering in such a category, but you are set up for an early boost. That is why most of us refine the meridians at the 5th star. The same young man raised his hand, and Vincent pointed to him. Yes, what is your question? Why not refine the meridians at the 2nd star? They affect all of cultivation. If we knew this before entering the order at 3 stars, could we not be more successful? Certainly, Vincent said. Or you could be dead. Trying to force things ends up that way. Tempering the body is not equally easy. Tempering the meridians is the hardest and thus requires experience, though sometimes people try it and die. Vincent's eyes looked straight at Anton, except rarities. Anton had to admit that he had found it quite dangerous. It almost spiraled out of control and killed him. Then again, that was his entire experience with cultivation up to that point. Vincent continued, "The prime temperings are especially difficult, but also more effective. However, if one steadily cultivates past body foundation, they can eventually smooth out the road before them. So no matter what decisions you have made up to this point, there is no permanent harm done. Take advantage of whatever strengths you have obtained for yourself while you are young." Chapter 18. Another week and a half out of 5,000 went by in the blink of an eye. Work started early and lasted until the evening, then practicing archery techniques until he was sufficiently tired to sleep. All interspersed with meals and occasional lectures. Anton learned quite a bit, including how to properly balance his environment while cultivating. It wasn't as important as having abundant natural energy around, but it was still a factor. That included taking care of his mental state. Anton wasn't sure if his mind was exactly sent with constant thoughts of revenge. But what was he going to do about it? Focus was necessary to overcome it. The most useful after the tips Vincent gave for cultivation was sparring practice. He was still a beginner in cultivation. So when he found himself struggling with unarmed combat, he didn't feel bad. He had gotten in a few scraps in his days, but had no formal training. His muscles were decently strong, but the rest of his body just wasn't up to par. All of the others seemed to have begun lessons before him as well, but Anton didn't like making excuses. He might only rarely need to fight unarmed, but he should at least put in the effort to cover the basics. The anticipated lecture with Elder Cunha arrived in due time. When Anton arrived at the training field only to find it sparsely attended by merely a dozen others, he asked one of the nearest disciples, "Is this the right place for Elder Cunha's lecture?" The young woman nearest to him shrugged. "Lectures have words. But this is the place. It's surprisingly empty." "Elder Cunha is the best archer in the order." The young woman looked around before finally whispering. "But she's not the best teacher." Anton nodded. That often tended to be the case. Eccentric masters of one thing or another often had trouble communicating. It was certainly not impossible to be a skilled teacher and a master of something, but the skills didn't necessarily go together. Still, he might be able to learn something. He almost didn't notice when she showed up. Anton had been conditioned into the idea that elders would look younger than they were. So when a truly ancient woman with baggy skin and thin limbs stood in front of them, he almost didn't think it was her. However, as he sensed her energy, he knew it had to be her. He couldn't sense exactly, but she was at a great number of stars. Perhaps 50 or more, that would place her in the final tier of cultivation. The stage that was referred to as galaxy construction in the 90-9 stars method. She said nothing, merely pulling out a bow from a magic bag like Elder Evan had. The bow appeared quite plain, merely some sort of dark varnished wood, and a string that seemed no different from many others. She had no quiver on her back, but that wasn't a surprise. Without even saying a word to those watching, her movement started. Anton's eyes barely tracked the movement of her hand grabbing the string. The forming of a spirit arrow and the pulling of the string, and the arrow was out of his vision as if it completely disappeared. Then Elder Cunha disappeared as well. However, Anton still sensed her, and his eyes snapped to her location, far from where Anton thought it should have been possible to move, even with his eyes already having been tempered. Anton was barely able to follow her movements. Activating the vision techniques from Hawkeye's allowed him to not completeless eyesight of her. But he was barely able to make out her specific movements even still. She drew and shot the bow, then moved to a seemingly random place to fire again in another similarly random direction. Anton's eyes occasionally followed the spirit arrows, realizing that he was half right. They did disappear, but their trajectory through the air up to the point where they vanished has also simply been too fast for him to see. Each of the spirit arrows destroyed itself at a specific point, though the distance wasn't always the same. Anton supposed that was the only way she wasn't going to put holes in everything around them, including the walls of the training areas and perhaps several buildings over. He was absolutely certain she would have, if the arrows didn't collapse into themselves. Anton watched in a trance, trying to catch something from what was happening. He felt like he was on the verge of understanding, but he wasn't sure what might learn. Then Elder Sinai stopped. Anton reached down and found his chest was damp. He was sweating from just watching. He was almost entirely drained of energy just to catch a glimpse of what was going on. The others were in a similar boat, except a pair who grumbled to each other. Didn't teach anything, just showed off and left. Technically, Anton agreed that she didn't teach anything, but the chance to see something like was still good for his developing skills. Many years of hunting and some competitions were nothing compared to her experience with the bow. But how could he make use of it? Every time he formed a spirit arrow, Anton pictured those made by Elder Cunha. They were thinner, not because they contained less power, but because it was even more concentrated. He had barely been able to sense how it worked with the immense power involved, but he tried some things he thought were involved. Had she started the formation at the tip number, though he couldn't be sure, since they seemed to appear instantly? He tried starting with the arrowhead, in the middle, and from the end with the fletching. The middle was the worst, since if he was misaligned it could scrape up against the bow at the front or slip past the string in the back. Fortunately, the bow had enough durability to ignore such incidental energy. Anton tried to imagine what her movements were for. He couldn't possibly move as she did, especially with his joints. Though perhaps hers weren't any better at whatever age she was. He would have to work on his flexibility. At the very least, moving around was a good idea. Anton didn't exactly dash around, but he started incorporating movement and turning into his practice. He didn't have targets and didn't want to destroy the walls. So he just made the arrows dissipate. He wasn't confident in doing that while they were in motion, so he made sure to practice on his actual target for actual practice firing. The other residents of the complex did their own cultivation at different times, though there was never really a time when nobody was cultivating unless the complex was empty or they were all asleep. On a particular evening another 2 weeks later, Katerina was cultivating in her own courtyard. Anton felt she was at a particularly crucial moment, so he decided to take a break so as to avoid disturbing her with his energy fluctuations. She was at the peak of the 4th star. And if he guessed correctly, she planned to break through to the 5th. The feeling of her cultivation let Anton know she was finishing the refinement of her meridians. A solid choice, apparently. Much less foolish than doing it too early, but Anton supposed he couldn't be blamed for his thoughts. He really should have been more cautious, though. As Katerina pushed herself to the edge, Anton sensed a sudden boost of energy from her. It didn't feel like a danger. And indeed, it only took a moment for the energy to settle down and come under her control. A short time later, the scene settled down and Anton knew she had reached the 5th star, since it wouldn't be a problem to interrupt her anymore. Anton was about to go back to training archery. However, she stepped out of her gate, and he was curious where she was going to go. Spying on his neighbors wasn't proper, but he would have had to intentionally ignore her to not know where she was. Besides, she was coming towards his gate. A moment later, she knocked. Anton, he made his way over to the gate and opened it. "Katerina, come on in," he gestured. She shook her head. "Not necessary. Here." She held out her hand, and Anton instinctively reached out to take what she dropped, a small round pellet. She was halfway turned around when Anton called after her, "Wait!" "Isn't this your last tempering pill?" Anton was quite certain that she had just used one. "Number, I have one more left." He still didn't let her leave. "Why give it to me?" "For the help. Before, save it for breaking through to 6th star." Now that he'd gotten her to admit why, he wasn't going to refuse. He sensed she was telling the truth about having another. It seemed likely she hadn't actually used one for the 4th star. "I will graciously accept," Anton said as she was already stepping out of sight back towards her dwelling. He slowly closed the gate behind her and smiled. He'd save the pill for a breakthrough. Though if she needed it before he used it, he would gladly give it to her. Better to foster someone younger who had their whole life ahead of them rather than an old man. Chapter 19. Elder Konija's demonstrations were not regularly scheduled. The second one after Anton heard of her was another 3 weeks after the first. Though it wasn't scheduled until 3 days in advance, and Anton only heard about it by coincidence. Anton arrived a bit early. Since Elder Kania didn't seem the sort to delay upon arriving, it wasn't exactly a short demonstration the first time, but he had the feeling that watching the whole thing would give him the best insights. The training field the demonstration was in did have actual targets, and Anton found a young man at the 7th star training there. It was not surprising to find him forming a spirit arrow, firing one after the next into a target. Though with deliberate speed rather than haste, Anton watched, feeling the young man's energy as he shot. Obviously, he wasn't much compared to Elder Kania, but Anton wouldn't expect that. His arrows were accurate enough, but they didn't puncture very deep into the targets. At least, not as much as they should have with energy involved. Anton approached closer. Young man, interested in advice from an old man, a fool to stars weaker than you. The young man shrugged. Why not I'll hear it, at least? Anton nodded. He had gotten in the habit of bringing his bow with him. Since most disciples carried a weapon with them around the order, and he quickly strung it. Theoretically, even black steel strings had to wear out eventually if it was left strung. Anton held up his fingers, creating a spirit arrow where the young man could see. I didn't see any particular flaws in your creation, but your power seemed to suffer. That bow seems decent enough. Anton turned to the side and pulled back the arrow, sending it flying towards the target. His energy catapulted it forward through the target. Good. At least he had something to demonstrate that he knew what he was talking about. The problem is that you are trying too hard to hit accurately. The young man squinted. But if I don't hit, I can't kill anything. I am not saying you shouldn't be accurate. I am just saying you shouldn't put so much effort into it. You are stabilizing the arrow with your energy. Anton held up another spirit arrow. That's what the fletching is for. If it didn't have a purpose, we'd merely form something like needles. Anton let the fletching fade away. But the fletching lets it stay aligned on its own. That energy is best used to propel the whole thing forward. Don't worry if it spins, that's fine as well. The young man nodded. I see. Anton stepped away from the target, letting him have a straight shot. He frowned in concentration, forming an arrow and releasing it. The arrow arrived off target, but Anton knew he just needed to get used to how it behaved. Either way, it punctured most of the way through. It wasn't so inaccurate as to be a problem on any decently sized opponent, just a couple rings from the bullseye. The young man seemed to be focused on the task, so Anton just watched as he continued. Soon enough, the others arrived. several new faces, and a half-dozen repeats. Anton noticed the returning disciples were all higher stars than himself. But why would they not be? He was still quite new to cultivation. Elder Konija's arrival was obvious. From her energy, but nothing else. She wasn't hiding it. So the fact that she made no sound and had little visual presence as she arrived didn't make a difference. Anyone would notice if they were suddenly next to a raging fire. Everyone cleared out of the area as she approached, standing over to the side and watching. Anton decided not to try to focus on the little details this time, something he couldn't even really make out as she fired arrows almost without him seeing her move. And then she herself changed locations. If he couldn't pick out fine details, he needed to follow the flow. Was it just a demonstration of how fast she could move and shoot? Or was there something more? The first arrow flew out, disappearing as it reached a point somewhere in front of her. At that point, Elder Konia had moved a quarter circle around the general area. Her second arrow fired at another spot entirely. As far as Anton could tell, she never aimed at the same point, though her arrows might pass through a similar target-sized area. They never stopped in the same area as a previous one. Anton noticed something else. She wasn't just running around and shooting. Her movements weren't so straightforward. She had great speed, but she didn't move straight from point to point. She changed direction unpredictably, tilting her body as she moved and occasionally pulling back steps. It was as if she was avoiding enemy attacks. Anton's brain was overloaded with information. But if he presumed she was shooting and hitting an imaginary foe, it would explain why they didn't remain in place. His suspicions were confirmed when she ducked under an attack and instead of firing her bow stabbed out with her hand. A spirit arrow existing for only the briefest of moments. Anton couldn't say he followed all of her movements. But at least he understood what was happening. It could have just been his imagination. But he thought that sometimes she missed. That is to say, the arrows had a point of maximum power. Usually, they disappeared, indicating a hit, very close to the peak of their power. Sometimes they continued onward, fading out of existence rather than being directly dispersed. But perhaps that was just Anton reading into things too much. By the time the demonstration was over, Anton was exhausted. Both his brain and his reserves of energy just to keep track of funning what was happening. Anton couldn't say he found Elder Kania's demonstration to be a good lesson. But he still learned some things about what she considered important. Constant movement made sense. He needed to be able to hit an opponent while both of them were moving. Predicting the opponent's movements was theoretically part of that, though Anton hadn't been able to track the movements of her opponent to know that was the case. Trying to replicate a similar situation himself stretched the limits of his capabilities, not least of which was his body complaining to him for pushing it so hard. However, he didn't feel as if he was shirting himself. Tempering his body with energy was allowing him to grow stronger, and though it might be painful in the short term, he found his overall bodily health increasing, even if his joints burned after every practice session and his bones creaked. One major issue Anton ran into was imagining an opponent. He hadn't exactly been in many fights. Hunting animals usually was done from stealth. If a boar was charging at him, he didn't use a complex series of movements. He shot it and tried to figure out how to put a tree between them. For a combat on the level of cultivators, he really didn't know what to expect. The only images he had in his mind were Elder Sanaya and her invisible opponent. When he tried to imagine fighting them, he died, rapidly and continuously. His arrows got nowhere near the targets he set in mind, even though he himself had chosen their movement patterns. Anton shook his head. That wouldn't do any good. He needed some practical experience. Or to pick a weaker opponent. The only other person he'd really seen move was Vincent. He wasn't even trying to go fast most of the time. But his movements were strange and hard to follow. Anton imagined shooting at someone who moved like Vincent casually. It was difficult, but he managed some hits. But that wasn't the speed Elder Vincent could move at. That was him strolling around. In his head, he pictured being carried through the forest at then unbelievable speeds to return to the bandit camp, even if that version of Elder Vincent wasn't trying to dodge him. Anton couldn't manage a hit on something that speed. On a related note, Anton found himself very glad that the walls of the courtyard were fortified to resist damage. He might still need to be more careful, but at least he wasn't punching holes in them. He couldn't do everything necessary to move and aim and shoot with proper power and consistently disperse his energy exactly when he wanted to. Anton sighed. And here he was thinking he would take out Cultivator bandits. Bandits who had years or decades of experience on him, who fought and killed for their livelihood. There was no way he could get revenge like that. Elder Vincent had managed to track down some of them, but they had apparently gone far enough into a frurg that he couldn't track them down while still fulfilling other responsibilities for the order. Anton would have liked to hear they were all dead. But he also wanted to kill them himself. To do that, he needed to fight. Something. Disciples were able to spar, at least. There were also magical beasts to hunt down. He wasn't sure if he was ready, but he could use the contribution points. Tempering his body while farming was good for the moment. But after the 6th and 7th star, he would merely be working at the same time. His bones and tendons would be physically worked, but he wasn't sure about marrow and skin. Speaking of which, before he got into battles with wild beasts, he should have some better idea of how to defend himself with energy. He wouldn't want to fail to avoid an attack, only to find himself impaled. Or just simply have his body shatter to bits. He was working on part of that with the tempering of his bones. But Anton was absolutely certain he could easily break his own body with his energy. On that note, he found himself holding back so as not to truly hurt himself. At least he had some ideas in mind for what to study next. Chapter 20. The Technique Library was a place Anton had only visited once before. He should have visited twice. But during the time he would have been returning his borrowed technique scrolls, he was incarcerated. He might still need to look over Hawkeye's archery and 1,000 arrows later. But he was fairly certain he'd learned all he could from them at the moment. Spirit arrows likely had more he could learn as well. But beyond the level of just creating an arrow, he wasn't sure if he didn't just need more practice to use it to its full capacity. Elder Mason, Anton inclined his head as he arrived. I am sorry these were a bit late. Elder Mason was one of the ones Anton Washer was younger than himself, but not necessarily that much. Still, her long hair and youthful skin could have easily tricked him into believing she was merely in her 20s. Elder Mason shrugged. If it was a real problem, we would have sent people to collect them. She looked at each scroll as she took them. Sorry. Your badge, Anton held it out. Oh, Anton Krantz. Sorry, but so many people come through and you've only been here once. I am not as good as some of the others are at remembering names. She marked a ledger with a quill pen and a little bit of energy. Now then, since you returned, I presume you want to check out something else? More archery techniques, perhaps? I might take a look at them, Anton said. But I wanted to diversify a bit. Something defensive, and maybe for movement. Aha! Elder Mason smiled. Planning to join the hunt number. Maybe? I don't believe I've heard of it. Anton started following after Elder Mason as she walked along the shelves. That's right. It was announced nearly 2 months ago. So the excitement died down some. It'll pick back up soon since it's just a month away. Elder Mason pulled a few scrolls off the shelves. Take a look to see if any of these suit you. As Anton took them, Elder Mason continued her earlier line of thought. The hunt is exactly what it sounds like. More or less. An organized event by the sect-tooth in the numbers of magical beasts in the deep forest. There are certain points not to be crossed while still in body tempering, but it's a group event. Good for getting to know other disciples and for contribution points. I had been considering some hunting, Anton said. Steel skin. Tempered skin was recommended. That wasn't high on his priority list. He would prefer something energy-based. Golden armor was in that vein, but its defenses were a bit static for his tastes. Though he could understand the appeal of solidifying your energy and letting it act as actual armor, he had trouble unfurling the third one. Ponderous field was certainly interesting. Spreading out energy to slow anything around, weapons and people alike. The most interesting thing was that there was another scroll wrapped inside that one. One step ahead was a combined movement and defensive technique. Technically, oh, that's where that went. Elder Mason sighed. This is why only the caretakers are supposed to shelve things. Is this long past due for someone? Anton could barely believe what the technique wanted from its user. Predict the exact movements of the enemy so that you wouldn't be somewhere thakaldatic, while at the same time moving yourself to the optimal location to attack them. For use with archery, it said. He certainly couldn't see it working with anything in melee, because you'd always be inside your opponent's reach. But some Elders write techniques and just toss them on the shelves, assuming we'll know where they are, even though we never registered them. From the tone of her voice, Anton supposed that some Elders were on specific Elder. Who wrote this one? Then it doesn't say. If you'd seen more of hers, you'd know. The straightforward yet impossible to keep up with descriptions become the obvious thing. And the fact that Tihir is no name. It's Elder Sinaya. Anton frowned. Spirit arrows wasn't so. Directly obtuse. Oh! Elder Mason laughed. That's the version for people who want to actually learn instead of just stare at a page. One of the other elders clarified it. Anton nodded, idly going over one step ahead. Synchronize yourself with your opponent. Take one step before them, never two. He shook his head. Thera were diagrams for how to circulate energy through the meridians to achieve, presumably, the desired results. But he couldn't say for sure. Any movement techniques for people with bad joints? Anton asked. Specifically that I don't think so. But there are some focusing on smooth movements rather than jerk reactions. Anton picked out one called Swan Steps. He wasn't sure if he had ever seen a swan, but based on watching other waterfowl, he was pretty sure they didn't do a lot of graceful walking, more of a waddle. But the technique seemed decent enough. How many techniques can I bring with me? Anton asked. The answer is, don't get greedy. I would like golden armor and swan steps. Anton paused for a moment. I am also interested in looking at one step ahead and the original spirit arrows. Elder Mason shrugged. It's your time. If you can actually make sense of those two, it's not a problem, though I need to at least properly register one step ahead. Golden armor was extremely simple, though it required sufficient energy to use it. Set aside an amount of energy. Convert it into a solid form around the body and lock it in place. From that point, it would last quite some time as long as nothing was actively breaking through. The downsides was that it wasn't possible to focus the armor against a big hit, though it did its best to disperse any damage across the body. On the other hand, since he couldn't do it, he didn't have to redirect his defenses while at the same time trying to coordinate his own attacks. Anton thought the best solution was to never get attacked at all. But apparently magical beasts had a number of ranged attacks at their disposal as well, from throwing things to attacks involving energy. The energy was what made them so dangerous. They weren't exactly cultivators, but absorbing large amounts of natural energy not only fortified their bodies, but occasionally allowed them to perform basic techniques. They were generally more powerful than a human, as well, though still of animal intelligence, Anton found that swan steps, while having very little to do with any sort of actual waterfowl, was quite useful, especially for him, since it was easier on his joints as he moved around, but still let him move quickly and change direction when needed. That involved more energy usage than his body, but it also allowed him more options, the other two. He only had a feeling would be useful. Between studying them and Elder Kania herself, he might learn something. Or maybe he was overestimating himself. Anton had one thing he needed to do besides cultivating. Since the hunt was a group event, he needed a group. That could be between 3 and 6 people, but he had to actually ask people. But before he did that, Anton circulated his energy through his meridians. He let the energy seep into his bones, seeking out areas where he was less developed. He paid special attention to his joints. And though he knew they wouldn't be completely better after the refinement, at least they would hold up until the second full body refinement. After that, well, he was already being ambitious, thinking about the 10th star. With one more pass through his body, his bones were brimming with energy. Yet he continued according to the prescribed techniques. He pulled in energy from all around him, grateful for how much natural energy was everywhere in the territory of the Order of 99 stars. It was enough that even an old man like himself could cultivate at a decent speed. Anton knew that the more energy he pulled into his bones, the better the final refinement would be, while he could continue to temper them later. It was optimal to do it as well as possible during this first and best opportunity. The energy started making his bones hurt. But at the moment, it was only the ache of a cold winter day. Soon it elevated to the point of feeling like he had broken a bone. Except all over his body. He'd had the experience of a broken bone several times when he was younger. And as he grew older, it took longer to recover from such injuries. However, his bones weren't broken. They had already undergone the first tempering, and had been gradually gaining strength as he cultivated the 6th star. They could withstand more, he was certain. He hadn't been wrong about that so far, and he wasn't going to doubt himself now. More. Until he was more worried about the energy exploding on its own, regardless of the structural integrity of his bones. The physical pain just filled him with determination as he pushed forward. Finally, there was an explosion, but an intentional one. It focused all the energy inward, condensing it into yet another star floating around inside of him. The 6th star. Sadly, it wasn't that much of an accomplishment. Technically, the 5th star was harder as one of the primes. He hadn't known that at the time, but it explained how things were working for him. The next couple wouldn't be so bad. But the 10th. Well, he had other things to worry about first, like whether or not he could actually fight. Chapter 21. For the sake of contribution points. Joining a group of strong disciples for the hunt would probably be for the best. The only problem was, Anton wasn't sure if anyone would want him, or if he would want to join them. What could he learn? Being supported by those stronger than him, would it be worth it? Even if he got extra equipment or cultivation materials, Anton truly didn't know. But forming a group with people he knew was something he would prefer. Only, who did he know elders didn't count? And despite knowing many of them tangentially, he only really knew names and small details about most of them. Vincent was the one he knew the most, but again, it didn't matter. Who had he met? The list was quite small. He was introduced to the sect by a young man named Sterling, but they had no contact after that. He was acquainted with several people who attended Elder Kania's archery demonstrations, but they were ahead of him in cultivation. That left very few people, only the others in his complex and Hoyt. Perhaps one of them needed one more for a group. Anton couldn't be sure if they were even going to join the hunt. But he could ask. Despite living in the same complex as the three others, the first Anton encountered was Hoyt. After all, he woke up much earlier than the others. Hoyt was still working the same fields as Anton, and they met regularly at breakfast. "Hoyt, are you planning to join the hunt?" "I had considered it, Senior Anton." A stern look from Anton made him rephrase his sentence. "Anton, however, I don't know many others." "How about yourself? Do you plan to participate?" Anton nodded. "I thought it would be a good experience. I've had little exposure to combat. Though I did hunt regular animals, I have a few others I was planning to ask as well. But if you wish to enter, I would be glad to fight with you." Hoyt looked at Anton, then nodded. "Of course, I'd be quite glad to join alongside you. Hopefully we can get enough for a full group." "Are there any from the same complex as you that would be a good fit?" Anton asked. Hoyt shook his head. "Not really. I don't think they would be ready. I have several more I can invite. I am sure we can find at least a third." Anton started in the counterclockwise direction from his own home. He wasn't sure about Velvet since she'd been related to the earlier trouble. But it was best to be polite regardless. He knocked on her door first. "Good evening, Anton." She greeted him as he opened the door. "Good evening. I believe I previously overheard you talking about joining a group for the hunt." He hadn't actually heard what it was for, but that was the most likely cause for forming a group at the moment. She looked over Anton. "That's right. We're nearly full. But we might have room for one more, if you want to join. I appreciate the offer, but I have no desire to join a group with only one other person I know. I had thought to form a group with some acquaintances. One from the fields. Timothy." Velvet smiled politely. "I wish you luck then. Perhaps we will see each other out there." Anton nodded and excused himself. He was glad he was right, and she had clearly not liked the idea of joining up with Timothy. Anton could see why in practical terms. Timothy was cultivating outside, clearly displaying the aura of the third star. Anton stopped to feel the vigor with which the young man was cultivating. He might not have the talent, but Anton could appreciate his drive. At a moment of rest, Anton knocked on his gate. "Who is it?" Timothy asked as he came to the gate. "Oh, Senior Anton." Anton smiled. Just Anton is fine, despite the respect of the title. "I'd rather not be reminded that I am old. It's not required by the order, so I'd prefer if you just call me my name." "Of course." Timothy seemed to twitch as he tried to say Anton's name. That made him smile. "Have you heard of the hunt?" Anton asked. "Absolutely," Timothy said. "It's a big event. Unfortunately, nobody would want to take someone of the third star with them." "I don't know about that. Would you like to join me?" Timothy's eyes grew wide. "Really? But you are already at the sixth star. I'd just be dead weight." "Nonsense. Another teammate can always be useful." "I was thinking of inviting Katerina as well. Do you know if she's already participating? Number, I mean." "She isn't," Timothy said. "If you don't mind my cultivation level, I would be glad to join." Katerina would probably like to as well. I am sure she'd like you to ask, at least." Anton nodded. "I have already recruited another disciple by the name of Hoyt. A solid young man. So we have him in a multi-team regardless. However, having a fourth would be appreciated." Katerina was outside cultivating, though as soon as Anton approached the gate she stopped. He knocked, and she opened it a moment later. "Yes." Senior Anton sighed. "I would prefer to just be called Anton, if you please." Why was everyone so insistent on that? "Have you heard of the hunt? I have been putting together a team to participate." "I have already recruited one of my friends and Timothy. However, we would appreciate having a fourth." "Timothy is going with you," Katerina nodded. "I would be glad to join." Anton: "Excellent. I was thinking we should all gather together to learn what each of us can do and how we can perform the best." "Do you have any particular time constraints?" Katerina shook her head. "I have nothing that requires a set time." "Excellent. I shall try to arrange a time that will work for everyone, perhaps in 2 days." "Of course." S. Anton: "I have a question before you go." "What is it?" I am glad to answer. "Weren't you fourth star when we first met?" "That is correct. Technically, he had been third star when he first saw her. But they didn't really meet then. He just happened to take note of the pair of young cultivators. I have been quite happy with my overall rate of advancement, considering my age." Katerina nodded. "Okay, thank you. Just let me know when we're meeting." Though Hoyt worked all day, it wasn't as if he had to. Neither of them were technically required to inform Elder Howland that they would not be present the next day. But it was courteous to do so, since the other two didn't really have any scheduling requirements. They were able to meet up 2 days later after Anton started gathering everyone. There were various sorts of training fields, and the particular one they were at required renting with contribution points. It wasn't just a field, but a sparring field that had a formation set up to limit damage to cultivators might do to each other. In addition to that, there was an elder on duty over several areas in case something went wrong and someone was seriously injured. It wasn't expensive, but it would cost something like 10 points throughout the duration of the day, which meant beginning workers might only be able to afford to use it after a full day of work. More powerful formations for those at the final few stars of body tempering were more expensive. And spirit building was out of the question with Anton's available points. But they didn't need anything that could withstand so much. Hoyt, meet Timothy and Katerina. Likewise, meet Hoyt. Both sides properly introduced themselves, as well as feeling out the cultivation of the others. Currently, they had a 3rd star to 5th stars and Anton's 6th. It wasn't the most impressive group the Order had, but that didn't matter. They just had to perform their best. Why don't we go over our basic abilities? In case you did not guess from the fact that I always have a bow on me, I am an archer. In general, I make use of spirit arrows. Anton formed an arrow in his hand, plus some other archery techniques. I have some movement and defensive skills for my own use, but nothing I imagine would be a benefit to the group. I am of course most useful if enemies stay at range, and would much prefer to kill things there. Though I am told that's not always simple with magical beasts. Anton looked to Hoyt. Hoyt held up a large axe. He was a fit young man, but the size of his body didn't match the mass of the weapon. I wield the axe. I am capable of controlling a wide area and breaking through tough defenses. Timothy was equipped with a full set of armor, including helmet and a shield. Anton didn't judge it to be cultivator grade, but it was still better than fortifying his own body. I use sword and shield. For the most part, I don't have much combat experience, but I've been practicing interception techniques. Katerina had a sword at her side. However, she didn't bring it up at all. Instead, summarizing her abilities in a single word. Formations? Hoyt's jaw dropped, and even Timothy looked somewhat surprised. Anton stroked his chin. He didn't really know what formations were, but understood they were quite useful. The bandits had even managed to hide themselves from Elder Vincent for such a long time, because they had the services of a formation master. Great. Let's get started then. Chapter 22. According to the report, Anton explained, the most common beasts are merely larger versions of normal counterparts. Wolves, boars, snakes, great cats, and the like. Some bears, maybe. I won't assume everyone has experience hunting them, so we'll go over some of the basics. As the oldest in the group, the connecting point between disparate people, and just the highest cultivation, Anton took the role of leader for the training. He could also guarantee he had the most experience fighting wild animals. Because even if the others had started the day they were born, he still had several times their experience. Unless one of them had fought wild beasts every day for that same time. But the stories of cultivators raised by wolves or growing up in the wild were generally exaggerated. Mostly, these creatures aren't threats alone. Even a large bear should be easily defeatable by. Anton checked the information he had. A single 4th-star cultivator. Though I would suggest not trying to directly let them hit you, since you'll waste energy. You should still be all right. There are 4 of us, so even if one would have difficulty, together we can defeat whatever we encounter. Anton avoided calling out Timothy. It wasn't like Hecasito have lower cultivation. He just wasn't there yet. The same cannot be said of magical beasts. Even alone, they can be a threat. They have more muscle and bodily power than normal animals, and the ability to use energy for attacks and defense. We will be staying out of the deeper areas where they will be common. Disciples with higher cultivations will be facing them. Everyone nodded, and the training began. 3 of the 4 had preferences for melee weapons. So the simplest arrangement was for them to stand in a line in front of Anton. Perfectly functional, but nothing special. However, if he stood in the line with them, he would have less worries about hitting one of them, and could more quickly kill approaching enemies as he would be closer. They would still be able to intercept enemies as they approached, and he could quickly fall back if necessary. Anton was still capable of defending himself up close. It simply wasn't his preferred method. Lacking actual beasts to fight against, and with the forest being too dangerous to enter at the moment. Leading to the call for the hunt, they sparred with each other to get some experience fighting. Training techniques on your own just wasn't the same. Anton had a huge advantage if they started further apart. And even at a dozen paces, which would only take a few moments to cover, he could shoot several times before anyone got close. Though the training arena kept people from getting seriously hurt, everyone had to admit they would probably be dead if they actually took a direct hit. So people practiced dodging. And then Anton's time to have difficulty came. In melee, he wasn't exactly helpless, but he only had a standard one-handed axe that cost only a handful of contribution points to use along with a small but sturdy shield. He could have used something heavier, but he needed speed more than power. He didn't have the proper techniques to use his cultivation to his advantage, and his body held him back still. Since the younger cultivators were starting from a better place and had likewise tempered their bodies, Katerina and Hoyt were mostly matched. But Timothy struggled with any combat. It wasn't that he was unskilled, but the difference of several levels of cultivation was hard to make up for. Battles were most balanced with Timothy and Anton versus the remaining 2, though it mostly came down to whether they started at range, or whether Katerina had time to set up. Her ability to fight was really just average, as far as cultivators went. But as she had simply stated, her specialty was formations. Not the sort where people were arranged in particular ways, though that was sometimes part of it, but the sort where energy was arranged in a particular way. It was a difficult subject to learn, and Katerina admitted she was still a novice. But a novice formation user was still a powerful force to reckon with. Given time, she could modify an area either through carving runes into surfaces or making them out of energy. Sometimes rearranging the area on a larger scale to affect the energy flow was involved as well, which was technically the case with the Order of 99 Stars. Their land was a large natural formation with some modifications that gathered natural energy and protected the borders. Though it wasn't exactly pulling it from elsewhere, it more encouraged energy to form. Katerina explained some specific things she could do. Here is a simple barrier. It uses energy more efficiently than most attackers can, so breaking through can exhaust people. It took her some time to set up every formation, but Anton could tell she wanted to actually have them visible, even if they were temporary. Here, attuned people. Allies. Move more easily. Energy for others is sluggish. Katerina's movements made sense on the surface, tracing the outline of the area. But the runes sometimes were placed in geometric patterns, and sometimes in ways that Anton couldn't wrap his head around. Katerina's third and final formation finished and she disappeared. Except Anton could still feel her there, with his energy. She was just not visible. A few moments later, he felt the formation waver and break. This one is difficult. Maybe not useful. Katerina was sweating, despite the relatively slow movements she had been making. Controlling energy so precisely could be quite difficult, and the mental effort wasn't small either. It's supposed to hide energy too. But I can't yet. That's okay, Katerina. It's still great. Timothy was very encouraging of her. They were childhood friends, after all. It is quite impressive, Anton said. It requires special talent and hard work. Anton thought he saw Katerina smile slightly at that. Hoyt nodded. I tried learning it once. Then I realized I should stick to swinging heavy things around. Despite his attitude, Anton knew he didn't just swing wildly. He had actual skill and a body that was intentionally tempered in specific ways. Despite working hard throughout the day, Anton noticed that Timothy still cultivated late into the night. Anton himself was an old man who didn't sleep much, and since he wasn't getting up early for farming when they trained, he found himself spending more time awake later. From what he remembered, while Timothy had been diligent in his cultivation, he hadn't generally been up so late. It wasn't polite to spy on others cultivating. But Anton was old enough. He felt he'd earned a bit of nosiness. Anton's senses told him that Timothy's cultivation was fine. It was progressing forward towards the next star, the refinement of his tendons going smoothly. But it certainly wasn't fast. Anton found his way around to Timothy's courtyard. With nothing particularly challenging happening in his cultivation, interrupting him wouldn't be a problem. When Timothy opened the gate to Anton's knock, he invited himself inside. "You are up quite late, aren't you? How is the cultivation going?" Timothy shrugged. "I am hoping to reach the 4th star before the end of the month." "And the hunt?" Anton nodded. "Refining the tendons to support your muscles for quick movements or power. Quite useful." "I noticed you closely. Follow the prescribed tempering methods laid out in the 99 stars." "Of course," Timothy said. "Precision is important." Anton smiled. "I agree. However, there is more to it than that. You were not raised as a cultivator." "Right. Did you work at a farm?" "My father was a woodcutter," Timothy answered, "though I was often called to help out nearby farms as well." "Then you are aware of how working your muscles makes them grow stronger." "That doesn't stop being the case when cultivation is involved. There is merely another avenue to do so. However, the first doesn't become useless." Anton stretched out his arm, displaying his wrist front and back. Pressing his hands together, he stretched his fingers and wrist in various ways. "Some physical exertion lets the body absorb more natural energy." "Let's try some exercises." Timothy didn't say anything, merely following along with Anton. Anton hoped he hadn't overstepped his bounds. But the young man didn't seem to have the right insights to focus his training properly. Some gentle stretching and then more rapid movements for every part of the body left Anton feeling sore and aching more than usual. However, cultivation with energy would ease the pain. "Follow along with my technique," Anton said. "There are some ways to make your energy flow more smoothly." Anton knew that Timothy hadn't refined his meridians yet. But that didn't mean he couldn't exert greater control. His power would be lower. But the way Anton folded energy into his tendons could be replicated. It wasn't something that could be taken from a cultivation manual, because mere words explaining would never be sufficient. In truth, Anton hadn't quite perfected the technique himself, as he was currently in the middle of cultivating his tendons. But it shared the same principles as the rest. Timothy didn't quite have it down by the end of the night. But Anton planned to return to guide him in the future. It wasn't just so he would be stronger to help the team. But Anton just wanted to leave the world somewhat better once he expired, though that might not happen so naturally anymore. There was a good chance of him getting himself killed within the next year. He couldn't just train forever and never avenge his family, or look for any survivors who were taken as slaves. Chapter 23. In less than 2 weeks, Timothy had reached the 4th star, finishing the tempering of his tendons. Anton still had quite a way to go. But it was just time he required. Meanwhile, Timothy had spent a longer time at the 3rd star because of his inefficient technique. He took well to the guidance of Anton, completing the final portion of the tempering without issue. Thank you for the instruction, Team Leader Anton. Timothy and the others no longer tried to call Anton Sr., but he couldn't refuse Team Leader. It at least didn't make him feel old. He had hoped that they would be willing to be informal. But the large difference in age made them slightly uneasy still. What do you plan for the next star? Anton asked. It would be best to refine my meridians, but. Then that is what you shall do, Anton declared. Why would you not? Well, prime refinements are more difficult. Meridians are the hardest to refine properly, and I am not sure I have enough experience. Timothy looked down. Don't worry about it and just ask when you have questions. It may be difficult, but this is an important time in your future. Katerina and Hoyt both had the fortitude to refine their meridians for a prime refinement. With my guidance, you can do the same. Didn't you refine your muscles for the 5th refinement, Team Leader Anton? I did, Anton acknowledged. But that doesn't mean my meridians didn't also undergo a prime refinement. I am a bit old, though, so it may not be so obvious with my energy capacity. Timothy frowned. But if muscles were 5th, then meridians were. 2nd, of course. Anton understood that was a rarity, but it had worked out well for him. He was still alive, after all. Now then, here is what you need to do. Anton had already finished the refinement of his meridians long before. And with his current additional experience, he was quite capable of guiding Timothy's cultivation. He wasn't going to magically reach the 5th star in just a couple weeks. But if Anton was able to properly communicate the best techniques, he should be able to properly perform the tempering given time. He had enough determination, at least. At 100 years old, Anton felt that time moved extremely rapidly. Then he had become a cultivator, and time seemed to flow even faster still. A month of training at least a few times per week with the team he had put together for the hunt passed in what felt like an instant. Nobody but Timothy made a breakthrough to a higher cultivation level, but that was expected. The rest of the group had advanced relatively recently, and it wasn't so easy for Anton to reach the next star in just a month. He felt like he was barely halfway. Maybe a bit over or under. Cultivation seemed to slow down quite significantly with each step. The gathering for the hunt was quite impressive. Not every disciple was participating, but Anton estimated at least 1 in 5 to 10. With how spread out they were over the land owned by the order, there were rarely so many in one place. The order had thousands of members around at any specific time, and hundreds were participating in the hunt. Anton noticed many with badges of elders, at least a dozen. While that wasn't a huge portion of the order's total number of elders, it was quite significant. Anton noticed both Elder Vincent and Elder Cinia. Vincent was greeting many people as they arrived, but Kinia mostly watched. He wondered if anyone technically knew her instead of just knowing who she was. He certainly couldn't consider himself acquainted. Anton? Elder Vincent smiled as they approached. I am glad to see you are doing well. Your cultivation has progressed one step further, even. Elder Vincent turned his smile to the rest of the team. I didn't have the pleasure of recruiting the rest of you. I am Vincent. Elder Vincent, they all inclined their heads. And Vincent and Anton shared a look. He certainly deserved the respect of the title more than Anton did that of senior. But it did seem rather formal. We will be going over all of the updated information soon. The level of your team. Elder Vincent nodded. An average of 5th star is quite excellent, considering the time you have cultivated. There will be many opportunities for you to be effective in the outer forest. The coordinator for the hunt was one of the older-looking elders, a dark-skinned man called Elder Anand. Anton only knew that he was from outside Greyoton initially, before finding his position with the order. Good day. Everyone, Elder Anand spoke. Even with people scattered all about, his voice carried evenly to everyone. Despite the fact that we will be dealing with creatures from the forest, do remember that the deep forest is off limits. It is far too dangerous, even for spirit-building disciples. On that note, we have separated the area into several sections. The inner ring is appropriate for any spirit-building disciples. The middle ring will mostly suit earlier spirit building, and those near the peak of body tempering. Those below the 7th star are advised to stay in the outer area. Of course, these areas are not absolute. Stronger beasts may move between zones, but the elders will be doing the best to limit how many dangerous ones reach further out. We cannot guarantee that large numbers of beasts won't travel in a pack, so make sure to remain with your teams for safety. And don't forget, despite the fact that you will be rewarded per beast slain, this is a cooperative venture. If you see another team in need of assistance, please do so, and don't refuse help from others. It is better to remain alive than to get a few extra contribution points. Though, we shouldn't have to remind most of you how to behave. Elder Anand explained what to look for that would delineate the different sections, different types of trees, the density of energy, landmarks, and the like. Before sending everyone off, each group was given a magic bag. Anton was surprised they had enough for that. If there were 300 participants, that meant at least 50 or 70. 5 magic bags. That did explain why those disciples that worked with equipment refinement had been looking a bit haggard lately. A magic bag was theoretically simple to use. It could open widely to store objects far beyond its actual capacity. And in this case, it was meant for the corpses of beasts. Among other things, it would preserve them for use. And keep the forest from being littered with bodies. While scavengers would enjoy such a feast, it was best to minimize the amount to something reasonable. Besides, scavengers were already too plentiful with so many dangerous beasts growing wild. Anton wished he had the chance to enter the forest before. He wasn't terribly worried about entering an unfamiliar forest, especially since he could always find his way back towards the center where the order kept the main complex. But knowing the particular quirks of a forest was still good. Maybe he would have the chance later after the hunt. When things settled down, for the moment, they moved towards the outer part of the forest. With experience hunting various creatures, it wasn't hard to find relatively larger versions of them. Anton barely even had to look to find tracks of a large boar. And he could hear it soon enough. He almost thought it was a normal-sized boar bit. Then he realized that the trees it was next to were instead much larger than he thought. The perspective was difficult, but he motioned the group forward as quietly as they could go. Anton was out in front somewhat, but just a few meters ahead. The boar hadn't noticed them yet, and he pulled on his string, forming a spirit arrow as he did so. He aimed lower, towards a front shoulder and the heart. Anton hadn't fired a spirit arrow at a living being, not protected by the sect's defensive formations. And he was quite surprised. The arrow flew with power. He knew it possessed straight and true into the boar's heart. Half its length in, it left behind a hole in the pig's side. But the boar was also surprising. Its fat was also about twice as thick due to its size. And though the arrow had certainly punctured the heart, it wasn't cleanly pierced through. And boars were known for being hard to take down. It spun around towards Anton, charging towards him. Anton fired to more spirit arrows, though its movements and thick skin meant they only stuck more or less harmlessly into its shoulder. However, before it made it more than halfway to him, its rapid movements caused it to bleed more quickly out of the hole in its side, and it collapsed. Anton nodded. He could kill on alone, but he'd had the drop on it. Theoretically, the beasts would also travel in groups. And he might not always spot his quarry first. It wasn't truly a hunt, but instead an extermination. Or a war. Chapter 24. The group of four tracked down several more oversized beasts over the next few hours, with half of them being slain by Anton before reaching anyone. He let several get closer, injured, both to limit his energy usage and to give the others a chance to test their skills against the beasts. None of the other three had trouble taking down a beast alone. There was a slightly more eventful encounter with a pair of wolves, one of which snuck up from behind the group while they were focused on one in front, but Hoyt chopped straight through the neck of the creature as it attacked from the rear. Anton scratched his chin after they placed the bodies in the magic bag they had been loaned. I am not sure whether this is a large quantity of wild beasts or a small number. A normal forest might not sustain this sort of population, but... He shook his head. They were also traveling faster than he was used to, covering more area. It doesn't seem like a worrisome overflow. Even as we are moving inward slightly, they said to expect more packs. Hoyt nodded. I'd expect the elders knew what they were talking about. We just don't seem to be finding them. Anton slung his bow over his shoulder. It wasn't good for long-term carrying like that, but it left his hands free for a bit. Perhaps I might spot something. Though the forest was filled with familiar trees, the sasias were larger than he was used to. Fortunately, they also had larger handholds and footholds once he could get up the trunk. He climbed his way to the top. Glad he had reached so far in the body tempering process. To get the best angle, he had to walk out on a branch. But it was easily able to hold his weight. Hawkeye's archery had techniques to enhance the eyes, and he focused on the most distance he could. There were actually several beasts in sight, though determining if they were regular animals or the larger ones was difficult. Even so, he found himself surprised that they hadn't run into more. It seemed the creatures had been avoiding them. It seems I must have missed some tracks. Strange, for how large these things are. Anton pointed into the distance. There appears to be a pack of wolves up ahead. 6 or 7 of them, maybe. I think we can cut off their movements. He looked down at the group. It's quite a bit more than 1 or 2. Some of us will have to defend against several at a time. Though if it's more than 2, the others can help them out quickly. Is that all right? Should be easy, Katerina said. If we can get in front, I can set up a simple formation. I should be able to handle 2 easily enough, Timothy agreed. Hoyt also had no complaints, so Anton led the group in the direction he had determined the wolf pack would be going. They should come from the north there. Here is enough cover here for us to hide. The wind is from the same direction they're in, so they won't smell us until maybe 10 or 20 meters out. Anton wasn't sure how much size would change their sense of smell. Katerina nodded, then took out her sword and chopped through a bush. She tossed a bundle of its leaves over to the side. Weren't we supposed to use that as cover? Timothy asked. It's fine, she said. Plenty left. Katerina started walking around, occasionally dragging her feet through the leaves. Anton watched her with interest. Some of what she did certainly involved her own energy, but some of it seemed random. How much longer, Katerina asked. Maybe? 3 or 4 minutes. Anton responded, though they might have changed course. Katerina nodded again, carefully laying a stick on the ground and moving behind the bushes with them. Don't shoot until they pass the stick. The stick in question was merely 10 meters away, a short sprint for either cultivators or beasts of any size. That was much closer than Anton was comfortable with starting to shoot, but Anton knew there should be a good reason for it. And with the wolves approaching, it was better to keep quiet instead of asking. Soon enough he could hear them moving through the brush, and he spotted them between the trees around the same time. The wolves moved closer. And closer. 8 of them in total, 1 more than he had seen. The wolf in the lead was slightly larger, and while Anton expected it to notice them, it moved past the aforementioned stick without reacting. He didn't know if he was supposed to wait for them to pass the stick, and he decided he couldn't wait. He drew his bow. Spirit arrow flying with all the force he could muster towards the wolf. It managed to react sufficiently to redirect the arrow to its side instead of its chest, but it couldn't avoid being wounded. The wolf immediately sprang into action, leaping towards Anton after a short burst to build up speed. 1,000 arrows had methods to shoot quickly, and he managed to form the next spirit arrow and release it while still having time to jump to the side. Everything else sprang into action at the same time. Timothy moving around to one side in an attempt to draw some of the wolves towards him, while Hoyt moved directly towards the pack with Katerina. Hoyt warded off to wolves with back and forth motion of his axe. Looking for a good opening, Katerina sprang into action directly, slashing along the side of one of the wolves and continuing past between that and another wolf. They tried to turn to snap at her, but they ended up running into each other instead. There was no real damage from the collision, but it slowed them down sufficiently for her to be safely out of reach. 3 of the wolves focused in on Timothy, who was off by himself. He held his shield at the ready, keeping it towards one wolf circling around while another was in front of him. He did his best to keep a tree behind him as well. It wasn't possible to maintain that position forever, but when the wolf behind him sprang towards his leg, he was ready. He had a good enough sense of his surroundings to turn himself away, stepping back to the side as he slashed out with his sword. He only struck a glancing blow on the wolf, but with the aid of his energy he cut a gash into its side. His dodge also placed his shield mostly in the direction of the remaining wolves, so that they couldn't take advantage of the moment. Anton was vaguely aware of everything else that was going on, but he was busy handling his own problem. He was facing just one wolf, but it was somewhat larger. However, if he let himself be intimidated by a single wolf, becoming a cultivator would have been for nothing. It wasn't a question of whether he could kill it, but how efficiently he could do so. Even with 1,000 arrows for speed, the distance was a bit too close to comfortably shoot his bow. Instead, Anton pulled out his hand axe while holding his bow in the other hand, swiping at the wolf to make it back away. Anton didn't want to draw out his fight too much, but the wolf was losing blood from 2 wounds. As he maneuvered around, the wolf slipped on a root, something Anton presumed was related to the effects of the formation Katerina had established, and Anton chopped forward, swinging his axe deep into the neck of the beast. It took some energy to pull it back out, and Anton took a ready stance. But the wound was deep enough that the wolf collapsed a moment later. Taking his bow back in both hands, Anton was able to begin opening fire on the remaining wolves, starting with those around Timothy, who was the lowest cultivation and against the most enemies. He interspersed physical arrows with uses of spirit arrows, because he didn't have enough energy to keep up an endless amount of spirit arrows. Standard arrows supported by his energy were good enough most of the time, and he needed to last the rest of the fight and preserve himself for future battles as well. His first shot stuck in the leg of one of the wolves, sending it limping back. Timothy took advantage of the opening to shove one wolf away with his shield and slash at the one he had wounded before, killing it. It was only a few moments before the other two were finished, and by that point Katerina and Hoyt had just finished killing the ones around them. The group had a few wounds, and Anton noticed his gambeson had a gash down the front, even after being supported with energy. It seemed the somewhat enhanced beasts had sharper claws as well. The group took some time to bind their wounds and to recover energy. Fatigue still built up, but half an hour later they were near peak condition and ready to move on. Anton once again climbed a tree to search for the best targets. Here's another group over there. They seem to be fighting serpents. They seem to be holding their own butt. We should go help, Timothy said. Even if they are doing well, the tides of battle can change. Katerina nodded. Elders said so. Hoyt smiled. It's not like they can complain if we don't intend to take the proof of the kill. Anton quickly climbed down. Around this way should be the fastest. We should probably hurry. Just in case. Chapter 25. When cultivators wanted to move quickly, they could do so more than Anton had imagined. Anton knew he wasn't anywhere near the speed of Elder Daniela, and he didn't have the smoothness of Elder Vincent. But he dashed through the forest without feeling as if he were going too fast to pick his footing. Though he was sure they used some unnecessary amounts of energy to move, energy propelled him and the rest forward in addition to the power of their legs. 3 of them had completed the tempering of their muscles, and while Katerina was only halfway through that process, she wasn't any slower than Timothy, who had less energy to call upon, having not finished the tempering of his meridians. It wasn't long before they were close to their intended target. Other disciples of the Order of 99 Stars were fighting a mass of swarming snakes. 3 of them fighting hard to protect injured members. It seemed they had made the right choice to come assist them. The snakes were of all different sizes, though none of them small, as well as having a variety of colors varying through brown, red, yellow, black. Some striped and some spotted. These were the so-called rainbow serpents, and each different combination had a different sort of venom. Determining which was the worst was nearly impossible, but it was simply best to avoid all of them. Anton would have liked to open up with a volley of arrows towards some of the closest serpents to the other group. But while he was confident in his ability to only hit the targets he was aiming at, he didn't want to startle anyone and distract them or cause them to think he was attacking them. He took shots at some of the smaller snakes. Ones the size of grown adults if he were to compare to the few venomous snakes around Dunganon. Enough serpents were slithering towards the group that the 3 defending couldn't prevent some from slipping past, which the 2 injured members had to defeat on their own. The entire group was low on energy, but they took heart at the arrival of support. Timothy waded into the sea of snakes, his shield of little use against snakes biting at his legs. But he had armored greaves and energy to protect him. He stomped on snakes with his boots and slashed with his sword to slice several at a time. His shield did see some use as some of the snakes launched themselves at him, springing through the air. Katerina moved around the outside of the pack where numbers were thinner, slicing into any snakes she could reach and drawing attention away from the center. Anton wasn't sure if there was some more profound meaning to the way she weaved back and forth, but he'd seen how her rearrangement of their battle site with the wolves had caused them to stumble when they should not have. There was some sort of energy flow on a level he couldn't really discern. Hoyt had the hardest time with all of the small snakes, so instead of trying to slice through them one at a time when they chomped at him or even in bundles, he jumped forward deeper towards the larger ones. Anton saw him chop through a snake as big around as his forearm with a sickening slicing sound. He knew from attempting to kill some of them that their scales weren't so easy to penetrate. On that note, now that the other disciples wouldn't be completely surprised by his arrows, he fired an arrow right into the middle, past Hoyt's shoulder and right in front of the nose of one of the other disciples. Before it caught a springing red-brown snake in the eye as it attacked the rear of one of the injured disciples. With the rainbow serpents being set upon from the outside, the sea of snakes started dwindling in number. There was a particularly large one that sprang towards Hoyt, and he chopped it out of the air with his axe. Surprisingly, it resisted the blade and the energy augmenting it, at least enough not to be cleaved into. However, when it struck again, Katerina had arrived to stab her sword into its open mouth, slicing it from the inside. Despite moving forward at a reasonable pace, Anton was still 10 meters or so away from the rest when the tide of serpents began dissipating. He never intended to leave all of the danger to them. But there was no point in risking himself when he was most effective at a distance. The ability to attack unrestrained helped more than distracting a few snakes would have anyway. Anton continued to pick off escaping snakes to prevent them from having enough numbers to trouble others. Eventually, everything settled down. "Thank you for the help." The other disciples inclined their heads. "I don't know if we would have made it without you." Just because the battle was over, however, didn't mean their troubles ended. All of the members of the other group had been bitten at least once. Those they were sheltering had suffered several bites early in the battle. Hoyt had taken some bites as well, and though the actual wounds were almost entirely mitigated by his defensive energy, the serpents merely had to piece the skin to inject venom. There were no universal antivenoms. Even in the hands of the Order of the 99 Stars. But there were medicines that could support a cultivator in removing the poison themselves. The process of removing poison involved circulating energy throughout the meridians around the body. Refinements to marrow which produced blood could fortify a cultivator, and the organs in the torso could help remove poison. Supporting that with active energy and entrapping the venom and carrying it out of the body could speed up the process. Anton himself needed to recover his energy, and he sat down in a meditative position, breathing in the air full of natural energy and letting it flow into him from both the inside and outside. through his lungs and in through his skin. As he was halfway through one circulation of energy to relieve some of the fatigue throughout his body, his eyes shot open. His hand grasping in front of him, his fingers curled around a snake, a small one. No bigger around than a finger and less than a meter in length. However, Anton held onto it with all of his might. He was concerned but not entirely surprised that it didn't get crushed in his grip immediately. He focused more energy into his hand. To overcome the energy of the smaller snake, the snake thrashed about, swinging its tail into him, the tip of it carrying bursts of energy as well. Fortunately, though it was a magical beast capable of cultivating, it appeared to be a young one. It had hidden among the masses of other snakes, waiting in ambush for people to relax. But with another powerful squeeze from his tempered muscles, the snake's neck snapped and it went limp. Anton looked down at his arms, which would now have bruises from the tail. A gentle reminder not to let his guard down. He felt around the area form or energy, or snakes hidden among the bodies. Fortunately, that seemed to be the only one. Anton stowed the body in the magic bag that had been provided. Regardless of what they did with the rest, it would be hard to argue that their group shouldn't have that. When Anton and the rest had recovered, they all gathered together. "Will you be all right?" Anton asked. The faces of the injured cultivators were a bit less pale at least. They nodded. "We will not be able to stay any longer, but if we head out of the area directly, we should not run into any more trouble." "Then we shall leave you to it," Anton nodded. "Wait," their leader said. "You should take the bodies. We wouldn't have survived without you." Anton understood how important contribution points could be. And though he had to look out for his own group, these others similarly needed the points. An even split would not be unfair. We could not take everything from fellow disciples. The group had already decided that would be their preferred policy, whether they received aid from others or helped them, though they wouldn't demand anything. An exactly even split wouldn't be possible, with all different sized and quality of snakes. But they did the best they could. Neither side was much concerned with exactness in any case. After gathering everything and watching the other group depart towards the outer forest, Anton turned to the other three with him. "I do not think we would be advised to go deeper. If we were the ones to be initially set upon by that group, I am unsure if we would have fared better." "Agreed," Hoyt said, "though I don't entirely agree with the assessment. Further in would be too much risk." "I hate snakes," Timothy said, "though, I don't suppose that matters." "I agree with staying at this depth. I can handle myself against something like this, but much more." "I like snakes," Katerina said. "When they don't try to kill me." She looked wistfully off in the distance. "I want to study the barrier." The Order controlled a large area, and though they didn't encapsulate the whole forest in the barrier, it protected the side of the forest from beasts heading towards populated areas. Anton wasn't sure exactly how it worked, but it at least lessened the amount it happened. Couldn't you have studied the barrier outside of a monster-infested forest? Timothy asked. Katerina shook her head. It should be different deeper into the forest. Can't have monsters wandering out of the forest to nearby areas. Fine with me, Hoyt said. It's either that direction or the other, right? Very well, Anton said. We'll head in that direction, towards the edge of the Order's controlled area. Chapter 26. The first thing Anton noticed was a bird in front of them. Nothing was particularly strange about the bird itself, except it was larger than he would expect. In addition to that, it remained in the air with its wings out, not flapping. Wait! Anton held his hand out to the side, the rest stopping behind him. Anton focused his eyes, and even with the highest level of hawk's eyes he could produce, he could only just barely see thin strings between the trees in front of them wrapped around the bird. What's going on, Timothy asked. Spiders. Diamond silk spiders, to be specific. Anton was glad he'd researched the various dangers in the area before the hunt began. He wouldn't have imagined the sort of danger before them. Normal spiders had webs that could be difficult to see, though perhaps not with the eyes of a cultivator. For its size, spider silk was normally as strong as steel. However, to have something capable of catching a large bird, the webs would have to be much thicker and thus more visible. Except in the case of diamond silk spiders, where the webs were, well, extremely durable while thin if nothing else. Diamond was perhaps a bad comparison, except visually. We have to be careful moving around. Only follow directly behind me. Anton looked around, seeing they had already found themselves inside the area of other webs. They were lucky not to have run into any, but now they had to be careful leaving the area. Attempting to gather the webs was a possibility, since diamond silk was many times stronger than normal spider silk and quite valuable. However, that came with its own dangers. It was possible to get tangled in the webs or exhaust too much energy taking them down, and then facing the spiders who produced the webs. They were actually quite small and nearly invisible themselves, though they came in large numbers to devour the choice parts of prey much larger than themselves. Anton first looked directly behind them. They could retreat that way, but he could see more webs on either side of them, which would prevent them from easily going around the area. On the other hand, he could see a way to go deeper, and hopefully through the area. He explained the options to the group. Hoyt shrugged. Either way is fine with me. He turned his head around. Can't see any of these webs, though. The flow of energy is different around here, Katerina commented. I'd prefer to go through. Timothy scratched his head. I can barely even see the bird from here. Just let me know where to step. Anton nodded. We'll try going through then. He was very careful with the movements he made, because while the webs couldn't be placed just anywhere, they had to string between two trees. They were even harder to see without the right light. He moved his head around to get different angles, keeping his eyes enhanced. Fortunately, he only needed to track still targets. so it was less strain on his energy reserves than it would be in combat. They picked their way through the forest one step at a time. Careful of this one here, got a duck below it. Watch your left foot. Anton scraped the dirt with his boot to show the edge of where they could move. As they moved further, concern grew on Anton's face. What's wrong? Hoyt asked. I haven't spotted a single diamond silk spider yet. The book indicated they would be easier to see than the webs if I looked in the right place. Anton glanced down at his boots and legs, but still saw nothing. There was also nothing hanging off of the webs. He should see transparent spiders, and the library had high-quality images of them. He stayed on guard as they continued forward. But eventually the webs thinned and stopped. That's the end. We could attempt to gather some webs, but we don't have the tools. All we'd end up with is sticky, tangled bodies in the magic bag. We can come back after the hunt, Katerina suggested. It can be quite useful. Right? Anton nodded, but couldn't help but think about the missing spiders. It was unfortunate to miss such a good opportunity, but he couldn't help but think it was a trap of some sort. There were no other obstructions to their path on the way to the barrier, and they only ran into a few lone beasts which were quickly defeated, along with some regular-sized boars and wolves which they left alone. It wasn't as if they planned to exterminate the population. This should be the right place. Anton waved his hand. He could generally sense something in front of them, a flow of energy. But not much beyond that. Katerina nodded. She stepped forward, tracing her fingers in the air. As she did, a shimmering barrier, quite like a web, but less regular in arrangement, and not from a central point, became visible in front of them. Katerina stared at it, enraptured. How long is this going to take? Timothy asked. A while, she responded. With that, Anton looked for a nice tree to take watch in. It would be better not to be stumbled upon by a pack of beasts. They should only be able to come from what was more or less a semicircle behind them. So it was easier than focusing on every direction. It was good to take a rest, as they had already spent a long day fighting and moving. Actually, stopping for more than just the time to recover energy would do them good, though Katerina wasn't actually resting. I don't see anything, Anton said. That's good. Right, Hoyt questioned. Your tone doesn't make it sound good. Something is wrong. There are far too few beasts nearby. What does that mean? Anton pondered from where he was sitting in a tree. What is that? Anton narrowed his eyes as he looked at the horizon. The barrier is broken, Katerina declared. What? Hoyt asked. Both Anton and Katerina spoke at the same time. The beasts can get through this section? And to here is a large group coming? Normal people could sometimes parse to people talking at once, and Cultivator's brains were better at keeping track of multiple things. Timothy was the first to react. Are they coming towards us? Yes, Anton said. We should get out of here. Hoyt said. The stun, Katerina said, looking at a map. What? Anton asked, jumping down next to her. She pointed to the map. Here we are. Here is Thuston, so we can tell the elders where the barrier is broken. Anton looked in front of them, his eyes just catching sight of the town in front of them, the tallest buildings just barely visible on the horizon. I have to protect them, Anton said. The rest of you should be able to move along the barrier to the south into safe territory. What? Hoyt tilted his head. Oh, I see. Nah, I am going to. The Order is responsible for protecting people. Isn't it? I am coming too, Katerina said. Right, Timothy nodded. I can't just leave them. Anton nodded. I understand. I won't refuse your help. However, someone should go. We need to inform the elders. I don't know if we can defeat what I saw. It might not have been everything. I can set up a formation that will help, Katerina said. I want to fight, Hoyt said. Everyone turned to look at Timothy. What I might be the weakest, but if we're just holding out against a large number of enemies, I should be very helpful too. Hoyt sighed. Ah, you are right, and I can run faster. He shook his head. Can't waste any time arguing. Good luck. With that, Hoyt broke into a sprint along the edge of the barrier. We'll have maybe half an hour, Anton said. Maybe a bit less. If the beasts go into the surrounding area, we can't do much to stop them, but at least we can protect one town. Katerina nodded. Let's go. There were no dangers on the way to Thuston, not that it would be expected. They should have previously been contained by the barrier, and normal animals would avoid humans if they were smart. Thuston itself was a town of a few hundred. The group got a few looks from people as they headed toward the center. There, Anton empowered his voice with some energy. People of Thuston, we are disciples of the Order of 99 Stars. We spotted a large number of beasts heading in this direction. We will do our best to protect you from them. But we cannot guarantee anything. They're coming for our town, one man asked. Anton shook his head. We don't know for sure. They may spread out and leave it alone, but there are not enough of us here to stop them if they go everywhere. If you flee the village, they might follow you, but if you don't, the village may be overrun. But you'll protect us, a woman asked. To the best of our abilities. We can't guarantee safety for any of you. Can we fight to one of the men asked. How many are there? I can't count the numbers. You can fight, but only defend yourselves from those that get past us. Anton looked around. Who wants to help with something else, you three? He pointed at several strong-looking men. Help her rearrange things. She knows how to set up formations. There were whispers among the crowd about that. It seemed they had only slightly more knowledge about formations than Anton himself had known at the beginning of the year. In short, they just knew it was something powerful and rare, and connected to the barrier around the nearby forest. Anton had expected the village to panic, but instead of doing so, they easily listened to his instructions. Very few chose to flee and take their lives into their own hands. instead most of them preferring to stay to fight with the cultivators. Anton hoped he hadn't led them to their doom by providing that option. But he also understood that if they didn't stay to defend their homes, they might have nothing left. Normal animals might not destroy homes, but he couldn't say the same would be true of a large pack of beasts. He hadn't been able to see clearly, but they were more like a stampede than a pack of wolves. And it had been more than just one sort of creature. Anton gripped his bow tightly. It was time to put his cultivation to a practical use. Chapter 27. The name of the Order of 99 Stars carried great weight in all of Greoton, but especially nearby. Anton was surprised it was so easy to get the villagers of Thuston to believe them with nothing but their word. Then again, the consequences of potentially ignoring the situation were unfathomable. If for some reason the horde of beasts didn't come to Thuston or never existed at all, they would merely lose part of a day. Anton knew he would have been gladly willing to sacrifice time to defend his home and family. But he never had the chance. Anton, I need assistance. Katerina stood nearby. The formation will require more energy to start functioning. Anton nodded. Unlike when she had moved around a few sticks and sliced through branches, the current setup in the village was more complex. It also took a lot more work to put together. It would be better if we could break down some walls. Katerina seemed disappointed that she couldn't quite set things up the way she thought they should go. But Anton contributing energy where she asked helped quite a bit. He could feel it more this time. He still had no idea how it worked, but that was why people trained hard to be a formation master, if they had the aptitude. If they had more time, Katerina might have been able to do more. But she would reach the limits of her own energy, and Anton's soon enough. The villagers had called in all of the nearby field workers, gathering everyone who wished to stay and fight. Some had weapons, swords, bows, and the like. Others took any sort of sharp implements they had lying around. Pitchforks were 1,000 times better than fighting barehanded, even if they weren't optimal weapons. One thing that Thuston had different from Dunganon is that a handful of the villagers had trained in cultivation. Only to the first or second star, but with the 99 stars readily available, nearly everyone gave cultivation a try. Anyone who reached the third star would have already gone to join the order, but any amount of cultivation at all could greatly increase combat capabilities. At the edge of town, Anton stood atop a grain silo. It was the highest point around and gave him a good view of the approaching beasts. He had a look of concern on his face because they were right. And the beasts were headed forth a stun instead of merely spreading out. He couldn't be sure that a few hadn't trailed off. But the numbers of the various creatures were still high. Hundreds. Maybe more. Since there were creatures of all different sizes grouped together in a way that was impossible to count. The movements of the beasts were highly unnatural. Wolves kept pace with snakes and boars. Bears walked underneath circling eagles. The only thing that reassured Anton was that there were very few signatures of magical beasts among the group. However, few magical beasts was not none. He was glad the villagers hadn't chosen to flee, because 3 of them couldn't handle so many beasts, and they wouldn't be able to outrun the tide. It wasn't fast, but Anton saw no signs of it slowing. I've spotted them on the horizon. It will only be a few minutes before they arrive. Timothy stood at the main entrance to the village below, flanked on either side by barrels and crates, mostly at least half full, providing a partial barrier to the village between 2 buildings. Katerina stood nearby, ready to move wherever necessary to deal with beasts that didn't attack from the front. The formation should apparently encourage them to move as she intended, but nothing was perfect. Anton, of course, would also be able to move around if necessary. He was surprised at how little he was worried about getting down from the top of a silo, as he wouldn't have been able to even make the attempt a year before. He'd changed so much. Anton looked to the sky. The most troublesome beasts would be those that flew. While they could be attacked when they came down to claw at people, they had sharp talons that could piece flesh or stab through an eye. A moving target at a few hundred meters was about the maximum range for Anton. He could do a bit more, but additional distance took a disproportionate amount of energy, as his control wavered so far from himself. That was doubly so with spirit arrows, though his control was more precise with them out to a more conservative 200 meters. As the beasts came within range, Anton picked a target. There were so many it hardly mattered, but he supposed some early casualties might discourage them. He didn't have a good angle for a kill shot on most of the creatures, but he pulled back his bow. It no longer seemed as if the heavy draw weight of it were so much more than a normal bow. After he'd finished muscle tempering and continued practicing with the bow, the black steel string had the proper springiness he would expect of a traditional string, and the bow bent back in a curve as he pulled back, his arm and back muscles tensing but only holding for a moment before release. The arrow, a real arrow with his energy enhancing it, flew straight and true towards the shoulder of a large bear, sinking in half of its length. If it had been any normal bear, it would have likely gone down in an instant. But it continued hobbling forward for a dozen meters. By that point, Anton had fired 3 more arrows at the beasts on the ground and was changing his target to the air. Having staggered the front ranks of the beasts as much as he practically could, shooting up into the air, the weight of an arrow was more significant. Spirit arrows were able to overcome that barrier. With only a small arc at most, and the ability to fly more quickly with less drag, his first target was an eagle. Its wingspan at least as wide as a man was tall. His arrow flew towards it, and as the bird curved in flight to avoid the attack, the arrow changed trajectory slightly as well. He only managed to pierce through a wing instead of the chest, but that was sufficient to bring it down. As it spiraled downward into the ground, he knew it wouldn't be moving about after it hit. The villagers with bows were further back and could shoot less distance. But soon the beasts were close enough for them to open fire. A dozen arrows flew in a small volley into the crowd of animals of various sorts, and while the effects weren't immediately obvious, more bodies were trailing behind the end of the swarm. Anton continued to fire at the flying beasts, preparing himself to move, though the silo wasn't a large platform to stand on. With swan steps, he thought he could dodge around past a bird or two. If he couldn't, he could at least manage his fall to the ground below. He knew he was a target with his position. But that was the whole point. He couldn't allow the villagers of Thuston to suffer when he had the power to fight. Timothy nervously held his position in front of the village. He saw how many beasts were rushing towards them. But he kept his confidence high. Individually, most of them weren't a threat. He could kill one with a single stab of his sword. If only he had the luxury of fighting just one at a time. Behind him stood other villagers, and more were preparing for beasts to sneak around the sides, away from the main street. A wildcat was the first thing to break away from the pack and charge. Timothy held his sword and shield at the ready, impaling the creature as it leaped and catching its paw with his shield. His body rocked backwards from the momentum of the attack, and it took him a moment to free his sword. By that point, a wolf had slipped past him, and he found himself facing a snake and a bear. He swiped at the bear before it got close, his sword cutting along its nose and sending it reeling away. The snake he batted away with his shield, flinging it into the stacked pile next to him. The tide of beasts began to crash into the barrier, attempting to knock it over and starting to climb over it. There was no way it would have held together without the effect of the formation fortifying the village. Even so, it was clear it wouldn't last long. Timothy gathered his own energy, carefully breathing in to draw more natural energy from the world as he did so. After he'd begun to temper his meridians with the guidance of Anton, he'd felt his ability to control energy increase immensely. He stabilized himself against the ground while at the same time using the force of the approaching tide to push back against them. He never took more than a step away from his position even as he began to be surrounded. This is what cultivators were supposed to do. The Order of 99 Stars protected people, and he was one of their disciples. He found himself in a trance of slicing and stabbing, unable to think about his next moves and merely performing them. His mind numbed the pain when his armor was dented or torn through, when his bones cracked from the impact of large beasts, and when blood began to flow from his body. Timothy knew he absolutely couldn't stop everything from passing him, but he did his very best. He was already the weakest member of the team, probably included because he lived in the same complex as Anton or because Katerina asked. Even with Anton's personal guidance, he was a full star behind the next two members. He knew he could never keep up with Katerina. But he also didn't want to disappoint her, or himself. He continued to hold his position until the tide started thinning. But while he might have liked to sigh in relief, he knew things weren't over. A few magical beasts were among the remaining half of the creatures, and he was starting to slow down. He really hoped backup would arrive soon, though he knew Hoyt had quite a distance to run to find any help. And the return trip might take just as long. Timothy almost didn't believe his eyes when he saw the bear rear up in front of him, seemingly as big as either of the buildings that stood on either side of him. Unless support was already on the horizon? He couldn't count on any help beyond what they had. He grit his teeth to prepare to face the beast. Chapter 28. Up on its hind legs, the bear in front of Timothy looked to be at least 5 meters tall, and maybe half as wide. It had bark brown fur and limbs as thick around as his torso for their entire length. When it plopped back onto its front legs, the ground trembled for a moment. This was the sort of thing that could wipe out Thuston all on its own. A nebulous energy surrounded it. And though its size was likely a bigger factor, the energy couldn't be ignored. If Timothy was careless, he might find his attacks not being as effective as he intended at a critical moment, or not defending himself adequately because he didn't consider the augmentation energy could provide to a magical beast. It was fortunate that the bear's arrival sent most of the nearby beasts scattering away as it charged. Timothy was hoping to get some support from Anton up above. But a quick glance showed the old man was dealing with his own troubles, large taloned birds attacking him atop the silo. At least there were villagers available to support him, though Timothy didn't want to risk their lives if possible. He would have to bear the brunt of the danger. The great bear charged forward almost ponderously. It almost looked like it was moving through molasses, except for the fact that it was rapidly growing closer. Each giant step it took was several meters of distance, despite the small number of actual paces. A moment later, it arrived in front of the wall that had been set up, sweeping a great paw and shattering the crates and barrels into pieces. Timothy blocked the splinters flying towards his face as he tried to figure out how to fight the creature. The only thing he knew for sure is he couldn't let it get into the village. Without thinking, his legs carried him forward towards the bear. He ducked under its other paw, which was sweeping back across the same area, swinging his sword outward as he circled around the beast. He thought he had a pretty good hit. But as his sword raked along the beast's fur, he realized he probably didn't even get through to the flesh. At least he succeeded in drawing its attention. It quickly turned and swept down towards him with its paws. The speed at which it moved was deceptive because of its size. Timothy wanted to keep circling around the creature. But through the bear's legs he saw villagers approaching it from behind. If he dodged around it, he'd lead it to attack them. Timothy thrust his sword in its lower belly, piercing through the fur into the fat. And when it flattened itself to try to crush him, he dove away. A dozen weapons stabbed into the creature's rear. Though without the power of a 4th-star cultivator, their effects were limited. Timothy moved back in towards the creature's lowered face, slashing across its nose. In return, the bear swiped at him. Though he dodged away, 5 gashes were torn across his chest from the creature's claws, as if he had no armor at all. Of course, without the armor and his energy, he would instead have half of his chest torn away. Timothy knew he was riding the line, but he had managed to keep its focus on him. He stepped forward in a feint, pulling away as the creature swiped back in the other direction. He swung his sword between the claws, hoping to slice through the forearm lengthwise, but instead settling for a bleeding gash. With every move it was stabbed in the rear, but it focused its gaze on him as the target in front. Timothy attempted another feint, but in his peripheral vision he caught the movement of both paws at once, slightly offset. The beast was stepping forward as well, so if he retreated he would be caught and torn apart regardless. That left him with the only option to move forward. It was terrifying to get closer to the massive beast. But he gathered his energy and thrust his sword deep into its belly, deep enough he couldn't pull it out. And he didn't roll away fast enough when it flopped down on him. It was close. It was just a single foot that didn't make it out. The softness of the creature's fur and flesh mean his foot wasn't completely crushed, but it was definitely broken. Timothy yanked his foot out from under the creature. He could stand on it, but he certainly couldn't dodge well. While turning its ponderous mass to face him, the bear twisted its upper body and neck so it could bite at him. The jaws were large enough to fit him entirely inside, widthwise at least. Timothy had to think fast, unstrapping his shield and throwing it at the bear's nose where he had previously cut. It wasn't real damage, but the creature flinched in pain. That allowed him just a single moment to grab fistfuls of fur around its upper jaw and pull himself upward. He flipped himself over and found himself astride the bear's snout, his legs barely able to split wide enough to fit around. He'd ridden a horse in the past, back in his hometown of Charon. He squeezed with his thighs. And with nothing else he could do, he punched out with a gauntleted fist towards the creature's eye. It closed a massive eyelid and his fist rebounded, but he reached out towards with both hands, tearing at the eyelid where it closed together. It was like trying to tear apart a canvas tent, except even more difficult. His tempered muscles and an energy were barely enough, but he revealed a few centimeters of bare eyeball. He stabbed out with his fingers and as much energy as he could, piercing into it, as a paw batted him away. One claw or into his shoulder, but he was mostly hit by the pad. Even so, it felt like everything broke as he slammed through a nearby wall and into the floor. So much for protecting the structures. He could barely even protect himself. If he hadn't tempered his bones, would he just be a pile of mush? Somehow he managed to sit up and looked straight into the eye of the bear. The one he'd pierced was closed and bleeding. But was it enough blood he couldn't say? The creature likely had enough to fill an entire well. If only he could stand up. Though only a small portion of the beasts moved around to alternate entrances to the village, they were the more clever ones. Katerina found herself fully occupied scurrying around, fending off the strongest beasts. She was barely able to keep up. It almost seemed like her formation wasn't working. But she knew what the real issue was. She just wasn't strong enough. She said she knew formations. And she did, like a young child might know how to speak. She could do it. But she was certainly no master yet. She'd barely been able to understand the barrier around the forest. Just enough to know it was broken. Covering an entire village in enhancements was difficult, and it might not be enough. All around her, Katerina saw villagers injured by the beasts she couldn't reach in time. They were fighting, slaying the creatures as well. But none of them were really prepared for what they were facing. Maybe they should have just told them to abandon everything. They could have at least saved their lives. Katerina first noticed a new threat by sensing its energy. A magical beast. Her eyes flickered to it and saw a large, black-furred cat. The panther had led at least a dozen mismatched beasts into the village. As if they had agreed upon a match, both Katerina and the panther moved towards each other. She darted past it, slashing with her sword. She thought she would avoid its swiping claws, but she felt traces of blood on her upper arm. And then the pain a moment later. It was fast. Too fast, and much too strong to face alone. Katerina changed her tactics. She moved at a different angle, focusing more on her defense as she passed the creature back and forth. Her sword might not even find purchase with each pass, but the same was true for the panther. However, Katerina was consuming her energy rapidly, and the panther mostly relied on its body. Katerina had 5 stars of body tempering, but muscle wasn't one of them. She needed energy to swiftly kill creatures as well as to defend herself. The pair continued to pass each other seemingly at random, but Katerina was leading the panther towards a particular point. She was glad to see that none of the villagers were along the path to be collateral damage. There was a fountain at the center of the village, and Katerina leapt up to stand atop it. The panther wriggled, preparing to pounce. But Katerina didn't move. She was concentrating on gathering energy. What she had inside of herself and everything swirling about the village. This was the central point of the formation she'd set up, and the best point for her to empower herself. The panther leaped, jaws open and claws ready to latch onto her, as if having her head crushed in the jaws wouldn't be enough. Katerina could dodge, but she wouldn't keep control of the energy if she did so. She thrust her sword in front of her, right into the open jaw, through the roof of the mouth and into the creature's brain. Her sword, her arm, the fountain, and everything around trembled as the energy of the formation collided with the creature, stopping its momentum and killing it. Her entire arm suffered cuts, and she knew there was internal damage. Her meridians were strained, and the fountain was cracked. But she pulled her sword out of the creature's mouth. She looked around, but wasn't ready to see another creature, a wolf half again bigger than the panther. Another magical beast. What had they gotten themselves into? Chapter 29. The sound of hurried boots crunching leaves, sticks, and undergrowth filled the forest along with the sound of heavy paws. Hoyt breathed deeply, trying to maintain a steady rhythm as his lungs burned. Running with wolves nipping at his heels wasn't something he enjoyed, but at least they motivated him to go even faster. Honestly, Hoyt would have enjoyed the whole thing except for the danger to himself and to those he was trying to save. Pushing his body to the limits for cultivation was a wonderful feeling. At least later, when he was recovering. In the moment, the burning lungs and muscle pain were the worst part. Hoyt couldn't say he enjoyed the way he was draining his reserves of energy, either. There was only so much natural energy he could take in, and it wasn't keeping up. He ignored the wolves behind him, since looking back would merely cause him to trip up as he moved forward. They were loud enough he knew they were at least several paces back, as long as nothing slowed him down. But of course, the forest wouldn't let things be so easy. A giant boar spotted him, not that he expected to pass unseen. However, as with most of the creatures in the forest, it was aggressive. It charged straight for him from the front, with wolves behind. With just a few moments to consider if he could afford the time to dodge around it, especially with the wolves being spread out on either side behind him, he chose a more direct option. He couldn't be sure it would work until he tried it. Cultivators were probably supposed to make better decisions than normal people. But Hoyt knew they really just made decisions with the power to recover from mistakes. As long as such mistakes weren't too big, he continued to run at the boar that was as tall as himself head on. 20 paces. 10 paces. 5 paces, and the boar had lowered its head. The tusks were long enough to impale him from below his ribcage up into his jaw. Hoyt put on a small burst of speed, putting himself one step ahead of where he would have been, then jumped. Not high, but enough to get a foot on top of the boar's snout as it flipped its head up. His head crashed through the branches above as he tumbled through the air. Hoyt knew he was keeping forward momentum for the most part, but he tried to orient himself for his landing. During his relatively effortless handful of seconds in the air, while he was upside down, he thought he saw a pile composed of the boar and wolves. While the creatures of the forest seemed more interested in attacking humans for the most part, a direct collision seemed likely to turn into a proper conflict. A few moments before he hit the ground, crashing through more branches, Hoyt managed to right himself. When he hit the ground, he rolled, wrapping his energy around himself as he turned into a ball. He only intended to roll once, but he flipped at least a dozen times. His axe caught on something and the strap tore off, but he sprang back to his feet and kept moving. He could get it later, or replace it. People couldn't be replaced, especially not people like Anton. The others were fine as well. But that old man was something special. Not just his cultivation talent, either. He kept sprinting. Hoyt was pretty sure that the fact that he could barely see now wasn't a good sign. His vision narrowed to a small tunnel in front of him. His lungs were just numb and he was pretty sure he was slowing down and that some of the muscles in his legs just didn't work. It was hard to tell if he was still moving with the change in perspective. His legs kept trying to move even as a hand rested on his shoulder. Need help? The voice seemed familiar for some reason. The face was indiscernible. The stun. Hoyt managed to choke down a lungful of air. Anton? Did he even have lungs? He wasn't sure anymore. Beast swarm. He was pretty sure he was supposed to say more words. And be standing vertically. Why was he on his side? The trees were moving at least. But as they thinned and Hoyt's brain managed to regain a semblance of understanding, he realized they were going the wrong way. This was out of the forest, completely in the opposite direction of Anton and the others. Thustin was about as far away from the center of the Order's territory as anything could get, except the deep forest. Number. Other way. Hoyt muttered. Thus. Ton. Birds, even large birds, were easy to kill if he could hit them. The first few had been simple. Anton tracked their movements and got an arrow through them easily enough. Body or wings didn't matter. Either way they fell, and the ground wouldn't be kind to them. However, after his first few shots, the raptors started to recognize their own mortality. They had the ability to turn rapidly, even diving or rising swiftly if they needed to. He could only redirect his arrows a certain amount, and there were too many to focus on taking down just one. Everything was more difficult when they reached him in his position atop the silo, slashing at him with claws and beaks. He got some practical experience dodging in a tight space. He knew he could just drop down, and perhaps that would be safest for himself. He could continue to pick off the raptors as they attacked the villagers, keeping himself safe at the cost of the people of Thustin. But of course, he couldn't. While it wasn't this village, they were still people. They were farmers and smiths and grocers and weavers. People. They didn't deserve to die. Especially not for an old man. His thoughts flickered to the thought of some of the villagers of Dungannon and his family in slavery. He wanted to save them too. But he wasn't strong enough. He just couldn't let himself choose something more dear to himself over present. Actual lives he could save, and nothing said he couldn't do both. He just had to live. Blood trickled down his cheek. Giant raptor talons were sharp enough to tear through his energy with seemingly little effort. He could focus on a single area to protect it, but that would leave the rest of his body open. Then a little cut like that would become a spike sticking through his head or shoulder. The most important thing for Anton was predicting the enemy's movements, one step ahead. He honestly didn't know how anyone was supposed to comprehend what it was saying. Grasping what your enemy, or possibly nummies, would do in the future wasn't so easy. But Anton was certain that at least Elder Sinaya knew how to do it. In her demonstrations, she most certainly fought unseen opponents. More than just one, Anton had realized after some consideration. He had attempted to do the same. and just maybe that practice let him keep his footing while avoiding Mastaf the danger. He couldn't say he even had the first level of understanding of one step ahead. But he felt a certain tingling sensation of progress. Another thing Elder Konea had done came to mind. He didn't always have time to draw his bow, but spirit arrows were merely sharp stabbing implements made of energy. They did well enough when not propelled by the bow, and he didn't have to let them disperse. He stabbed at one of the raptors, probably an eagle, but he didn't have time to observe so closely for details, forcing it to swerve away. Then he fired the same arrow at another just a handful of meters away, using a partial draw with less power but sufficient speed. A dozen large birds dwindled to a half dozen, 3, 2. But one remained. It had actually been hanging further back, circling around and watching Anton. It radiated energy, indicating it was a magical beast. As it flew towards him, Anton could see it gained speed from more than just the flapping of its wings. Waves of winds flattened plants down below as it moved. He just barely moved out of the way of talons trying to impale his head. Anton returned to the center of the silo so he could dodge in every direction. He managed to fire a single arrow at the beast as it turned around, but it came back at him just as swiftly. His arrow deflected off a wing, the first time he hadn't pierced into one, and he found himself having to fall to his back to get under the bird. Shooting from a prone position wasn't optimal at all, but that forced it to swerve on its return and gave him time to stand. However, it was clear to Anton that he was becoming fatigued, and the magical beast was merely growing more used to his movements. Unless it was distracted, he doubted he could get a solid hit on it. And anything less wouldn't penetrate through its defensive energy and surprisingly durable feathers. The beast swooped around, and Anton felt it focusing itself for a powerful attack. Birds did have some weaknesses, though. Even at the creature's size, it probably wasn't any heavier than Anton. He might not be able to dodge it, but the actual force behind its blows. As long as he avoided the talons, he could withstand it. And if he was making that choice, he was glad he'd studied golden armor. It wasn't anything particularly profound. But having a proper method to solidify his energy into a stronger defensive layer was quite useful. He just had to be resolved to take a hit and to expend the energy for the technique. Anton readied his bow as the bird flew towards him, talons outstretched. Was it a hawk? This one might have been. Either way, Hawkeye's let him focus on its movements regardless of whether or not it shared a name. Along with that, splitting his attention between spirit arrows and golden armor was too much. So he drew one of his few remaining physical arrows. It would still be enhanced sufficiently with his own energy. The arrow flew towards the great hawk, sticking a finger length into its chest. That might have been enough for the lesser beasts, but the hawk continued its motion unperturbed. Anton watched as talons came straight for him. At the very last moment, he tilted his body and bow at a strange angle. talons scraped along his arm, leaving a bloody gash even with a glance along his golden armor-protected limb. Anton raised his arm, the bow and string around the leg as he lifted as high as he could, catching the leg. The momentum of the creature yanked him off of his feet and the silo, but he grabbed a wing with his other hand. Then he was spinning down towards the ground. He repositioned himself to land atop the great bird with all of his weight, rolling away almost nimbly after they impacted. The great bird wasn't quite dead, but the hollow bones of an avian couldn't survive such a feat, even if the particular one in question was a magical beast. Anton's own tempered bones were barely holding on after the impact. And while the bird would never fly again, Anton found himself just barely able to walk, his energy exhausted, and there were more beasts to combat. Even a few normal wolves would be able to bring him down, even as he began to wish he had begun cultivating sooner, and not wrapped up Timothy and Katerina into a suicidal mission. His eyes drifted towards the sky. For some reason, he felt like he saw a giant eye staring down at him. Anton wasn't sure if he believed in gods of any sort. And he certainly didn't think cultivators would truly become gods, as some believed. But the eye made him reconsider the possibility. A moment later, the sky darkened and all of the energy in the area was pulled away in a great swirling vortex. Something truly unfathomable at Anton's current cultivation level was happening. And he couldn't afford to miss a single moment. Chapter 30. The force of the flowing energy nearly pulled Anton off his feet. While he was certainly unsteady at the moment, the fact that merely gathering energy had that effect left him in awe. As the sky continued to darken, the lone eye he'd spotted grew clear and bright. Along with the eye was a wrinkled hand, more folded skin and gnarls than even Anton had ever had. All of the energy in the area around Thustin gathered into that hand. Anton knew he shouldn't be stopping to stare at it, but the beast's warm had paused as well. Perhaps they don't do anything else. Though Anton was quite certain it was merely early evening, stars bloomed in the sky. However, as the great hand in the sky closed, the stars started to fall. His head turned as he watched the first star streak from the sky, striking a great bear, leaving behind only a flaming crater and no discernible remains of the creature. However, despite the power of the falling star, the building immediately adjacent didn't even get singed. Smaller stars rained down on other beasts, sometimes merely piercing through beasts like flaming spears. Those were especially common inside the village, where the powerful concentrations of energy brushed past the villagers of Thustin without harming a single one. Soon enough, the great eye and hand turned. More stars plummeting into the forest, though leaving behind no fire. As the last of the stars in the sky fell, the sky began to return to the dull red sky of sunset. The hand and eye faded from existence. But Anton couldn't help but think that right before they disappeared, the eye turned back and focused directly on him. Just for a moment, unsure what to do, Anton half-walked, half-hobbled into Thuston. Timothy crawled out of a hole in the side of a building and joined him. The villagers of Thuston were all talking with each other about what happened. Upon seeing Anton and Timothy, they asked them. "I can't say I know for sure," Anton said, "though I would expect a Grand Elder got involved." Timothy didn't know either. And he kept looking over his shoulder into the sky. There were dead beasts around the streets of Thuston, and while there were a few injured villagers, and some dead, along with a few destroyed buildings, Anton was still willing to declare the battle a victory. He just wasn't sure if he had an important impact on it, if everything was finished off by someone not even present. But instead of feeling discouraged, Anton supposed he should be thinking about reaching that level of power. Cultivation was so much more than just what he had seen and experienced so far. After finding Katerina to determine she was all right, injured just like the other two, but nothing fatal, Anton requested the villagers for a place to rest. Cultivator could recover pretty much anywhere. But a proper room and comfort could help immensely. Natural energy was just beginning to flow back into the area after having been entirely used up. It wasn't an issue. Since Anton found himself only able to handle just a little, his meridians ached from overuse, but he didn't exactly have the luxury to hold back in a battle. He spent several hours circulating energy throughout his body. He found that his tendons, the next target of his tempering, had progressed quite significantly. Though they were sore now, he was likely only a week or two from completing the tempering and the 7th star. At least the desperate battle had been good for something. Anton was disturbed from his cultivation by a smell. Not a bad one, but the pleasant smell of food. Upon stepping outside his borrowed room, he found the center of town was filled with a large number of bonfires and roasting meat. The villagers waved him over. "You are finally out. This feast is in honor of you and the survival of our village." Among the food was a large amount of boar and surprisingly large drumsticks of avian meat. Anton smiled. His mind returned to celebrations in the past. He pushed away thoughts of those no longer with him, and instead focused on the happy feelings. Timothy seemed to be enjoying the festivities already, while it seemed that Katerina had hidden away with a plate of food. The feasting and celebration lasted well into the night, but eventually the time came for sleep, and then the morning. Just because the beast's swarm had been defeated didn't mean everything was resolved. There were still many bodies of beasts, despite many being destroyed or consumed. And while Anton and the others filled the magic bag, there were many more. Tanners and butchers had already gone to work dismantling beasts, and the villagers had sent people to nearby villages and to the Order for help. Those sent to the Order wouldn't have arrived just yet, but Thuston knew the Order would pay them for the materials and help remove the corpses before they started rotting. Thinking of the Order, Anton found the others. "I am going to go secure the hole in the barrier, just in case." He knew he wasn't fully recovered yet, and both Timothy and Katerina were the same. Hoyt had probably reached the order the evening before. It seemed unlikely a Grand Elder would have gotten involved by random chance. Unless there were some other powerful cultivator in the area who just happened to help. But that seemed completely improbable. Besides, that cultivation power had radiated the aura of the 90 Sapnine stars. In addition to the dramatic method of their attacks, Anton didn't want to bring his young companions into more danger. But he also couldn't refuse to let them come with him. Besides, he might need their help. At the end of their almost leisurely hike back to the barrier, Anton's concerns of danger were immediately assuaged. Anton? Elder Vincent waved. It's good to see you made it. I was just providing some support as these fine fellows repaired the barrier? He gestured behind him. Vincent nodded to Timothy and Katerina. Your companion Hoyt nearly ran himself to death to warn us what was happening. A dangerous situation you got into. Anton nodded. Yes. I am not sure we handled it the right way. Did the defense of the village go poorly? Vincent asked. I heard the situation had been resolved, but some of the villagers were injured, and others died. I wonder if we could have drawn the beasts away. Or if we should have abandoned the village. Anton bit his lip. Vincent gave him a pat on the shoulder. Don't worry. You made the right choice. A beast swarm like that wasn't running on just instinct. They were seeking out people. You might not have been able to draw them away from the village, and if they fled, they would merely have been caught without a defensible position, and likely without their homes. Magical beasts can be incredibly destructive. Vincent! One of the elders at the barrier called. I have to finish here, Vincent waved. Oh, the hunt is officially over. It seemed we made a mistake with our estimations of the danger, and this break in the barrier. He shook his head. Get back to the order and get your well-deserved rewards. Elder Lois was not alone in handling the rewards hall at the current moment. After all, the hunt brought many people to collect rewards. The contents of the magic bags were actually sorted by the Equipment Refinement Department. But they sent a report on the value to the rewards hall, where the points would be logged. There was a bit of a line. But almost everyone was in good spirits. Even though the points would be split in 4, a full magic bag had to be worth quite a few contribution points. The villagers of Thuston wanted to give them more. But they had participated in the battle as well and deserved some recompense. Anton and the others had taken the most valuable remains of the magical beasts, where they still had structure. Anton ended up being attended to by Elder Lois herself. Hello again, she said as Anton handed over his token. Let's see here. With the information from the refinement department and the other rewards, your portion of the total should be this. She held out a sheet for him to see. The number 2308 was on the paper. Your team also received some commendations, which are more than just a nice word. Is that number right? I thought my share of the materials would only be half that, at most. Anton was concerned the others might have given him a larger share because of his higher cultivation level, even though they needed the contribution points as well. Elder Lois smiled. The additional points are for Valeris actions. The Order absolutely rewards defending villages. That includes all forms, such as your friend who ran to retrieve assistance. Anton nodded. Good. Thank you. He had no idea what he would do with so many contribution points. He didn't need a new bow. He doubted he would find one significantly better within that range. Perhaps some armor. He had heard there were exceptional armors available, light like clothing but able to defend like steel. He had used armor along a similar vein, though the more mundane sort, enough that it had protected him from dying at least. Now that he had been through some battles and could afford it, the thought of something better was quite appealing. He understood that he was quite mortal even after cultivating, and he had things he wanted to live for still. Since money burning a hole in the pocket was a poor reason to spend, Anton decided to wait until another day and give some proper thought to it. Perhaps there was something he needed more, but wouldn't consider right away. Besides, he still wanted to rest more. When he arrived back at the complex where he lived, he was surprised to find an unknown elder waiting for him. The elder bowed his head. Anton Krantz, Grand Elder Vandale has requested to meet with you at your earliest convenience. Anton understood what that meant. It meant a now. Sure. He could make an elder wait around for a while to escort him to see someone important. But he had no intent to be petty. Especially not if he was right in his estimation that this Grand Elder was the eye and hand in the sky.